Hello, everyone, and welcome to episode 55 of ThROH The Years, the podcast that reviews Ring of Honor show by show from the beginning. My name is Trevor Dame, joined as always by my co-host, Matt Feuerstein. Matt, we have finally done it. 55 episodes. We are through the end of 2004. This is our third annual year-end extravaganza. If for some reason you've come out only in the last year and you haven't listened to the backlog, every year with the final battle episode, which is the last usual Ring of Honor show of the year, we do a whole episode. Like usual, we cover that show, and then we give out some awards. We talk a bit about the year. We preview the next year. So, Matt, we finally made it through. I think it was 23 episodes to get through 2004.
That's right. This is our third annual 55th episode. I feel like when I realized this is like the year-end spectacular of 2004, don't you just sort of wish you could go back and tell yourself, no, stay in 2004, don't go forward, just stay. Although, in some ways 2004 was a pretty upsetting year too. I remember in December 2004, I was still not over the re-election of George W. Bush.
Yeah, I had some same thoughts. Like, I was thinking like an episode or two ago with the weapon of mass destruction #1 and, all the jokes about the Iraq War. I was thinking, I like flashback to 2004 where basically like you said, I simultaneously realized like, oh, that was a better time. And also at that time, I thought like my life wasn't going very well and that like, that the world wasn't doing very well. And now I'm like, oh man, 2004, that was a great time. We should go back to 2004.
Yeah, I mean, I was in my last year of college in December 2004. And, college was good, but it was getting to the end, so it was starting to be scary, like, oh no, I have to, like, be a real person in a few months, and how is that possible? And it, I wasn't a real person for a while after that. But I did get to go to a lot of ROH shows right after college ended, so that was the plus side of that. But yeah, point being, 2020 is bad.
I mean, if you ever want to give me some tips on how to become a real person, please, after the show's over, give me some tips because I have yet to achieve that still. But
I'll be your guru.
Maybe this is a sign I'm not a real person, which is, this podcast is just a fun, goofy side hobby for us. But one of the times each year where I feel real accomplishment, or I guess it's more than a year because it takes us more than a year to get through a Ring of Honor calendar year, is one of these year-end shows. Because this is kind of a morbid thought, but I always feel like if something were to happen to me, or we just decided we got bored and quit the podcast or whatever, which don't worry, I don't think we are anytime soon. I'd be like, oh, well, at least we covered, the first whole year. At least we covered the first 2 years. Like, the completionist in me is, happy that by the end of this episode, no matter what happens, we will have covered 3, calendar years of Ring of Honor, which I don't know why that feels satisfying. It shouldn't. It's kind of an arbitrary thing, but it gives me a little endorphin rush when we get to one of these.
As somebody with health anxiety and OCD, I completely relate to that. I'm like, you know what? We made it to a milestone. There's a sense of completion. It's our permanent record. And yes, I probably will die immediately after this. So I feel like I'm feeling you on all those things.
Yeah, I mean, that brings us to the plugs, actually, because obviously we are still on the great Pro Wrestling Only Podcast Network, but if you missed, for some reason, again, quit missing things, missed our last episode, we have now started our own individual podcast feed that has every episode we've ever done. Matt's been uploading the episodes to YouTube. Basically pretty much almost most podcast feeds, iTunes, whatever. We're up there now in our own feed. So if you want, I still think the Pro Wrestling Only Podcast Network's great. You get a whole bunch of podcasts, not just us. But if you have OCD, if you want just us in a feed, all neatly collected with our entire archive in one easy to access spot, subscribe to your favorite podcast feed. Give us a good review if you feel like it. And we're there. You can listen to the other 2 year-end episodes.
Yeah. And my favorite part about having my own feed now, or our own feed. It's mine. Our own feed is that we can see.
You set it up, to be fair.
Well, we could see all the different cities that people download from, and that's very satisfying. We know that we're worldwide. It's really nice. Maybe a little sad also, but this is what that our voices are somehow spreading around the world. It feels like almost like I'm tainting many other continents with my weird neurotic energy. But hey, you know what? It's your problem, not mine.
We are huge
Listener.
in Chile, we have discovered since the last episode. And also, I didn't tell you this, Matt, but when you gave me I don't even know if I should say this on air, honestly, but what the hell? When you gave me the list of cities that downloaded, I don't know is that download any episode or just the recent episode?
No, I think it's downloaded any of the episodes, yeah.
Oh, that makes sense. Because then there's a small city that someone I used to care about quite a lot apparently has downloaded an episode, and that was my way of discovering that, which was like, huh.
And now this person has their ears burning again. Are they going to hear this also?
I have to imagine they only tried to listen to one to just see, oh my God, did they really do this? What the hell are they doing? Thank God I am no longer close to this person. That's probably what they imagine, man. I mean, we're not in bad terms. Just it's fine. And anyway, so in addition to covering Final Battle 2004 and all the year-end stuff, which comes after we review Final Battle, there's actually quite a bit of news happened between the last Ring of Honor show and this one. So we should just get to it because there's a lot to get to. So first off, this is something that will seem only kind of related to Ring of Honor, but as we go through the show, you will realize how much it's related to Ring of Honor. This is from The Observer sometime in December of 2004. Let me just scroll up because I accidentally scrolled down. There was an incident backstage at Raw between Ric Flair and Mick Foley. Flair was talking with Arn Anderson in the cafeteria before the show when Foley came in. Foley asked Flair if he'd sign a book which would be auctioned off for charity. Flair then went to shake Foley's hand. Foley wouldn't shake his hand, and Flair threw a punch that connected. Nothing physical happened from there as it was broken up. They both had to sit down with John Laurinaitis, where it apparently turned into a battle of world-class promos that, if a camera was there, would have been one of the most entertaining things on the show. Flair supposedly refused to concede that Foley was a great wrestler. Supposedly, Flair even challenged Foley to step outside, and Foley said he wasn't going to fight a 55-year-old. Foley then asked who had drawn more money over the past 10 years, and Flair conceded that to Foley, but said he was out there wrestling guys every night like Brody, Hanson, Ray Steamboat, Wahoo, and Foley wasn't in that category of any of those guys from 25 years ago. Foley brought up Flair wanting to do a program with him, and Flair said he never requested to do a program with him, just that if asked by management, he would do it. Then Foley said he didn't want to work a program with Flair. There was a backstage view that was a work to get a story around and build up a Mania match. If I saw it and it was two internet wrestler marks in the argument, I'd probably think the same thing. Since Flair and Foley are actually two of the guys who don't even turn on a computer and simply don't think along those lines of doing an angle, I wouldn't be so sure, and let's just say my gut says otherwise. If it's not an angle, I sure don't envy Vince and Laurinaitis on this one. They are two passionate people about their legacies, and what we're arguing about sounded legit, including Foley supposedly saying to Flair that, quote, "You said you weren't bothered by what I wrote," unquote, and Flair saying he wasn't bothered and what he wrote in his book was simply a receipt. Others, who would theoretically be more in the know and said it wasn't, tabbed it as both coming across childish, arguing about their respective places in the wrestling landscape. We'll all know soon because it'll be clear within weeks if they are doing a program. So, Matt, it wasn't clear within weeks. It was clear, they eventually did do a program with each other. I'm pretty confident saying that was probably a legit argument. Foley will definitely touch on that in his promo on Final Battle 2004. So maybe I didn't go into that final bit, but give you some background on why this is such a topic that comes up. That this happened, weeks before or days before he did the show. And I didn't put in the Pro Wrestling Torch report because it was basically the same story with a little bit less detail. But the Torch kind of made it sound like, I don't know if they were speaking as a guest or with some kind of authority on this, but they kind of made it sound like that one of the things that maybe got Flair mad was the Ring of Honor promos Foley was doing, where he was, I'm sure Rick probably wasn't watching Ring of Honor DVDs, but probably the word was getting to him maybe that Foley was really going in on him on a couple of those shows.
I mean, yeah, I could imagine that. All this stuff seems so petty, though, and I could see why people treated it like a big deal, 16 years ago, but 16 years later it just feels like, oh, okay, this was nothing. Who cares? Like, they, Foley, when we get to his promo, seemed remorseful about it. They ended up doing business in two different promotions over the next few years. It's just like the sort of drama that just feels like a big deal at the time and feels like nothing after a little while.
Yeah, I do feel like we've been pretty down on the Flair Steamboat feud, or at least certain aspects of it. And I think probably the
Foley Steamboat feud. We were both fans of the Flair Steamboat feud.
Oh yeah. Oops. Slip there. Yeah, the Foley Steamboat feud. No, I hate those matches, Matt. They're just terrible. They're the worst. No, but we were down the Foley Steamboat feud, and when I read like all the newsletters coverage of it and the year-end awards, which we'll get to later, they're really high on it in a lot of ways. But I think maybe one of the reasons why we're more down on is, like you just said, where this was basically, I think they even said in the Observer, this was basically Ring of Honor's way of doing a Flair Foley feud without having access to Flair. And at the time, this was something that fans really were into reading about, and Foley did basically a whole shoot interview with Ring of Honor, where like half of this long shoot interview was him just responding to Flair line by line, his book. And so that stuff, like you said, it doesn't seem like a big deal now, knowing that they do work together and knowing that in the age of social media, like wrestlers bicker in public like every 2 weeks. So I think that probably takes away some of the novelty of it, watching it 15, 16 years later.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, to me, it takes away all of the novelty of it.
Yeah.
Well, we'll get to it later. Yeah.
We will indeed. Going to the Pro Wrestling Torch, they reported during this month regarding rumors of Ring of Honor testing the waters with some West Coast shows in 2005. Ring of Honor promoter Gabe Sapolsky says no. There are no plans right now as you get into a heavy flight expense and there is a lack of local talent in a lot of the Western markets, Sapolsky tells the Torch. It looks like the farthest west we'll go in 2005 is Chicago, but of course things can change. So that was something I remember a lot when I was following Ring of Honor during this period, where people were always saying, like, when are you going to go to the West Coast? Like, PWG runs the West Coast. When are you going to go? And yeah, I have to imagine it probably wouldn't have made financial sense to fly so much of the roster to the West Coast. I mean, maybe for one super show, but even then, is that going to sell more DVDs to say, oh, like, Ring of Honor's in Los Angeles for one event?
They ended up doing a show, like a one-off show at a convention in San Francisco in 2007. And I'm pretty sure that was their first West Coast show and maybe their only West Coast show for a long time.
Yeah, it's funny. Like, that was the other thing, too. Like, Gabe kind of touches on it there, where he says there's a lack of local talent in a lot of the Western markets, where that's almost kind of a burn on PWG, maybe not intentionally, because PWG, half the roster or more was kind of the same all-star indie guys that Ring of Honor and other big indies were booking, but then they would fill up the card with more local California guys. And, I remember that was another thing. There's a lot of debates about where some people were like, these guys are really good, and some guys were like, they're underrated, and other people would say, no, these guys are a cut below what you would see elsewhere on undercards and super indies.
But the thing is, so like in a few years, obviously there'd be a lot of good West Coast talent, but also in the pre-ROH era, like some of the hottest indies in the country were in the West Coast. APW, right? UPW, Pro Wrestling Epic and Iron and like places like that. You had, obviously Danielson and Joe like did a lot of stuff on the West Coast. You had Super Dragon, obviously, Excalibur, who, never achieved the heights as a wrestler that the other guys did, but there were a lot of guys that came out of that West Coast scene. I don't know if 2004 was just considered like a low point for it or if Gabe was just being a jerk.
Yeah. And again, he doesn't outright say it. But he does say a lack of local talent in a lot of the Western markets. So, I mean,
I'm not an expert in the West Coast indie scene, so I can't say for sure that he's wrong or right, but just saying, it seems rough to say. There was also a lot of indie talent at the time that got a lot of buzz that people loved that Gabe just wasn't interested in booking, including guys that he would book a lot, in the not too distant future. I mean, Chris Hero, for one, Super Dragon. These are all guys that like lots of people thought were great, and Gabe just didn't see it in them for a while.
Yeah, and like Super Dragon in particular was one of those there's a guy from California that he was, to a certain circle of fans, a huge, top indie guy. But I guess to end this, we should just say that if you want to learn more about PWG during this era, there's a podcast we're completely unaffiliated with, but I think it's Journey Through Gorilla Island. And it is a podcast where four friends from Ireland talk just about PWG starting from the early days. So if you want a podcast like this but for PWG, if you want to see if these guys would agree with Gabe, I mean, there's a podcast right for you. So and then next up we have a little clip from The Observer, which Dave writes, after the end of the month, Jim Cornette has decided against taking indie bookings for the most part, except from Ring of Honor, just because he doesn't think it's worth the hassle. Cornette also is in need of knee surgery for cartilage problems that date back to falling off a scaffold at Starrcade 86 in Atlanta. So it is interesting, again, it's one of those little things that shows you that people did make Ring of Honor a higher priority than a lot of things, where even in the story, like they say Cornette's scaling back, but he's still going to, show up for Ring of Honor. And obviously in upcoming years, we'd see at some points he's basically a regular during some little era. So he went out of his way to make time for Ring of Honor. I'm sure some wrestlers in some eras of Ring of Honor don't see that as a good thing, and I'm sure some do.
At the time, I think it was pretty uncontroversial.
Yes. No, Cornette was pretty well loved unless you were like a hardcore Vince Russo fan.
Yes.
And there were some. I mean, there still are some. Unbelievably, there still are some.
Yes.
But,
me, obviously.
That's Matt's secret podcast, Russo-rific. Great show that's not ever going to be on the feed. But
on that podcast, my name is Vince Feuerstein.
And last, we got a ton of different news stories about Ricky Steamboat, because this was his last show in Ring of Honor, and lots of inside little tidbits and stuff. So I'll just there's a bunch of stuff here, Matt. We'll go through it. The Observer writes, Ricky Steamboat is available for some Ring of Honor dates, even though he's signed with WWE, even though it appeared that December 26th, which is Final Battle, was his blow-off. There are no dates for him to return that are booked, but he hasn't been stopped by WWE from doing dates that wouldn't interfere with his schedule. Those would be limited, and his main function is more to help the guys become better workers, as there isn't much more that can be done with him at this point as talent, other than a special ref deal or appearance to put over a big match. So first off, I mean, it is interesting that that according to the newsletter, that Steamboat technically could have, if his schedule permitted, which it likely wouldn't with house shows and stuff, but like he could have done more Ring of Honor. Do you agree that there was nothing more he really could have done in front of the camera? I mean, I think there probably is, but at the same time, I don't think there's like some big obvious thing like, oh, there's some angle Ring of Honor left on the table undone. Like he could have worked with blank, but.
Yeah, I mean, is there nothing more he could have done? I guess probably not. I mean, there's always more that you could do, but did he need to be on any other ROH shows? Would the returns have been incredibly diminished? Yes. Yeah. I mean, I guess the best thing that you could say is if you debuted in a new market or something and he was a name you listed, I guess that would probably be helpful. But other than that, no, I think he had kind of run his course as part of the mix. Certainly wouldn't have been unwelcome to see at other points, but there was nothing that they needed him for.
Yeah, I would agree there. And in fact, like the Observer just mentioned, his biggest contribution was probably behind the scenes. In fact, Dave wrote in a different Observer, many sources in Ring of Honor credit Steamboat with helping greatly improve the psychology and timing of the wrestlers here. And that's something we've heard a lot in recent episodes. And, wrestlers, I think to this day would probably from this era tell you that Steamboat was a great help backstage in different ways. And we just talked about him at All-Star Extravaganza 2, one of the best spots in that match is a Ricky Steamboat of Punk Joe 3 is a Ricky Steamboat idea. So moving on to the Pro Wrestling Torch, they wrote, New WWE agent Ricky Steamboat held a meeting with Ring of Honor wrestlers at Sunday's event in Philadelphia, that's Final Battle, explaining that he was taking the full-time WWE job, that he wouldn't have many free weekend dates to work Ring of Honor, although WWE wasn't forbidding him from doing so should there be an open date. And he then went on to tell the Ring of Honor crew that what he's learned about what WWE is looking for in wrestlers. He told them that McMahon is trying to, quote, get back to an 80s style, unquote, where fewer risks are taken, especially that wear on the neck, since neck injuries have cost McMahon usage of many wrestlers for extended periods, ended Steve Austin's career, and threatens to end or greatly limit Kurt Angle's. Steamboat also told the wrestlers to play to the cameras and learn to work holds on the mat to slow down matches after a series of high spots. That said, one Ring of Honor wrestler says there isn't a feeling that many of them have a chance to get to WWE. This wrestler is quoted as saying, "I don't see too many of us getting hired. They are looking for 6'4" muscle heads and bigger. It's ridiculous. They're not wrestlers, and WWE fans are letting them know." I wonder which Ring of Honor wrestler told Wade that. I know Jimmy Rave did a Torch Talk with them this year in 2004, and Samoa Joe did one. I know HC Loke would occasionally give them on-the-record quotes. I don't know who else Wade talked to in Ring of Honor, but it could be anybody, really, probably. I'm sure that sentiment was very widespread, so I agree. It could have been anybody.
I remember hearing a lot about this, quote, new style that WWE was pushing back in like 04, 05. And I'd be interested to go back and watch those shows to see if that really panned out on the matches, as far as like whether or not there really was this new 80s-esque style. I do think like they toned down a bit from like 2000, where there was the ECW influence was strong. But I don't know. I don't know. I guess it would just be interesting to go back and watch and just see like, oh yeah, this was a more low-key, grounded style.
Did you also notice, and this is relating to something we'll talk about later, but during the big Foley Steamboat promo during the show, Foley says something like, I've really noticed in these last few weeks since you've joined WWE, you can notice the product's improved. And I was thinking, was there really a difference, or is that Foley just like saying something nice to kind of blow smoke up Steamboat's ass for the purpose of being nice to him in a promo? Because I mean, for all I know, maybe, but I can't imagine like Steamboat coming on as an individual agent in a company that had a lot of agents and still does, just change the product completely immediately, or ever probably.
I don't remember some great December 2004 resurgence of great wrestling in WWE, so I'm going to say no.
It would be funny if we went back and watched 2004 WWE and like there's a match on every single show where someone puts their feet on the ropes. Like it turns out that's Steamboat's one idea. Like, holy shit, man, we missed this. He's just coming up to everybody on every show. He's like, are you a heel? Have you ever tried putting your feet on the ropes? He just says that over and over again. Anyway, so the Torch had another thing, a big long thing where they really had a lot of thoughts about Steamboat. So Wade writes, new WWE agent Ricky Steamboat's profile was raised last year when he began working regularly for Ring of Honor. Steamboat tells the Torch, so he actually talked to the Torch. He started with Ring of Honor when Les Thatcher booked him for a personal appearance, and then the response was great, so they kept using me. Ring of Honor promoter Gabe Sapolsky tells the Torch about the strengths of Rick Steamboat and assets he brought to Ring of Honor last year, and those qualify him to be a strong agent in WWE. Quote, Steamboat is one of the best ever when it comes to doing all the small things and interacting with the crowd, and those are the things that really make a match great, Gabe says.
When they say he's one of the best ever at doing all the small things, it means that he was great when he sang that Blink-182 song karaoke.
They brought the house down every night, man, after the shows. Gabe continued, Steamboat does so many subtle mannerisms and is always working and doing something, even if it's just a slight movement that draws the crowd into him. He is so good at listening to the crowd and reacting to them. Every young wrestler should study him. He always had a great amount of charisma, and now he has a very distinguished and tough charisma, and of course, his wrestling is second to none. Steamboat tells the Torch that he was happy to contribute to Ring of Honor, saying, the old-timers showed me early on, so I'm just passing it along. He says he liked working for Ring of Honor because it's a good company and with a mix of old school and new school. During a Torch Talk interview last year, Samoa Joe complimented Steamboat for being a good mentor backstage. Sapolsky agrees, saying his presence helped the Ring of Honor locker room, and he got more and more involved as time went on. He is so generous with giving out advice, and he does it in such a great way that he just commands respect, but without him asking for it, says Sapolsky. Every word that comes out of his mouth is a valuable piece of advice. I and everyone around him learn something new every time we work with him. Sapolsky reflects on his interaction with Steamboat when booking the CM Punk Steamboat feud earlier this year. I basically went to Rick with the idea and direction of the angle and storyline, and then he added details to the execution of it. That is where I learned a lot. For instance, in St. Paul, I suggested to him that Punk and Cabana jump him and beat him down. He then took that and added details such as he would make a comeback and go to chop Punk, but Cabana would grab his arm from behind, and then Punk would get in a cheap shot, and Cabana would then hold him while Punk beat him down. So instead of a simple beatdown, it became something that had more excitement with Steamboat's comebacks, made Cabana look strong because he's the one who caused Steamboat to be taken down, and then in the end, it really made Punk more of a heel for the way he beat up Steamboat. Sapolsky says he knew Steamboat would be respected by Ring of Honor fans, but his popularity exceeded expectations during 2004. I knew he would be really be over with our audience. I feel the Ric Flair DVD made him hot because he had the best matches on that DVD that stood at the test of time. Flair put him over like $1 million on it. I didn't realize what magic we had going on until he chopped and arm dragged Punk in Elizabeth, New Jersey. Steamboat tells the Torch, "It's nice they remembered me." Steamboat says he couldn't wrestle a full-fledged match with Ring of Honor because of my back. I cannot, but I would have loved to. At the beginning of this year, Steamboat accepted an offer to be a full-time road agent for for WWE, passing along his wisdom to today's generation of WWE wrestlers. So that's another big, chunk for Steamboat. I thought it was interesting that Gabe really went into detail on just like a little modification Steamboat would add. And from everything I've heard on these stories of Steamboat, like we talked about on the last show, it's a lot of that where Steamboat is not giving them like huge things. He's like a spot here, a moment here, like literally like they were saying, just those little details, which is
all the small things.
Again, he took that song to heart more than anybody, more than any 15-year-old girl. It was Steamboat who was taking notes and going, you know what, this is what I'm going to focus on.
He walks into the building and he goes, "Turn the lights off. Carry me home. We're going to do this match this way."
I would love that last line was the line in the song. Uh-huh. But and again, we've talked about this in the past. Steamboat saying he couldn't ever wrestle again because of his back. Obviously, that would change with WWE money. Couple more notes, Matt, before we get to the show. Again, the Torch had a lot of stuff during this period. The Torch writes, Mick Foley isn't shy about telling Ring of Honor wrestlers that his match with Randy Orton, quote, made Orton. The feeling on Foley is entirely positive from anyone who interacts with him, both fellow wrestlers or fans. But Foley is not shy about touting his achievements either. The feeling is Foley wants to be considered a star maker when it comes to Samoa Joe, in the same way he sees himself as having elevated Randy Orton. I don't think he accomplishes that, Matt. I don't think, Foley can he probably gets a little credit because he really did talk him up everywhere during these few months that he was working with Foley with Joe. But if his goal was trying to make him another Randy Orton, like Joe became a big name, but it wasn't because of Foley.
Well, at this point, Foley still assumes that he's going to be doing a match, I think, with Joe. And I don't remember why that doesn't happen, but I guess we'll find out.
Yeah. And then finally, speaking of Joe and Mick Foley, I think this is the final note. Yeah, final note in the news from the Pro Wrestling Torch. Several people within WWE are proponents of bringing former 21-month Ring of Honor World Heavyweight Champion Samoa Joe into the promotion. Ricky Steamboat is one of those people. Steamboat, though, doesn't have a lot of pull within WWE yet, given that he just agreed in recent weeks to become a full-time road agent after his several-week tryout went well. Steamboat got a first-hand look at Joe's in-ring work, crowd reactions to him, and his professionalism behind the scenes during his Ring of Honor stint. Steamboat has outright told people in Ring of Honor he'll be the first to endorse Joe if any higher-ups in WWE ask about him. Mick Foley is also a big Samoa Joe fan, taking part in an angle with him on last Sunday's Ring of Honor event. Foley outright said during his promo at the Ring of Honor event that Joe belongs in WWE. Foley is another wrestler who will be proactive in Joe getting a close look. Joe, at around 6 feet tall, give or take an inch, is taller than Chris Benoit, Eddie Guerrero, and Chris Jericho, shorter than Triple H, Randy Orton, Batista, and JBL, and around the same height as Shawn Michaels. But with a much thicker frame and a style unique to WWE's current roster, he could be a great fit. In Ring of Honor, he has proven he can have credible matches with shorter wrestlers, while with CM Punk, he had great matches with someone slightly taller. There have been no negotiations with Joe and WWE at this time, even though his dropping the Ring of Honor title on Sunday led to some speculation that a jump was in the works. Joe is close friends with fellow Ring of Honor headliner CM Punk, and Punk will also get endorsements from Steamboat and Foley. So, Matt, this continued to kind of almost aggravates me and makes me feel bad for Joe, where, like, he was working in the LA dojo and clearly wanted to work for New Japan, the LA New Japan dojo, and he wanted to work there. They never really picked up on him. He clearly had people within WWE that could talk to higher ups there that were championing him. He didn't get into WWE till he was past his physical prime way later. I mean, it is sad that he not only was so talented, but he had people in the two biggest promotions in the world that were actively or at least, connections in both those promotions. And he still couldn't get in them. Like, it shows you how big the bias was against people that looked like Foley at this time.
It's also just crazy. It's also just crazy how height obsessed. Like that Wade had to make a big list about well, he was as tall as him, but shorter than him, but slightly taller than him, and he had good matches with people that were slightly this tall. It's like, Jesus, was everyone so? What is this, a dating app? Like, everyone was so obsessed with height. It's like, I mean, I know that height still matters, I'm sure, to Vince McMahon and people, but I'm sure it's better now, right? I don't think people are just so concerned with who is an inch taller than who, right? At this point.
Well, I forget, but it might have been this era, but wasn't there? This is part of the John Laurinaitis era of being one of the big movers and shakers backstage and in WWE. And wasn't there a mandate at one point where John Laurinaitis was told or decided that I forget it was 6'2" or 6'4", but everyone that was brought into developmental had to be at least 6'2" or something. Right.
There was definitely a phase like that, but that's one of those things where it's Vince or Laurinaitis or whoever, they get this idea and they're going to they just suddenly, it's this is our rule, but it doesn't usually last that long. But of course, in Vince McMahon's whole career, there has been a unwritten rule that he prefers tall guys. I mean, I guess wrestling in general is like that, but other promoters, I feel were a bit more open-minded for a long time than Vince McMahon was.
Yeah, it's just crazy. They're not even that short. They're not. CM Punk and Samoa Joe are not Austin Aries height. And nothing against Austin Aries. He's a great performer. But you hear that quote from that unnamed Ring of Honor source we talked about a few minutes ago, where he said, Vince is looking for 6'4" people, and I feel that's a really tall height. And that was the feeling that you couldn't just be average height, even that you had to be better than average. And I feel like you were saying, it's changed now, hasn't it? And I would say it totally has changed now, because although height is still a positive and being too short is definitely a negative, I don't feel like anyone 5'9", 5'10", or whatever is they're never going to make it, regardless of how talented they are.
Although there is that whole Chad Gable thing, where they literally named him Shorty G, for no good reason. So Vince still definitely does have something in him that dislikes short people.
Well, no, and that's why I specifies if you're 5'9", 5'10", because I think once you start getting to 5'8" or less, unless you're Rey Mysterio.
Or Bryan Danielson, yeah.
Oh, yeah, Bryan Danielson too. But with rare exceptions, I do think if you're particularly short, that is going to be maybe not completely insurmountable, but definitely a big weight on your back to becoming a top star in WWE.
Yeah, true.
But in the old days, it felt like being even 6 feet was not so hot in some eras of WWE. So yeah. It has improved by a few inches, man. It improves an inch a decade. And finally, we can get to Final Battle 2004, the final show of Ring of Honor in 2004. And it took place December 26th, Boxing Day to Canadians and British people. I'm Canadian, so I appreciate you godless Americans, Matt. You don't know.
It might have been Boxing Day in Canada, but it was Wrestling Day in America.
So it took place December 26, 2004 at the Pennsylvania National Guard Armory in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, in front of a reported crowd of 650 fans. We opened the show with Bryan Danielson backstage. Brian says it's time for a new year, and when that happens, you look back and you think about what you could have done better. Danielson says he and Low-Ki had matches that put Ring of Honor on the map, and when they did those matches, they loved wrestling. Brian understands why Low-Ki turned on him, as he admits himself that they've both turned on people in the past, but he says, when you and I used to turn on people in the before, we did it to their faces. Brian says if Ki was going to turn on him, he should have punched him in the face, not attacked him from behind with the other Rottweilers. Brian says when they wrestle tonight, 3 years since the last time they did, it's not going to be about their love of wrestling. It's going to be about Brian's hatred of Low-Ki and the Rottweilers. He says he's going to going after Low-Ki, and then after that he's going to go after Homicide in their upcoming Best of 5 match series, with every match having a different stipulation. And he says after that he's going to go after the Pitbulls. So his goal is to take the Rottweilers out one by one by one by one by one, he says. So I guess he's including Julius Smokes there. Just a basic Bryan Danielson promo. Do you have any thoughts, Matt?
No, it wasn't a great promo, but it got the job done. I like the trend of having these serious promos at the beginning of shows that lay things out. They've done that a few times recently, and I think it's good, and I like that they keep doing it. So whether the promo itself is super great, it lays the stakes down, and it does what it's supposed to do, so I hope they keep doing them.
The only thing I will say about this promo is it was one of those weird things where it sometimes happens in Ring of Honor where Danielson is acting like this is already like this Best of 5 match series coming up with Homicide's like an already agreed to known thing. But then the commentary and Homicide's promo later makes it sound like he hasn't agreed to it yet, and we have to find out, does he agree to it? And I think this might have even been one of those things that was already announced on the Ring of Honor website. So it's one of those things where sometimes, Ring of Honor kind of plays with, is this is going to be agreed to, or this was made just now. But if you kind of look at the history and the booking, it was already known to be announced, but they still filmed a segment for the DVD acting like it was a spontaneous thing.
Like they have this thought that there are these people that watch these DVDs all the time, but will never actually check the website and stuff. And I don't know, I guess it could be true if people are watching these shows now, but at the time, I feel like everyone who was interested in ROH was also following along on the website.
Maybe Gabe anticipated this podcast, Matt. Although, quite frankly, even then, I checked the Ring of Honor website using the Wayback Machine. Although, if anyone has tips to get the old Ring of Honor news wires, the Wayback Machine, once it gets to late 2004, it just becomes like a maze of dead links. So if anyone has any of old news wires from 2005, a source for those, ThROH The Years at gmail.com, THROH for through. I mean, I don't expect people to have a source, but if on the off chance someone does, drop us a line. I would love to see them. And that brings us to the opening match of the show, Matt. Jimmy Jacobs defeated Trent Acid via pinfall in 6 minutes, 1 second after he hits the Contra code. Matt, this was Trent Acid's final match in Ring of Honor. What do you think? Did he go out with a bang, a whimper, something between a bang and a whimper?
A wang, you mean?
Did he go out with a wang, Matt?
Kind of. Punk and Gabe are on commentary again, and they make fun of Acid's look, right off the bat. It's kind of weird to hear CM Punk of all people in this era making fun of a guy for looking scruffy and dirty. Yeah. Wasn't that kind of his thing? The match itself, is mostly basic stuff. The guy, guys. First of all, the premise was Punk says both guys have been told they need a win or they could be out of a job in ROH, and I'm thinking why would Jacobs be in that position? He's been in high-profile matches, gotten some big wins. I can't imagine why Jacobs and Trent Acid would be in the same position here as far as their jobs being on the bubble. So that part wasn't totally believable. But I guess a year later, Jimmy Jacobs' job really was on the bubble. So who the hell knows? They do their signature spots. Acid does a tree of woe neck breaker. They do Yakuza kicks. They do roll-ups. They do Falcon arrows. The big memorable spot to me is when Acid falls trying to do a bridge into a backslide, and the crowd is really happy to chant, "You fucked up." And I felt really bad for him because I was like, man, if there was any chance of Gabe giving this guy another chance, that botching a backslide probably ended that for him, considering how on the bubble he obviously really was. But I like some of the moves. I always liked Acid's, big like run into the guardrail on the outside, where he like takes a guy and does like a running power slam charge into the guardrail. Jacobs did his usual stick where like you can't hurt his head, like with the head, where Acid tries headbutting him and it hurts himself. But yeah, Acid hits a Yakuza kick. He tries pinning Jacobs, but then picks him up for no reason, which I still don't totally get what they were going for with Acid. Jacobs follows up with the Contra Code out of nowhere, gets the win. Yeah, there was really no major story other than like I guess Acid being too cocky and dirty. So since he was so cocky, he sort of went out with a wang. This is also, I guess, when you think about it, it's one of Jimmy Jacobs' first real singles wins. But yeah, no, the match was mostly nothing except for a big botch that was uncomfortable.
Yeah, this match was just average. It was 6 minutes of it was 6 minutes of just guys doing cool moves, but it wasn't like paced, like fast paced. So it wasn't like one of those 6 minutes where it's just like a blistering speed of like really dense. It was just kind of it almost felt like a Ring of Honor TV show match if they had a TV show where it's like 6 minutes. They do some nice spots, but it's not particularly that great. And I agree with you. Trent Acid, knowing he was losing here, like the fact that he lifted up, he had a 2 count after he hit the big Yakuza kick late on Jimmy Jacobs, and he lifts him up off the canvas at 2, and then Jacobs wins almost immediately afterwards. I felt like that was kind of shitty I don't know if that was Trent Acid's idea or the booking, but
yeah, it's hard to know who to blame for that.
Yeah, I mean, either way, like when Jacobs is staying and Acid's on his way out to like take a visual pinfall from the guy that's staying, that's kind of a shitty thing. But yeah, the big story was just again how much they continue to shit on Trent Acid, and like you said, I don't know how much of this is a gimmick and how much of this was ever real, but clearly it ended up being real. I think Trent Acid does do a little angle, which I don't even know if it makes tape or not, at an upcoming Philly show in early 2005 that like he's here but he's not employed. But this is it for Trent Acid, and really after like the King of the Multi-Man gimmick, that short thing, like it was all downhill for these last few months. And with how much of this whole thing where the announcing constantly shits on Acid for not really caring about wrestling and dressing like a hobo and all that stuff, like how much of that is a gimmick and how much of that is real? Either way, it's bad, because like if your gimmick is you don't give a shit, like that's on par with WWE giving Lance Storm the boring gimmick of a gimmick where like there's no way this turns out good for you. Like there's no way you have a I suck and don't give a shit gimmick and you become a big star out of it. Like going to at one point Acid has to bridge up. I think you might mention that he has to bridge out of a hold, and he isn't able to bridge. Like he isn't strong enough, like a legit botch. And Gabe, if that was a different wrestler, I think he'd be way more charitable and just be like, oh, maybe he's been worn down so he can't do it. And instead, Gabe literally just says something like, if he was in the proper condition, he'd be able to bridge up. Like he just shivs him and just like, this guy actually trained and gave a shit. He wouldn't have fucked that up. So bad time for Trent Acid. And, Trent Acid, another highlight for me was after he does that big running power slam into the barricade, he sees that there's an empty water bottle at ringside and he picks it up and tries to take a drink, like some fan's water bottle. And I just thought, that's another thing. I don't know if we'll ever see that spot again, Matt, in a post-COVID world. People might be more germ-phobic now. I would have been germ-phobic back then, actually. Like I sometimes saw wrestlers, they would like grab like a fan's beer and take a gulp. Like, Hangman Page would do that. And I'd be like, no way am I drinking some other guy's goddamn backwash for a wrestling angle. But wrestlers, man, they're braver than us. But
yeah, I mean, there's a lot of like fluidity in wrestling. So I think that there's a certain point where a wrestler is like, you know what? It is what it is. I got to keep my immune system strong. But you're right. Pandemics could change people's mindsets, turn them into us.
I thought this was an interesting also time in Jimmy Jacobs' career, because it felt like the few shows before the last one, All-Star Extravaganza 2, or at least for a couple, like they were trying to get Jacobs away from the Huss gimmick. Like Gabe was talking on commentary, like he's moving on from the Huss stuff. And you could always tell, even though the Huss gimmick was really over basically almost every show Jacobs did, that Gabe and Nolte, like Gabe particularly, weren't huge fans of the gimmick, just the way they talked about it and always kind of joked about it.
And I can actually, just to defend Gabe, because obviously the Huss stuff was over, but I do think you can look at it and be like, this is a bit limiting for a guy that we think has a lot of potential. You know what I mean?
I think it was limiting in 2004. I think nowadays, with the way indie wrestling is, like that could be a gimmick you could make years of money off of. But no, in 2004, it was different. But I feel like this was a weird point because at All-Star Extravaganza 2, they had Jimmy do the Huss stuff for that segment with Bobby Heenan. So they had him bring it back just so Heenan could play off of it. And here on this show, he's not doing the Huss, but he's doing like every other aspect of the gimmick. He's doing the grab his wrist thing, you know. He's wearing the furry boots. He's doing the spot where Acid rams his head into like the ring apron or whatever, and it doesn't hurt him. Like he's basically doing every part of the Huss gimmick except the part the fans like the most. And it's kind of just this weird transition point in his career where he doesn't have the Jimmy Loves Lacey thing yet, but he's kind of also starting to get deprived of the Huss gimmick. He's in this weird middle ground.
That's a good point, and it actually, I mean, he has a bit of a push early in 2005, but then in late 2005, he's sort of drifting, and he has to sort of save his own career. So it'll be interesting to look at the trajectory of Jimmy Jacobs. But you're right, they might have screwed him a little bit by taking away the Huss thing.
Yeah, and actually, that'll go. I'll get to it in a second. But like, I think the next match we can also tie that in about another gimmick or act where one gimmick is being taken away, but it's not really being replaced with anything. But finally, my last little note on this match is we'll have a few notes from this show from the Death Valley Driver guys, because Phil Schneider and Tom Kay went to the show and they have a few little live notes and interesting, I think, opinions. And this was just kind of a snarky line that was a little mean, but I enjoyed. Phil Schneider wrote about this match live. Trent Acid is working a disgruntled losing streak gimmick, so we get Acid working a lazy gimmick. Apparently, he's been working this angle his entire career, Phil writes. I thought, ouch. But, there was definitely a lot of people that did not like Trent Acid. I felt like, there was a time in 2003 where I felt like he could have been something in Ring of Honor. Those 2 Homicide matches. He was over as part of the Backseat Boys gimmick, and he just missed his window. And by the time he started to get a push in 2004, he just didn't have the performances anymore. But, after the match, Jacobs is looking for a handshake, but Acid grabs the mic and tells the PA man to turn off Jacobs' theme. He's pissed. He tells Jimmy he doesn't want to shake his hand because he fucking quits. And he proceeds to leave through the crowd, not even going back through the curtain. So we'll see Trent again a little bit later, but this is basically him leaving the company for real. Although, but like, was it like, or was that just a coincidence kind of? Like, why were they giving him so much time and like this whole angle? If he was just going to go, like, why not just stop booking him like they do a million other people? Like, what were they going for? I still don't know what the idea behind all this was. It doesn't make any sense to me. And again, he does show up at One More Philly show, not wrestling. So, yeah, it does feel like he had an angle that maybe doesn't have. It wouldn't even shock me if they even told him, like, we're going to have you quit, but we'll write it into an angle. And then they just actually meant it. Like, we'll tell him it's an angle, but then we'll just won't book him anymore.
But
like,
why?
I don't know. Stranger things have happened, Matt. It's the pro wrestling booking equivalent of ghosting someone.
Definitely
I'm not going to break up
yeah.
with you. I'm just going to stop booking you. That brings us to Deranged and Lacey defeating Angel Dust and Becky Bayless in 7:39, a mixed tag, when Lacey pins Bayless after she hits an implant DDT. Matt, we usually don't talk too much about our opinions on the show before we do the podcast, but you did, when we were talking the other day, you did mention you liked this match. This is going to be one of the rare times probably where we have a big gulf in our opinions, because this is a match I'm going to give a rare through the years rating of below average, because most of this match is Angel Dust and Deranged wrestling, and I thought that was better than below average. I enjoyed that just fine. Both guys did some really big double stomps. Both of them did double stomps like really high up, like instead of hitting the chest or the midsection, it looked like they hit upper chest, almost neck, like they looked really deadly in a good way. Angel Dust always has some good looking offense. He does a lot of stuff based around like the electric chair position. Today on this show, he didn't do his regular like electric chair driver, but he just did like an electric chair drop that looked good. I thought Lacey looked fairly good in the final minute, but this match is mostly like, I would say the first 6 or 7 minutes or the first 5 or 6 minutes of this is basically just a deranged Angel Dust singles match with each woman hitting the opposing team's man from the apron at one point. And then the last minute, they decide, okay, here comes the women. And I thought Becky really didn't look great. She didn't botch anything, but the way she moved on stuff, like even running into the corner or the way she like bumped on a kick or stuff, like she looked very awkward, like someone that didn't have a lot of wrestling experience. And more than that, what bugged me though, Matt, what took this from like an average to a below average was, even though we've grown in some ways numb to it, the misogyny in this match really bugged me. And it was Punk more than Gabe on this one. Like, I'm just looking at my notes if I can find examples. Punk at one point says, you don't want to tag the girls in because girls are no good. When Lacey tags in, Gabe's like, oh, they're so hot. And, Punk says something like, this isn't Punk being misogynist, but just being goofy. Goes, speaking of really hot, I just spilled coffee on myself, which is sometimes Punk could be really surprisingly corny for a guy that was considered really cool on these Ring of Honor shows. Punk says that the two men tagged out, when they tagged out to the girls, he said that they tagged out to, quote, their respective broads, unquote. And then he says, oh, we've got girl on girl action now. And it was that kind of misogyny combined with the women's sequence not being that great, combined with Gabe doing his usual where he's patting himself on the back even for their treatment of women, even though it's not really much, if any, better than WWE. He does his usual, it's no diva search, I'll tell you that much. And Punk and Gabe do the old, oh, these women can really wrestle, kind of overselling it. And Matt, I think I would say my favorite part of this match was Punk saying that if Deranged and Angel Dust got back together, they could be called Derangel Dust, which made me want them to get back together.
But they were a tag team, and they never used that, so...
Yeah, unfortunately. Matt, what did you think about this? You probably like this more than me.
Yeah, well, first of all, I mean, I think what it sounds like you're saying is that you give the presentation a rating of below average and not the actual match. Am I correct in saying
average,
that?
Yeah, and...
Because I don't totally... I wouldn't totally hold the commentary against the match because that's not the match. You know what I mean? Like, I get it. It's the presentation. The commentary did a lot of stuff that was pretty typical of ROH with women, as far as, hot girl on girl action, Gabe saying Lacey is nothing to sleep on, and Punk making hay out of that. Gabe just throwing in, oh, she's pretty hot for no reason, all that stuff. But like you said, I have gotten a bit numb to it. That said, obviously the misogyny has been a consistent problem for 3 years. So I'm not, minimizing it in that sense. But as far as just the match itself, it was better than I expected. I thought that, like you said, Angel Dust and Deranged had like some really, really, really good sequences. There was one sequence, like you said, where Angel Dust goes for the electric chair driver, Deranged fights out, Deranged goes for his own Rana, but Angel Dust blocks that. Then they have this long struggle until Angel Dust gets Deranged back in the electric chair position, drops him down face first, double stomps his head, then Deranged jumps from the apron into a springboard double stomp onto Angel Dust's chest while Angel Dust is standing, which just felt really impactful. Whenever Lacey would tag in, like she slapped Angel Dust, gave him a hard kick, dominated him, looked pretty damn good considering this is her first ever in-ring performance in ROH. Like Angel Dust blocked the top rope Rana and jumped off the top rope and double stomped Deranged face. So it's like this match was double stomp city. Yeah. Becky, she does like some not great looking backdrops, but like you said, like considering like it really wasn't that bad. She does a bulldog, which I thought actually looked pretty good. Not pretty good, I shouldn't say that, but it really like not bad at all. Which Deranged broke up and we got some more slaps. Then Deranged hits a hard forearm to Becky's face, which checks that ROH box, but I guess at least it was a match. I don't know how much better that makes it, but Angel Dust does a big dive onto Cheech and Cloudy. I just thought there was a lot of, entertaining stuff in the match. Lacey and Becky, they exchange forearms until Deranged trips Becky from the outside. Lacey hits an implant DDT, which I thought was a good, well-executed DDT, and got the win. I don't know, maybe it was an expectations game, but I thought that there was a lot of good-looking stuff in the match, and, in terms of, like, wrestling, I'm not trying to be gross. And I don't know, like, I didn't think it was a great match or anything, but I definitely enjoyed it. It definitely exceeded my expectations. I thought Deranged and Angel Dust tore it up, to be honest. Like, I really thought they looked, Angel Dust in particular looked better here than he has in a long, long time.
So, first off, I agree about that, about Angel Dust. I feel like Angel Dust is kind of like one of those feast or famine guys so far in Ring of Honor, where he can look really good in a brief little setting, or he can have like 2 botches in a 6-minute match.
Yeah.
It just kind of depends on if everything hits his way, he can look really good. But a lot of times I would say he's probably one of the most botchiest wrestlers in Ring of Honor that we've seen up to this point. But the other thing I want to talk about with this match, and maybe another reason why I'm a little more sour on it than you, is I didn't really love the booking of this because, like you said, the match, it ends with Becky getting tripped by Deranged when she's hitting the ropes, and then, she gets up and Lacey's able to hit a kick and the implant DDT. And in a way that's very classic, solid, standard booking, which is early on. This is one of the first matches of the Special K feud, so you have the heels win first during cheating. But I feel like the face side of Special K, the side that's quote unquote taking wrestling seriously, Dixie and Angel Dust and Becky, they've been on such a losing streak and been positioned as losers. And even on this show, they're still coming out with no music. Like, I kind of felt like they should have won tonight. I kind of felt like they needed a win. Not that this is a major important storyline for Ring of Honor. And I also felt like just the one trip being all that it took in the grand scheme of things, I could have, if you were going to cheat, I would have liked something a little more impactful than just getting tripped running the ropes.
Well, it was a trip into a big move.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know. I kind of felt this kind of was a downer, and it goes back to, the Jacobs thing. I feel like the face side of Special K is in the same place Jimmy Jacobs is, where I know Gabe has said that he felt like Special K at this time was played out and getting stale. And, you can make an argument to that. But the thing is, Special K still was at one time like a cool, entertaining gimmick that was part of the show, and like one of the rare, like, complete Ring of Honor creation gimmicks up to this point. And, like, the face side of Special K has that gimmick taken away, but they've had nothing to replace it. So it's just like, why are we supposed to cheer Angel Dust and Dixie right now? Because they're serious and they lose all the time? Like, they don't look great, I would say, in the booking in the last few months.
I agree with that. I don't think the Special K angle has been well booked. I'm just judging this sort of as a match. I think that, and which is why I said I liked it more than I expected, because I have generally not enjoyed most of the Special K stuff, especially just the whole concept of these guys need to get serious, and then when they get serious, they just lose more and look depressed. Like that. Like that doesn't. The way they did it with Hydro was pretty good. He's turning into like a successful, popular wrestler, as opposed to these other guys that are just becoming dorks. But I just thought the work in the match was entertaining. I think in the long run, the Special K split, turns out to not be good for anybody except possibly Lacey. But also the other thing is, on the show before this, Dixie was the one who cut the big promo, even though it was a bad promo, but like just about his friends. And you'd think that Dixie would be in this spot on this card, but it was because they don't give Angel Dust like any mic time at all. But I guess Dixie was not available for this particular event. There were a lot of people not on this show, right? Cabana wasn't on it either, right?
Yeah,
and Nigel wasn't there. Yeah,
I think I have a note later that will give a reason why, but we'll have to talk about, because if I got the note, like, it doesn't quite make sense to me. But I wanted to ask you about that. We'll talk about that when we get to it. But one other thing I thought that was a little weird about this match, not a big deal, but I think this was one of the first shows Angel Dust is wearing like wrestling gear, and the announcing makes the point like, look, Angel Dust has gear, he's taking things more seriously, which again, that's a nice little detail to the continued idea that one side of Special K is taking wrestling more seriously, one side isn't. But the funny thing was, on the heel side that's supposed to not take anything seriously, Lacey's wearing full professional wrestling gear, and on the side that's supposed to be taking things more seriously, Becky's just in like yoga workout clothes. It looked like so it kind of didn't, that element of it kind of went against the idea of the storyline. But again, not a big deal, but it was just kind of a funny thing where the same match where they're going, oh, look at Angel Dust, he's taking it serious, he's got gear, and then it's like, well, his partner actually has way less gear than the woman on the opposite side of the match. But after the match, Cheech and Cloudy step in the ring to celebrate with the winners because they're part of the heel Special K. Angel Dust checks on Becky until he's tossed out of the ring by Deranged. Deranged teases attacking Becky again when We're Not Gonna Take It kicks in, and the Ring Crew Express rush into the ring. They clean house, hitting a sliced bread and assisted senton on Cheech. They help Becky to her feet, and she has a big smile. And I felt like, again, this just shows you how big a losers the face side of Special K is, where like they needed the Ring Crew Express, one of the lowest acts on the Ring of Honor booking totem pole, to save the day for them. And this felt like just on a show where, like you just mentioned, a bunch of notable people weren't booked. This felt like just an excuse, a way like, well, we should have the Ring Crew Express on the show. So what can we do? They can save Special K.
Yeah, I mean, all I said about that was like, just okay then. I don't know why that was there, but okay.
And that brings us to a match that did not make tape, and that was Rockin' Rebel defeats Devin Moore in 4 minutes, 24 seconds. We've talked about this before, I think, but the story, of course, of the Rockin' Rebel stuff is when the Ring of Honor split happened, this side that still kept running Ring of Honor lost their access to a Pennsylvania promoter's license. Rockin' Rebel is a wrestler that had one. He would let them use it, but in return, he would want to wrestle matches on the Ring of Honor shows in Philly, and they would usually let him do that, but then not put the show on DVD. But I thought there were some interesting notes from the DVD Death Alley Driver video review website guys who were at the show. Phil Schneider wrote, Rebel forcing himself on fans is the most pathetic thing I have seen in years. It's wrestling. I would be perfectly happy if he gouged the shit out of Ring of Honor to use his license, but he has to be the biggest mark in wrestling to force himself to be booked. His promo after the match shows that he actually thinks he has heat as opposed to people just hating watching him. This unsurprisingly killed the crowd and tainted the decentish matches which came before. Tom K., who was with Phil, wrote, Green Lantern fan had this at just over 4 minutes. It felt like 20. At one point, I remember asking, are they going for a time limit draw? This had a ton of different sections to it that didn't really feel like they were put together in the right order. So I thought this was an interesting thing where they actually felt like this killed the heat for the next match or two. And obviously, we didn't see the match. I have no idea, if that's true or not, but I just thought that was an interesting little note. And that brings us to the next match. Homicide, escorted to the ring by Julius Smokes, defeated Josh Daniels via submission in 11 minutes, 20 seconds when Daniels tapped out to a key lock. Matt, this was another kind of, it feels like the theme for the first three matches on the show. Homicide is another guy, even though we know technically he's already in the Danielson feud, and that's going to give him a lot to do in the first part of 2005. There's been a few shows in late 2004 where it felt like Homicide's just kind of like Gabe doesn't know what to do with him after the Joe feud, because he had that show where he was just in the random four-way. He had that show where he was facing Nigel McGuinness and lost to Nigel, where it was a good match, but like had no storyline reason for it before and after. Even his pure title shot with John Walters, there was no real build to that. And it feels like basically between the Joe feud and the Danielson feud, Homicide's just kind of floating in the undercard. But what do you think about the quality of the match? Josh Daniels, another guy, not on every show, but a big opportunity for him here.
Yeah, it's, Homicide does feel a little bit lost at sea here. It's good to know, at this point that they finally have something planned for him. That's like going to be a major part of the shows. So, I guess that makes it okay for Homicide, but it is a surprisingly low-key, no pun intended, match for Homicide on a big show like this. I was also just impressed. I was like, way to go, Josh Daniels. You made it to the end of 2004. Because every time I see Josh Daniels on a show, I'm like, Joe, Josh Daniels is still around? Like I really do have that reaction because, he's not, his run in ROH was not memorable at all, but it was longer than I expected. Is he around after this? Because I'm no longer trusting my memory because I thought he was gone by now.
I'm not sure. He might be, but if it is, I don't think it's for much longer. And it's funny because, yeah, Josh Daniels, he's never bad. Like, I don't know if he's ever great or memorable where you go, oh, I want to see him come back. But do you agree that, like, he's never really had a performance where I go, oh, Josh Daniels really not good at all. I didn't enjoy him. Like, he's always at least okay.
Yeah, no, it's like the kind of like the Matt Stryker kind of vibe going for him, which, obviously isn't great at this point to say that, but he's clearly mechanically talented. And the match itself was mechanically sound. Josh, Homicide does a decent time to stall at the beginning. But Daniels does, he does headlocks, which, like, there's a big spot where he just continues to hold the headlock for a long time and not, holding on after several attempts to reverse it. Homicide hits a divorce court to take control. Then he works on the arm. Homicide, they trade chops. Homicide ends that with an eye poke, which I have dubbed the 2004 ROH move of the year, the eye poke. But yeah, so now, Homicide's working over the arm. They both miss diving headbutts. One of my favorite parts of the match was Daniels hitting a snap suplex, and Smokes goes, "He's in trouble." But hey, D. But other than that, I wouldn't say there was a lot of highlights to the match. It was mechanically sound, but completely unmemorable. It ended with, I guess the one big thing in the match was that Homicide worked over the arm and won with a key lock with a head scissors. I guess to get over the tap out match that was upcoming with Danielson, just to show that he was still winning with holds. But otherwise, I didn't think the match was too much. It was solid, I guess. Solid match that I will not remember.
This was very middle of the road. This was average. I would give it like a high 2 3/4 stars. Like, it's almost 3 stars, but not quite. Like,
I wouldn't even go that high, honestly.
It's one of those matches where I go, oh, well, that was okay, but I'll instantly forget it once we finish this podcast. Homicide, like you said, he works over Josh Daniels' arm. All these muscle bland guys are the same to me, Matt. But he works over Daniels' arm, and it's fine arm work, but Homicide usually works over the neck, and I find his neck work is usually a lot more interesting. He does, he has stuff like pile drivers and neck breakers that work on it, and the arm work, it's fine. He does one move where Daniels is holding a middle rope, trying to like get up, and Homicide basically like kind of throws himself over the top rope into what's kind of a senton, but kind of just he just lands on the arm, on Josh Daniels' arm with his ass, and it looks like Homicide legit hurt his back, because for the next minute or two, it doesn't become the focus of the match. For like the minute after, he keeps clutching like the small of his back. So, and yeah, like the submission finish felt kind of abrupt, but I guess, again, it's just to build up that Homicide. The angle is he hurt Danielson's arm after their last match. He's going to focus on it in their tap-out match on the next show. I did like a couple little moments. Like, I did like that they paid it off. Like, Josh Daniels hits a dragon suplex, and he can't hold the bridge because his arm is hurt. And, again, there's nothing wrong with the match. It's just one of those matches where there's not a lot super right with it either. It's just wrestling, and for a Homicide match you expect more, and I don't even think the effort was lacking. It just didn't become a great match or anything. But a couple notes when I'm just looking here, Matt, you just mentioned I'm not sure if Josh Daniels is back for 2005. I still am not either, but maybe Gabe thought he was, because Gabe on commentary said that Josh Daniels could be a breakout star in 2005, and so maybe that suggests that Gabe still had hope for him, but he doesn't become a spoiler, he doesn't become a breakout star in 2005.
Again, I've made this comment before, but he was talking about the video game.
He loves breaking those bricks. But Matt, this was the best part of the match, actually. Did you notice that at one point in commentary, like Gabe talks about how Julius Smokes' nickname is the Devil's Son-in-Law, and Punk, I wrote in my notes, Punk doesn't seem to know what a son-in-law is, because when Gabe says that, Punk wonders if Julius Smokes being the Devil's Son-in-Law means that he wonders if that nickname means that the devil married his sister. That would mean he was the devil's
brother-in-law. Yeah. Which is actually a much funnier name.
Like, that'd be fun. Like, God damn, my sister, she married the worst guy. That sounds like less ominous and more just bitter. Like, I'm the goddamn devil's brother-in-law. Goddamn. But yeah, it was funny that Punk was like, the devil married his sister. It's like, no. And one note from Phil Schneider about this match, which I thought was interesting. He wrote, one thing that Ring of Honor needs to do is sit down its guys and limit the number of guys throwing chops. There is a chop exchange in every match, and when you have guys like Daniels who are just some stiff chops, it hurts them immensely if everyone else is getting the Flair woo too. And I don't think that's necessarily a horrible point. Like, there are in a lot of Ring of Honor matches chops because they're easy to do. Everyone can do them. Everyone can take them. They get loud reactions. But for a guy like Daniels, who he's basically a Chris Benoit clone. He does, the German suplex, the dragon suplex, lots of chops. He has like the short, muscular build. I guess you could say, yeah, it does hurt Josh Daniels, but at the same time, do you want to sacrifice a spot for the entire card to try and help Josh Daniels? I don't know.
Well, now I've just decided, after hearing that, there are only 4 guys in ROH that should be allowed to do chops: Josh Daniels, Roderick Strong, Low Ki, and Samoa Joe. And that's it.
As Mark Nolte might say, like, no one hits harder than Roderick Strong, or maybe Samoa Joe. What Mark Nolte would say. Let's go up next to the Ring of Honor Pure title match. John Walters defeating Jimmy Rave, who was scored to the ring by Diablo Santiago, Oman Tortuga, and Prince Nana. Walters wins via submission in 11 minutes, 31 seconds with basically a Tree of Woe submission. Rave is stuck in the Tree of Woe. Walters is on the outside of the ring with the rope breaks exhausted. He's able to do a submission like this, and he basically just grabs Rave while he's in the Tree of Woe and just twists on him. But I thought this was pretty different than their first Pure title match that we saw recently, and a lot of Pure title matches in general, where a lot of Pure title matches, because of the nature of the rules, they're built more around lots of submissions, teasing, like, are they going to use the rope breaks, use up the rope breaks, where and when. And this match, it felt like more like just a more action-oriented, standard indie undercard match, and less submission work. And then it felt like this is a match where at the end both guys have used all 3 of their rope breaks apiece, and I would say 3 or 4 of the rope breaks get used up like within a minute late in the match. It almost felt like, rather than just make that the story of the whole match, it was like, we're just going to do our regular match, and then at the end, because we need to get rid of our rope breaks, we're just going to like quickly dump them all in like a minute. Like, here's a submission, use a rope break. I'm going to put you another submission, use another rope break. Like, just let's get through it. I thought the action was fine. I thought the match itself was a little above average, but nothing special. Again, kind of flirting with 3 stars maybe. It was a match where there was a couple spots that really stood out for me more than the match as a whole. I really liked Rave doing his running knee off the apron to Walters right in the chest, and Punk did correct Gabe a second time where Gabe calls it a Shining Wizard, and Punk just says running knee. So we've seen that now twice. A lot of times Punk ignores it. A couple times he does correct Gabe. And that led out to a countout tease where Rave was trying to win by countout, which was a nice little play on their last match where Rave became the first guy in Ring of Honor history to lose via countout. So I thought that was nice. But the part that I'm interested in your opinion on is the end, which I both loved and hated, because the end spot is both guys use all their rope breaks, which means the ropes are legal. And like I said, Rave gets in a tree of rope. Walters goes to the outside. He starts twisting Rave in a submission while he's standing outside to do the submission. And the ref starts doing the 20 count, because in pure title matches, those are the only matches in Ring of Honor where there's a count out possible. It's a 20 count.
And you can lose the title on it, right?
Exactly. And Walters keeps holding the submission on, even when the ref counts to 19, he's making no effort to go back into the ring. And then with less than a second left, before he says 20, Rafe taps out. And part of me thought, wow, that's a really inventive, neat little finish that uses the pure title rules in a unique way. But the other part of me thought, Walters looks like a fucking idiot because he was literally less than a second. If Rafe holds out for half a second longer, he loses the title. And in fact, Walters had just done the smart finish on their last match, because in that match, the finish was Walters has Rafe in the sharpshooter on the floor until about 16, I think, and then he runs in with 4 seconds left and wins by count. This time, he shows no intentions of going back in the ring, and likewise, it makes Rafe kind of look like an idiot, because it reminds you of people in MMA where if someone ever taps out with 1 second left, they always say, that guy knew he had 1 second left and he would have been fine. Why did he tap out? Same with Rafe. He holds on to the submission for 19 seconds. He knows he can hear the ref. If he just holds on for 1 more second, he wins the match. And he taps out. So and I couldn't decide if I thought this submission was cool or really stupid. But Matt, what did you think about the match, and what did you think about the finish?
Well, I'll start with the finish. I was not conflicted in my thoughts. I just thought it stunk. Yeah, sure, creative, I guess, but come on, like you got to have a little bit of internal logic there. And no, yeah, Walters looked like an idiot. Like that was he just took that chance of losing the title for no reason, just with the idea that Rafe was going to tap out at 19. Like, just absurd. I didn't like it at all for all the reasons you said, and I didn't think that the creativity made up for it in any way. As far as the rest of the match, I definitely liked their first match more. I just liked the pace of it better. I thought this one, there were some good spots, but it felt rushed to me. But they did have good spots. I liked the part where Walters where Rafe dumped Walters to the outside and then did his running knee from the apron. I like that. I liked, the quick, sometimes I like where they do like the rope breaks all in like rapid succession near the end. I enjoyed that. So, there was one point where Rafe does a roll up and grabs the ropes for leverage, and Walters kicks out, and Gabe says that's legal because Walters has used all of his rope breaks. Does that make sense to you? That because someone uses rope breaks, that means that the other guy's allowed to use the ropes for leverage in a painting combination? Like, I don't think the logic follows there.
Yeah, I don't. And the weird thing is, like, I feel like so many of these pure title matches this year, like, there are so many little edge cases where it feels like they're making it up as they go along, which I guess they are, but like it seems like so many matches, a weird little instance like this happens where you have to kind of stop your train of thought and go, wait, should that be okay? And like, it's confusing.
Yeah, I agree. It's just, they're trying to get a little too cute, I think. There were some couple of funny commentary lines. At the beginning of the match, Nana said he used his lawyers to get the embassy to be at ringside for the match. Because if you remember at the last match, Todd Sinclair made the manager and everybody leave.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's backwards. Wouldn't it usually make sense for they interfere in the first match, then in the second match the referee kicks them out, as opposed to we're going to have a clean match and then the next match it's going to be screwy?
Yeah, that doesn't make logic. I guess the only thing you could say is maybe they were hoping people would think, oh, Jimmy Rafe could win this time. I don't even know if they publicized that this was going to be the embassy at ringside for this one, though.
Right. What's funny was Gabe sadly saying that ROH doesn't have the money to fight Nana's lawyers.
I always love when Ring of Honor is kind of honest about not having a lot of money. Like that show in the first year late when the gimmick was Punk and Cabana were wrestling and the winner got plane tickets and the loser had to drive. Like, I love whenever Ring of Honor just doesn't try and pretend that it's bigger than an indie wrestling promotion.
Yeah, no, I agree. That was funny. Punk also says that Johnny Cochran was one of Nana's lawyers because he's an old friend of the Nana family. And I was just like, I wonder if Nana knows about all this lore that they're creating in the background. But other than that, yeah, I don't know. I thought the match had some good stuff. At one point, Gabe incorrectly identified gonorrhea. He does because Rafe did just a regular swinging neck breaker, and Gabe called it gonorrhea. I don't mean that Gabe incorrectly identified gonorrhea like it was actually chlamydia or anything like that.
Those were just some boils, man. Completely unrelated.
I think they're both treatable by antibiotic. Where was I? I thought that the match was like you said, it was fine. I think 2 3/4 is probably good. I thought this was a step down from their first match, though, mostly because of the finish, but also I think the pacing was just off to me.
The commentary I liked in this match was the Punk makes some like older reference. I forget what it was, but then then I'm like, Gabe is like, oh, I don't get, or I forget, but something like that. But anyway, it ends with Punk being like, well, I'm older than you. And I actually looked this up just to make sure. Gabe is older than Punk, but I love that Punk, maybe in the world of Ring of Honor, in the kayfabe world, the character of Jimmy Bauer is younger than CM Punk. But in reality, Gabe Sapolsky is older than CM Punk.
Yeah, I would say a good deal older than CM Punk.
It's not a decade, but yeah, it is. A few, I forget how much, but it is, Punk's in his early 40s, and I think Gabe's probably in like his mid to late 40s.
I think it's like at least like a 6 or 7 year difference.
Yeah. One other note from the DVDR boys, the live note, something that did not make camera. Phil Schneider writes, during the match, Frank Talent, the representative of Philly's Wrestling Commission, walked over to Diablo Santiago and quickly called an improv comedy spot. Talent asks Diablo for the air freshener to check it for chemical content. Santiago tries to hide it. Talent demands it and ends up sprayed in the face. Frank Talent walks off in a huff in a really great ineffectual bureaucrat strut. It was the smartest, best work spot in this match. This match sucked. So that did not make camera, but I'll just say, Matt, that's not the only time apparent that Frank Talent hams it up on this show, and this time it will make tape.
Yes, you definitely told me how excited you were to talk about that in the next match.
This is the night of Frank Talent. So after the match, Nana gets in the ring, he gets on the mic, and he tells Jimmy Rave that he's a hell of a worker, he's proud of him, and that the two of them are going to take the embassy to the top in 2005. Nana then says, quote, Prince Nana has been talking at every single event for the past couple of events, which the crowd immediately laughs at that gaffe. It gets a rare you fucked up chant for the Ring of Honor crowd, although as you pointed out earlier, Trent Acid got one, so this was a rambunctious crowd by Ring of Honor standards. Nana said he's going to bring gold to the embassy. Nana starts to stumble on his words again, which draws more laughs. Nana then tells John Walters that he's a hell of a worker, and he asks him if he'd like to get rub downs after every show, if he'd like to wear a $15,000 watch like Prince Nana's wearing. Nana says he's offering Walters everything he's ever wanted in the wrestling business. Walters, at this point, who had already left the ring, he re-enters the ring. Nana gives him just a handful of loose bills, and Walters says it's going to take a hell of a lot more than this to get him to join the embassy. So he tries to give the money back to Nana, but instead Nana starts to count out more money in front of him until Jimmy Rave stops Nana, so there's a bit of jealousy here. Nana assures Rave that he will still be the crown jewel of the embassy, and then Nana hands more money to John Walters. Walters asks Nana if he can guarantee this kind of payday every single night. Nana says yes. He then asks Nana, does he really think he's just going to sell out to them? And then Walters pauses for a second. He says, you're right. And he hugs Nana, which actually gets a decent pop from the crowd, even though this is supposed to be a heel turn. I thought the funniest thing about this, Matt, was Nana just handed Walters a handful of loose bills, and Walters I'm not going to turn not for this kind of money. And then the amount of money Nana then added to it didn't seem like that much extra. It didn't seem like it was that much more to get Walters from going I won't join you guys to okay, great. You guys obviously used that horrible American money where everything's green. If this was an angle done with Canadian money where it's all multicolored, I could have seen just from the colors how much more money he was giving, but that's why that's just one of the many problems that America has that Canada doesn't, Matt.
If you think that you're going to get me angry by saying that Canada is better than America, you're talking to the wrong guy. I like that. I liked that turn because I like that they didn't it was just so matter of fact. It's very rare that they don't tease it at all. Guys hey, become bad with us. And the guy's okay, it's usually not what happens. Usually there's a little bit more consternation involved. And this time there wasn't. And I appreciated that. But you're right. The crowd did treat it like a face turn.
Yeah, there was no will they or won't they, and sometimes that's great. But I think for an angle like this, you really didn't want or need it, and yeah, it's there's no real drama to it, but it makes complete logic of just like, hey, I'll pay you a bunch of money. That's not enough money. Okay, here's more. Okay, deal. And I'm gonna join these guys, and I do think it was a good idea to put Walters, because the embassy can give him some character and color and personality with Nana that he was lacking. But I do feel like it's maybe an example of too little too late, because I felt like Walters early in the year, I might have even said to you, like, maybe Walter should have joined the embassy. But I feel like now he's getting to join, and it's too late. I feel like people have already kind of made their decisions about how they feel about Walters.
On the other hand, if Walters had joined the embassy in like the first half of the year, the embassy meant absolutely nothing at that point.
Yeah.
And now it's actually kind of over. So like it does mean a little bit more, if that makes sense.
Yeah, you do have a, and the crowd did, like we said, they did pop for it. Like they did kind of were into the idea of, oh, cool, Walters is part of the embassy.
But my favorite thing at the end of the match was, at the end of the angle, was Nana going, now let's go out on the town and have a party. Because Nana's always talking about having parties. And I was also like, but what about the weapon of mass destruction? He hasn't even wrestled yet. So it's just like, just hold off on your party. It seems like they did hold off on their party. So you shouldn't have said, let's do it now. You should have said, in a couple hours, we're going to go out on the town and have a party.
So, and the Observer wrote about this at the time, about this angle. Dave wrote, the idea is to make the embassy a more serious heel group going forward. And I think that they would become a more serious heel group over time. But like when you look at a backstage segment that's come a little later, like even on this show, they're still not a serious heel group. If the idea was as of this show, it's not consistent because there is some goofiness later.
I mean, Nana is just so funny. It's hard to not have him be funny.
Yeah, he's great. And that brings us to the Fight Without Honor tag team match, the first Fight Without Honor since Carino and Homicide, our match of the year 2003.
No, I got to correct you. That was not a Fight Without Honor.
Xavier.
Yeah, that Homicide Carino match was not a Fight Without Honor. They do have a Fight Without Honor in 2006, and it sucks. But no, it does. I think they would even admit it. But no, yes, you're right. The last one was Xavier versus John Walters from the previous final battle.
My mistake. But this one is BJ Whitmer and Dan Moff with Ricky Steamboat. This said on Cage Match, although Ricky Steamboat actually wasn't with them. He didn't come out till after the match, so Cage Match, he got this one wrong. And they defeat the Carnage Crew of DeVito and Loke with Mick Foley, who I guess that they kind of didn't get that one wrong, because he does come out in the middle of the match, but he wasn't I don't think he was in the Carnage Crew's corner. So you know what, Cage Match, you fucked this one up. But
they got it wrong. Yeah.
Yeah. Moff and Whitmer did win the match, though, in 16 minutes, 42 seconds, when Whitmer pinned DeVito after he hit him with a wrist clutch exploder into thumbtacks. Matt, this was, the Ring of Honor hyped this match up as, when we do Fights Without Honor, they're the most violent, craziest matches, in the company. How do you think it lives up to that kind of standard?
Well, if you've been listening to this podcast, that I have disliked this feud immensely. I think that it was a bad feud from the beginning. I think their matches have been not good. I think that nobody was invested really in it. I think that the Foley and Steamboat involvement didn't add anything. So as I turned this match on, I was totally ready to be like, oh, this sucks. But I do not think it sucked. I thought it didn't live up to the Fight Without Honor in the sense of it didn't have like intense hatred behind it, I don't think. And I don't think it was a great match, but I thought it was pretty fun and pretty high energy, and I thought it was well paced and enjoyable. And that's more than I could say about any of their other matches, and a lot more than I expected. I don't remember enjoying this match, watching it years back, but I did enjoy it this time. So I'll just run through some spots. You got Loke really, like right at the beginning, putting a bell on Whitmer's head and ringing it, suplexing him up the ramp. Moff gets out a ladder like right away, I guess to evoke last year's Fight Without Honor in the same building. Sets it up across the aisle and kicks it right into DeVito's head. Then Whitmer puts DeVito's head in between rungs of the ladder and runs it against the ring post. And you get DeVito busted wide open. Danger suddenly appears at ringside, and she's just doing Danger stuff. There is a Kun Garbage Can Co. to BJ Whitmer, but this time Gabe does not call it that, unfortunately.
Makes me so angry. He says Trash Can Concerto, and
Sad.
I was like, God damn it.
Yeah.
I want my Kun Trash Can Co.
Yeah, yes, Kun Trash Can Co. That's what it was. So now Whitmer's busted open, and Loke's working over the cut. Moff's bleeding too. Puts the ladder over Loke, drops an elbow on it, and Loke drops an elbow on the ladder that is on top of Moff, and Loke sells his elbow a lot, and I imagine it wasn't selling. It looked like it probably really hurt to drop an elbow on a ladder, so that doesn't seem smart. Meanwhile, Punk says that Steamboat hates this style, but it's probably watching because you know how you hate something, but you watch it anyway because it just pissed you off, kind of like a car accident. and then I just imagine CM Punk like watching car accidents and getting real pissed off about them, like somebody wasn't driving carefully.
Well, he's straight, so he assumes they're all drunk driving accidents.
That's right, and he watches them because he likes to get pissed off. It's just weird all around. Loke sets up a table, puts it across BJ's neck in the corner, just like they did in the Chicago street fight with Punk and Ace. But Moff breaks it up before the Carnage crew can hit him with the ladder. So BJ is not decapitated. But Punk says that BJ is so bloody that he looks like a
menstrual horse.
Yes, which Gabe is appalled by. But then Gabe says that he's attracted to Alice in Danger, so now I'm appalled. So it's just kind of a cycle. Meanwhile, Loke suplexes BJ on the ladder, and DeVito comes off with a moonsault onto him. Carnage Crew they have their usual spike pile driver, but they actually hit a conventional spike pile driver on Moff. But before they can cover, BJ appears and hits them both with a Singapore cane. Then, and the crowd, they're like hot and cold on this. Like they're not so into it, but Danger is trying to get them to react. Like she's like pounding the mat and stuff. I guess she's in DeVito and Loke's corner, which, yeah, they shouldn't have said Ricky Steamboat because it was really Alice in Danger that was in their corner. Yeah. Meanwhile, Loke runs at BJ. BJ exploder suplexes him into a table that's propped in the corner, but he just barely hits the bottom corner of the table, and it looks like it hurts a lot. 2 count for that one. Meanwhile, DeVito appears with a second ladder, and Gabe throws in that the Carnage Crew couldn't afford to put presents under their Christmas trees for their kids, which, I don't know, that's just like a random bit of darkness thrown into the match. Our wrestlers are very, very poor, everybody, just so you know. All 4 guys, they scale side-by-side ladders, and Moff and DeVito are on one, BJ and Loke are on the other. So Loke and Moff, they lose their balance, and they both get crotched on the second rope. And then DeVito hits a rock-bottom type move off the ladder on Whitmer, and all 4 are down. And that is when Mick Foley appears and gets the biggest pop of the match. So Foley gets in the ring and does a promo in the middle of the match, which, it's over, but I feel like it does take something away from the match that this guy's just standing there talking in the middle of this, like, hateful brawl. But he pulls out a Christmas stocking, and he calls it Santa's Special Socko. And he dumps it out, and of course there are thumbtacks in it, and they litter the ring. But Foley just stays on the mic, which I didn't like, as they tease the thumbtack spots. And Moff and DeVito, they hit each other with kendo sticks. DeVito hits an ace crusher on Moff for 2. BJ hits a double arm DDT on Loke for 2. And then BJ goes for an exploder on Loke. Loke blocks it. Hits a neckbreaker off the apron through a table on the floor on Moff. And so you got Whitmer and DeVito alone in the ring. Whitmer hits the wrist clutch on the thumbtacks on DeVito, gets the win. That gets the dangerous chant. I thought it was more fun and high energy than the usual brawl between these two. I actually thought the Foley involvement, in some ways it was good, but I thought the way he just stuck around I didn't like. But the crowd was more into the match after he showed up than they were before it, so I guess it was the right call. But I don't know. I had fun watching it, and I don't normally have fun watching these two teams wrestle each other.
I like this the best of their matches, but I think I liked it less than you. I would put this as like another, basically on the level of every other match we've seen on this show so far, like 2 3/4 star, slightly above average, but not really that. Like
I'd probably go like 3 1/4.
Yeah, so we're not that far apart, but the way I would put this is just like you, not been a fan of the Carnage Crew, Moth and Whitmer feud or their matches. I would describe this as kind of like a rich man's version of their other brawls, where it's like kind of the same match, but just more of everything, which is better. Like, there's every weapon, chairs, tables, bells, ladders, kendo sticks, thumbtacks, there's copious blood like these you usually get when these two teams brawl. There's, a lot of violence, and it's one of those matches where I feel guilty not liking it more because these guys are really putting themselves out there physically and their effort level is really high. And I was trying to think, well, why isn't this connecting with me a little bit more? And part of me thought maybe it's because we've seen Moth and Whitmer have a much better version of this match this year with Ace Steel and CM Punk, and so maybe I'm just comparing it too much to that, which is probably unfair. Maybe part of it is, and this will go to this is Gabe says this on commentary at one point. He says this feud isn't about hatred; it's about which team is the toughest. And I felt like that kind of summed up part of my problem with this whole feud. Is it felt like this feud wasn't about anything. Like I've mentioned before, despite the fact that we're covering every show, every segment in detail, I can't tell you why this feud started or when or what it's about really. And even this match, it doesn't really feel like if a big fight without honor, end of a feud, like you should feel like a really heated, hate-filled thing, and it just feels like more of a hard-worked stunt show. And
yeah, can I? I'm sorry to interrupt. Can I add like something to that point?
Go ahead.
I think that it's the Carnage Crew. Like I respect them. I think that they're in some ways underrated. I think they've had a lot of fun performances. But I don't think that they have shown that that they have the ability to show true like passion and hatred. Like I think there's always something a little bit just like kind of like fun about them, if that makes sense. Like even with Special K, like when they were like we hate them, we want to destroy them, they still look like they're having a good time fighting. And like it's hard to like take their characters seriously. And I think you have to do that in order to take their hatred of another team seriously. Does that ring true to you?
I think that's a fantastic point. I never thought of before, because when you think about their gimmick is whenever I think of the Carnage Crew, I always think of just DeVito always being like, I love this shit. Like the gimmick is they love this kind of match. Like it's fun for them. Where for most wrestlers, the idea is this is the kind of match you only wrestle because it's so painful and horrific when you just hate someone. Like this is the idea. Like the Carnage Crew. Like I think Gabe even talks about like Carnage Crew wishes every match could be like this. Like. Yeah, it's not. You don't get this feeling that like this is so much like a degree of pain they have to go to. It's like this is fun. This is like they're thankful that finally they get to do another one of these. And yeah, it's almost like sometimes I think Mick Foley probably occasionally had a problem with like storylines that portrayed him in his youth as like, oh, he loves pain, because it kind of cheapens the beatings he takes, where like, oh, well, he's taking these huge beatings, but he likes it. He wants this. So it's like, no, you're kind of, you should sell this probably as like, this is brutal. It's not fun, but you hate this so much. I'm droning on, but willing to take it. But I guess going back to the match, I think that's a great point. And I think maybe the third reason this match didn't really hit for me is, like you said, the Mick Foley stuff, because when Mick Foley comes in and gets on the mic, he completely steals focus from the wrestlers. On one hand, you can't completely criticize that because he is the most over part of this match and this feud. But on the other hand, if the point of his involvement in this feud was to give these two teams some kind of hardcore rub, like it's not like either team comes away from as bigger stars.
Sorry.
Because of Mick Foley.
I was just laughing at hardcore rub.
Hardcore rub. That's never mind. I'm not even gonna go there. So they didn't get any kind of hardcore rub here. None of the varieties. And yeah, like you said, Foley, his work in here, even though again it really popped the crowd, it kind of makes this match that's supposed to feel like this brutal end of a feud seem like almost a comedy match, because dumping out the thumbtacks from a giant stocking, or not a giant stocking, but like a Christmas stocking, staying on the mic for the rest of the match. And there's a moment, and it is funny, it got a laugh out of me, but it's not. It turns into like a weird comedy thing where Foley's doing like running commentary on the match at ringside with the mic, and someone hits the double arm DDT and goes to the cover, and Foley goes, no one kicks out of the double arm DDT, and the guy kicks out, and Foley, you can't quite make out what he says, but it's basically, it seems like, oh, I guess he did. And you can hear the crowd laugh, but again, it's like funny, but then you start thinking, it's kind of changing this match into something much different, where these guys are coming off as just like pawns for Foley's amusement, and kind of a comedy thing. And again, these guys were taking brutal, violent spots, but overall not huge into this match, but it was the best match of their series. They gave a huge effort to this.
It sounds like given like some of the stuff you said before about Foley talking about how he made Randy Orton, it sounds like this was like peak egotistical Foley, like here, like where he's just like laughing it up and talking about taking spotlight away from people and but soaking up the accolades and getting into fights with Ric Flair. It sounds like he's probably at one of his more annoying stages at this point in his life.
I feel like Mick Foley, like his ego and his generosity, they're always tied together. They're not either or. I feel like they're both. To me, Mick Foley, he's one of those guys where he'll give a $2 million donation to a hospital, but he wants to make sure you name a ward of it after him. Like he's a good guy, but also like a lot of ego is mixed within it. So I do think he honestly did want to get these guys over, but he also wants you to know he's trying to get them over, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, but yes, although to be fair, I'm pretty sure he does do a lot of charity work that he doesn't publicize. But yeah, no, I see what you're saying, and I still love Mick Foley. I think he's one of my favorite people ever in wrestling.
Let me put it this way. I will always – I say that, and it's not a complete criticism, because something I always say is I will value somebody who is a braggy guy but does a lot of good things in charity work over someone that doesn't brag at all and is very humble and does no charity work. Like the former is better than the latter. If you're going to do nice things, go ahead and brag about it. Just do good things for people,
Yeah, that's a good point. Care. That's a good point.
Even though, we might say, oh, it'd be even better if you did charity work and stayed humble. You know what? As long as you're doing charity work, you want to brag, have a good time.
And in the pantheon of wrestlers, Mick Foley is not among the most egotistical.
Yeah. He just might be a little more on his sleeve about it. But I also thought it was interesting when this match starts, when the guys come out, Moff and Whitmer are wearing Mick Foley Ring of Hardcore t-shirts, which are just pictures of a bloody Mick Foley from his past with the words Ring of Hardcore on them. And I forgot that Mick Foley was this entrenched with the company that he actually had a branded Ring of Honor t-shirt, which I assume he made money off of. But I wonder how many people actually bought a Ring of Hardcore Mick Foley t-shirt. I don't know. But on commentary during this match, Gabe noted that this could be Steamboat's last night in Ring of Honor, as he's just signed to be an agent in WWE. And then Punk, I thought this was interesting, knowing that Punk signs with them less than a year later. Punk says, Lord knows a lot of people up there need help. And I thought, oh, you're not doing yourself any favors there, although Punk will be fine. And then this is the other Frank Talent thing. Frank Talent, at one point in this match, if you go and rewatch it, and the announcing does not call attention to it, but when Foley is at ringside after he comes to the ring and does his stuff, Frank Talent just wanders by, he grabs a dented trash can, and he holds the trash can over his head behind Foley like he's going to hit it with him, and Foley doesn't even notice, and then Frank puts it down again. This was the night of Frank Talent just hamming it up, apparently, and going into business for himself, Matt. But
he was, as they say, on one tonight.
So after this is going to be a long promo thing. Sometimes when I recap promos, believe it or not, I do try and edit my recaps down, but I feel like this one is important for a variety of reasons. It's Steamboat's last one. It sets up a big angle. So this might be a little bit of reading, but I tried to recap this angle best I could. After the match, the crowd chants for Foley, not Moff and Whitmer, which again may be a sign that Mick kind of stole some attention. Foley's in the ring. He's raising arms. He's celebrating, and he prompts the crowd to give the wrestlers a round of applause. Foley then grabs the mic and says the 4 guys in this match did all the work, but maybe this match was Mick's way of saying happy holidays to the crowd. Mick says they prove that Ring of Honor means Ring of Hardcore, or ROH means Ring of Hardcore. Mick wants DeVito to get up and show the thumbtack holes in his back because that's what hardcore is all about. The crowd then chants Carnage Crew. Mick says it's been a tremendous feud that he's proud to have been a part of. And while he doesn't need to see full contact hugs, he'd like to see handshakes. The two teams then, in fact, do full contact hugs. DeVito gets on his knees and bows to Mick. So after the Carnage Crew always talked about Foley not giving them some respect, I guess they kind of reach an understanding here. Both teams walk to the back, and as they leave, Ricky Steamboat walks in. And Ricky is drawing a mix of "you sold out" chants and people booing those chants, I would say. That's what it sounded like to me. Soon the entire crowd chants Ricky's name, though. Mick says everyone knows where Ricky is going, and they all wish him well. So maybe it's best to just end their little, problem between each other without saying a word. Ricky at this point grabs a kendo stick that was in the ring, and he smiles before Mick hands him the mic. There's some woos. There's a small Ric Flair sucks chant, too. So, again, a conflicted crowd. Ricky points at all the plunder that's still in the ring, and he says that's something Mick supports. And he goes on to say that Mick brought the thumbtacks out that determined the outcome of this match. Steamboat asks what kind of life Mick has at home, which I thought was kind of a weird place to take it. Mick says if he had his way, he would have come out in the Captain Hook outfit his wife got him for Christmas, but his son, who was in attendance tonight, thought it made him look like an idiot and asked him not to wear it. So, Matt, does this mean that Dewey Foley attended Final Battle 2004? Current WWE writer Dewey Foley?
Seems quite plausible. What about Noelle, though?
She not there. Frank the Clown blissfully not there. Mick says he brought up the thumbtacks because he liked them. The wrestlers liked them. The fans liked them. Foley says he's done his research, though, and Steamboat isn't the softcore legend he's accused him of being in the past. He references strap matches Ricky had with Don Morocco, cage matches with Rick Rude, violent brawls with him and Shane Douglas against the Hollywood Blondes. Foley says he was wrong. Ring of Honor doesn't stand for Ring of Hardcore usually. He admits Ring of Honor is built on a foundation of pure wrestling and scientific know-how, and he admits that if Steamboat is willing to admit that there's a place in Ring of Honor for hardcore too. Ring of Honor says wrestling is like a buffet, and then he says don't make a joke about my gut, which was funny. And he says Ring of Honor fans might like a pure wrestling main course, but maybe they'd like some hardcore dessert as well, and the fans do cheer for that. Foley,
you must have loved that. You must have loved that part, right?
I love anytime you can make a food analogy, I'm all for it,
Yes.
I just started thinking, what kind of food dessert is hardcore wrestling? Maybe cherry cobbler. It's very red. I'm not sure. Anyway, Foley then goes on to say, it's funny that Rick is talking about pure wrestling where he's going to WWE, home of pure wrestlers such as Heidenreich, Snitsky, Luther Reigns, and Chris Benoit. And Chris Benoit's like, well, I got that one right. And then
it really puts it in a specific time, right? Heidenreich, Snitsky, and Luther Reigns.
And also, I was going to make a bad joke about Chris Benoit. Turned out to be the most hardcore of them all, but I guess I just made it. I'm sorry.
To commemorate Yom Kippur, I will atone for that comment that you just made.
Thank you, Matt. You are a mensch. You're doing it for both of us. I'm not Jewish, but I will take the saving. Mick then admits that he was at Raw recently, taking part in what he says is one of the most, quote, offensive, tasteless, racially charged angles in recent years. So Mick being kind of pretty honest here, because I think it was with
Muhammad Hassan.
Like Muhammad Hassan, yeah.
Oh yeah, no, it was bad. It was really bad because I remember like Mick Foley was like the liberal wrestler, like the only one at that point, and it was he was like he was supporting John Kerry against Bush, and it was like, and then he did an angle where he was like, I'm support America, and like was really against Muhammad Hassan. I was like, Mick, what are you doing? And then it's like at the very least Mick knew that his angle was racist, so I guess that makes it 1% less bad to do? I don't know.
Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, after that point, Mick admits at that Raw he was also punched by Ric Flair backstage, and he says, but most of all, when I was at that Raw, I was watching Ricky Steamboat talk and interact with WWE superstars, and this is where he says Raw's been picking up the pace in recent weeks since Steamboat showed up there. Foley says no one, myself included, has the respect among the boys in the back like Ricky Steamboat does. He says everyone in the Ring of Honor crowd may mock WWE, but they all actually watch it, and that gets some boos from the crowd, actually. They don't like being told that they watch WWE, even though I'm sure probably all of them did.
But I bet some of them didn't.
Yeah, I know, I'm sure. I mean, I wasn't a regular watcher at this point, I don't think. But Mick says, with Steamboat's guidance, Snitsky may be a good wrestler. Steamboat has a big smile and chuckle at that one. I think Dave wrote in The Observer that Steamboat was not told ahead of time that Foley's comments would be touching on those things, and he was trying to hold it together at this point. Mick says with Steamboat's help, the bad wrestlers will improve, the great ones will keep just getting better, and Triple H just might even become a legend. That gets boos and a big fuck Triple H chant. I noticed that the DVD-R guys, I didn't have this in my quotes, but they took that as Foley sucking up to Triple H. I took that as him like doing a big dig to Triple H and prompting the crowd to shit on him. But
I honestly couldn't tell if he was being sincere or being like kind of like winking. I really couldn't tell.
I took it as like, I guess you could say it as him being genuine, but you could also take it as like saying Triple H might become a legend. Or it was almost like Triple H probably already thinks he's a legend, but I'm saying he isn't. But like you said, who knows? Steamboat says Mick is right. He has had violent gimmick matches with a variety of wrestlers. One fan in the crowd screams out, Sergeant Slaughter and Don Kernoodle. And you can tell, like, Ricky hears that, and he looks at that fan and he goes, you're going way back. And that was a cute little thing. Steamboat agrees with Mick that those matches were hardcore. He agrees with Mick that there's room for hardcore in wrestling, just that he doesn't want to see it in every single match. And at this point, the two shake hands. So that's how the feud gets settled. We can talk about that in a bit. Foley says, now that they've got the niceties out of the way, who wants to hear about Ric Flair? He brings up that Flair recently punched him in the face backstage at Raw, and Mick says the truth is he was disrespectful to a legend in the business, and he got punched in the face for it. He says maybe Steamboat was right. He's no Ric Flair. Maybe he forgot his place in the food chain, got in Flair's face, and got what he had coming to him. And you can kind of – it's hard for me to judge, but I think you can kind of audibly hear from the crowd's reaction that they were hoping that Mick was really going to lay into Flair, and they're kind of disappointed that he's basically saying – I was wrong. I got what I deserved. Mick says there's a guy in Ring of Honor who has forgotten their place in the food chain and disrespected a legend, and maybe has something coming to him as well. His name is Samoa Joe. Mick calls out Joe and says he'll sweep up the thumbtacks in the ring if Joe comes out, which Foley does indeed grab a broom and starts sweeping up thumbtacks. Foley keeps calling for Joe to come out. Joe eventually does run to the ring. He gets right in Mick's face, and Foley's tone is really interesting. Foley's tone makes a very sharp change where he goes from being kind of the happy-go-lucky Foley to like kind of a legit angry in a cool way sounding. Like he says to Foley, he says to Joe, don't give me that shit. You're the one that disrespected me. And then Foley's tone, keeps changing. There's some anger in his voice as he recounts how Joe recently made fun of him for missing a recent ROH show for an appearance at a hockey game. Mick says, I'm just trying to support my family. And Joe, you punked me out in front of the boys. Mick says, I was wrong to disrespect Ric Flair, and I feel better for admitting that. And I want to give you, Joe, the same chance to admit that you were wrong and to show me the proper respect. Mick says, until Joe has gone to WWE and achieved the success that Foley has, and Mick adds as a side note here that the offer is out there, Foley says that Joe is one or two steps below him in the wrestling food chain. That gets some applause, but more boos than applause. Mick wants a handshake and says Joe will feel a lot better if he does a handshake. Joe shakes, and we get a few more boos for the handshake, actually. Mick says Joe is the best in this business, and he means that. And he's told the guys in WWE that, but he just needs to remember his place. Joe at this point says, I apologized, and you're right, Mick. I feel really good. That felt really good. But I know something that would feel a lot better. He opens up his arms for a hug, and Mick goes in to give a hug. But when he leans in, Joe hits Mick right in the head. Steamboat immediately starts yelling at Joe for doing that. Mick recovers and grabs the kendo stick. They have a standoff with Steamboat standing in between them. Joe just says, you'll have your time, old man. Just call me when you're ready to wrestle. Joe leaves to some chants for him. Steamboat tells Mick he's sorry that happened, but he has to admit that was pretty hardcore. Steamboat thanks the crowd, says Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. We end with Steamboat's theme and a big thank you, Steamboat chant. And in a classic Steamboat nice guy move, as he's walking up the aisleway in his final moment in Ring of Honor, he actually stops to sign something that someone in the aisle hands for Steamboat to sign in the middle of the show. And that's that for the segments. So, Matt, a lot going on there. That was Steamboat's wrap-up in Ring of Honor. I thought Mick Foley did a very gracious – was pretty gracious. Mick Foley did what he does occasionally do, which I describe as the Dane Feuerstein way, school of putting people over, which is you you basically shit on yourself as a way of complimenting someone else, because he was basically saying, I was wrong about this, I was wrong about that, you were right about, you were right that Ring of Honor is mostly pure wrestling, you were right about Flair, everyone in backstage at WWE respects you more than me. Even it was a lot of Foley being very self-deprecating to put over Steamboat, which I thought was pretty gracious of him. And the Joe angle was pretty hot at the end. It's just kind of a shitty thing that it doesn't go anywhere. I mean, it goes somewhere, but it doesn't go where fans are hoping. And I have maybe one or two other thoughts, but I think I've talked so much. How about you? What are your thoughts about this whole big long thing?
I thought it was, probably the best Foley segment. Well, definitely the best Foley segment, the best that he's done so far. Probably the best one he does, period, in ROH. I liked Joe's turn because it made him feel a little bit like Stone Cold Steve Austin, in the sense like he's kind of being a dick, like he's kind of in the wrong a little bit, but also he's cool and he's badass and he's this generation, so you are on his side. He's still a babyface while he's doing it, and like you believe in him. And yeah, the only downside is that it doesn't pay off. Because if it did, this would be a real great angle. It just doesn't. So, we'll see in the next few shows that we do. Really, the next two shows. Because there is another big. There's on both of the next two shows, there are big angles with Foley and Joe. So, I guess we'll see whether or not those top this or not. But I like this a lot, and I thought Steamboat, for his part, he was just sort of classy and just standing there. Like he didn't really have much to do, but he carried himself with grace.
Yeah, even though this was Steamboat's farewell angle, this was, or moment, this arguably up till like the end felt more like a Mick Foley moment than anything else, which again, you could say that's a theme with some of his segments in Ring of Honor, but I do think Steamboat still got some, the segment ended with Steamboat getting chanted for, and
it also was supposed to be a Mick Foley segment. They were building up a big angle between him and and it seems like they were definitely planning on a match between him and Joe, right? Like that definitely at this point that was the plan, yes?
We'll get to that later, or maybe on an upcoming show. There's mixed things. From some sources seem to say they thought there'd be a match, and some sources seem to think, well, we think there's going to be Mick Foley. I'll put it this way: he had at least agreed to do physical confrontations where he would bump. The jury is like, the sources are mixed on, did that mean he was actually saying, I can do a whole match with this guy? The one thing I thought was weird about this, well, not weird, but we've talked, people have listened to the last bunch of episodes know that me and Matt have not been fans of the nature of the Steamboat Mick anti-hardcore versus hardcore angle, even if we like some of the performances within their mic work. I thought the way this angle ended, it was kind of goofy, because when you just think about how it ends, Mick Foley goes, I did some research and realized you used to do hardcore type wrestling in the 80s. And then Steamboat's like, oh yeah, I did do hardcore wrestling. And then they're both like, well, Ring of Honor is a place for wrestling, but also occasionally a hardcore match. And it's like, it's almost like they're the last to know all of this. Like, it's an storyline that didn't need to happen, because literally everything they're saying is stuff that was self-evident to every wrestling fan at the start of it. That yes, Ring of Honor has mostly regular wrestling, but some hardcore stuff. Yes, Steamboat used to do occasionally a match, a strap match, a cage match. Like, all of that stuff, it's just like they finally remembered it for the purposes of ending the angle.
Almost like every wrestling promotion ever and every wrestler ever.
Yeah, exactly. I just love the idea of Mick Foley, like, I did some research and you used to wrestle, in the 80s. Like, So we go backstage, it's intermission, and Gary Michael Capetta is backstage with the Embassy. Gary calls himself the Scoopster, which I love that now he's calling himself the Scoopster, not just Gabe on commentary. He wants to know what's up. Nana says he's on, quote, an everlasting high, which I thought was a nice little turn of phrase. And he says no one can decline the riches of the Embassy. Nana then is telling Walters about all the cool things that he and Jimmy Rave do. I love, like, me and Jimmy do this, this. You know, me and Jimmy do that.
We go on boat rides, jet airplanes to Paris. We go to Saks Fifth Avenue.
And I love that because it's almost like, obviously he's telling us like, you can do this too, but the way he's saying it, it's almost like he's just bragging about what he and his good friend Jimmy Rave do. Like, you know, me and Jimmy go on boat rides, and you should see the stuff me and Jimmy do.
Well, they definitely should have put some money into like skits showing them on a boat, showing them shopping at Saks Fifth Avenue, all that good stuff.
Yeah, I would have loved to see like actual skits of like Jimmy Rave and Nana being best friends.
Them getting into a bath with the Outcast Killer standing there with all that soap. The Ghana soap.
Holding Mr. Bubble.
Yeah.
Like, more Mr. Bubbles, please, for Jimmy. His torso starting to become visible, gentlemen. So anyway, at this point, the Outcast Killers interrupt to complain that they're 2-0 recently, and they aren't even booked for tonight. Nana tells them to take it easy and asks them to get his weapon of mass destruction for the second half of the show. He says this weapon is not as strong as the last weapon because he's had to sell parts of his weapon to Sang Walters. So I don't know if he's implying that the weapon of mass destruction is like a Frankenstein monster or something, but the way he said, I had to sell parts of my weapon.
He's like one of those weapon characters from the Final Fantasy games. You know.
Elsewhere backstage, Sugar Sean Price has found Trent Acid. He wants to know why Trent quit. Trent says, you haven't seen the right Trent Acid, and he'll be back. Don't worry. I'd say if you're a Trent Acid fan, worry for a variety of reasons. And oh,
jeez.
I'm sorry. I mean, I didn't mean it that bad, but like, coming up, I mean, it's a tragic end. Obviously, anyone that dies that young had a lot more to offer, but I think, especially even Trent Acid, even if he had just retired at that age, I do not think he lived up to his full potential as a wrestler, and it's tragic on multiple levels.
No, it is. Yeah, it's a sad story.
Yeah. But moving on to the fun wrestling, Jay Lethal, first match back from intermission, defeats the Weapon of Mass Destruction number 2, escorted to the ring by Prince Nana.
Current WWE champion, championship holder, the Weapon of Mass Destruction number 2.
In fact, yeah, he, as we are recording this tonight, is the Clash of Champions, and apparently Sami Zayn, who was Weapon of Mass Destruction number 2, aka El Generico. This is technically his Ring of Honor debut.
Sure
he
is.
loses to Jay Lethal in 6 minutes, 32 seconds after he gets hit with a dragon suplex. I actually thought this was a decent match. I thought this was a good little showcase. I mean, it couldn't be great or anything too special because it only went 6.5 minutes, but I felt like they did good work together for the time they had, but I felt like this was also another example of Ring of Honor not putting a guy in a great position to succeed in their first match, because a lot of the commentary in the first half of this match is Punk and Gabe, but especially Punk, shitting on the Mass Destruction number 2, talking about how skinny he looks compared to the last Mass Destruction, how they were promised a bigger, stronger Mass Destruction. They weren't. I think at one point Punk says I had my notes from like a source, and they said that the Weapon of Mass Destruction number 2 was a badass, but he crossed out the word ass. Like, just
so he was just bad. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Then Punk says, my correspondent is a farce.
Yeah. And basically as the match continues, the weapon to El Generico does enough cool things like flipping a Lethal into a power bomb position, but it being more of a hot shot onto the turnbuckle. He catches a jumping Lethal in midair with a power bomb. Like, he does enough cool stuff that eventually Gabe and Punk start taking him seriously about halfway through the match. And Gabe does give you a little wink. He says, this Weapon of Mass number 2 looks very generic. So, little wink for you. And so this is another thing also. I think it's Cage Match that does this. They said that the Weapon of Mass Destruction number 2 is Flash Flanagan. No, that's number 1. Number 2 is El Generico. This is clearly from the body type and the way he works. This is El Generico and that little nod. As the match itself, usual kind of spotlight match for Jay Lethal. Heel controls in the first half. Lethal makes his big babyface comeback, and Lethal, as always, some of the best babyface like comebacks and fire in wrestling at this point. Really good urgency. When he makes his comeback this time, he really like runs in place, shuffling his feet and like screaming like he's like Sting from the 80s, but in a really awesome way. And he always just has a really good fiery comeback, and he wins. And again, it's not much of a match. It's more just kind of a showcase for Lethal, and not the best way to show off El Generico, but it was fine for getting Lethal over.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I don't think they really tried to showcase El Generico. I feel like he was just a warm body there to have a entertaining match. Like, I don't even know if they considered this really a tryout for him. But I guess it turned out to be because he would started getting booked soon. But yeah, the match itself, it wasn't a squash because the weapon got, moves in. You pretty much said all the ones that I would have said, but it was short. There wasn't much to it. I'd say the weapon looked good because they set such low expectations for him. They basically, like you said, spent the first half of the match making fun of him. So it really was just Lethal's match to lose. I would still say that it was worse than the first Weapon of Mass Destruction match. Like, I remember just that one being a little more entertaining, but both of them were pretty similar. I would put them both in like the 2.25 star range, and like clearly they weren't meant to be better than that, or else they would have been given more time. I did not understand why. I still was annoyed that Nana said he was going to a party and then he was here, and it was like, did you already go to the party and now you're back, or what's happening here? But as far as the match, yeah, it was pretty much nothing.
And it is a bit of a bait and switch. Not that I think anyone was probably disappointed in caring that much about this, but on the previous show where Jay wrestled the mask number 1, Nana says, did a big deal about saying, I'm going to come back with a second, bigger, stronger, better mask. And then this time the whole idea is, the joke is, well, it's actually a weaker guy. He looks like he has, El Generico's body build, which is lanky, skinny, and they're making fun of him.
I didn't understand the point of this whole Weapon of Mass Destruction concept to begin with, honestly. Like, it was really just to kill time for a couple shows? Is that it? That's the whole thing?
I guess so, as a way to keep him apart from, Walters and Rave. I will say, though, just to wrap up my one thought about that, at Ring of Honor, and they generally do a good job of this, they at least try to explain it away, because they did have Nana say in that backstage segment on the show, oh, I spent a lot of my money signing John Walters, so I had to sell pieces of them. So they did make the idea of the reason why you don't have a better Weapon of Mass Destruction tonight is because he spent a bunch of money. I guess planned to spend a bunch of money because he had to know ahead of time to get John Walters. But after the match, Lethal says he's passed all of Nana's tests and he wants Jimmy Rave right now. And then at that point, the segment has a really end. Like the camera immediately cuts away to the next thing. So it's like you don't even really get a second for it to settle. We just have to assume that obviously he did not get Jimmy Rave immediately. By
the way, they did after that first thing where Lethal slapped all the embassy, they did say that Lethal was going to have to wrestle the Outcast Killers in a handicap match, and they kind of never did that. They just went to the Weapon of Mass Destruction. Now, not that I am dying to see Jay Lethal against the Outcast Killers in a handicap match, but I always am annoyed that ROH, which you'd think pays attention to stuff like this, would just say there was going to be a match and then not explain why it doesn't happen, even though all the guys are around.
Yeah, and even on the show, you could have done it because, you literally have the show. We just saw the segment. The Outcast Killers are complaining that they aren't booked on the show. Like, they were available. They're literally here just to be seconds for tonight. So you could have had a match with them. But
yeah,
like you said, I'm not sure anyone's thirsting for that match. But cut to Julia Smokes and Homicide backstage. Smokes wants to know what's up with Snow White Steve Corino showing his face around Ring of Honor again. Homicide tells him not to worry about it. Homicide says, I'm focused on Bryan Danielson. He talks about how he took his arm out on the last show in their match. Homicide agrees to a best-of-5 series. He's acting like he's agreeing to it right now, and says it's like the Yankees versus the Red Sox, but this time they're not going to choke. Homicide says the first match will be a tap-out match, and he ends by saying that Danielson is just like Corino, a worthless piece of shit. I do love – one nice thing I do like about the Corino-Homicide feud is even when they weren't feuding, they would regularly acknowledge each other. Like, it wasn't one of those feuds where, like, when they aren't wrestling, they just don't pretend they don't hate each other. Like, they would go out of their way, even like this. It's Corino's first match back in Ring of Honor. Even though they're not planning on feuding anytime soon – at least I don't think so. Like, Homicide is still going out of his way to be like, fuck Steve Corino.
Well, remember when Corino appeared at Glory by Honor, they did a whole thing. So it's like, yeah, basically, if they are in the same promotion, they have to acknowledge how much they hate each other. And yeah, that does make their feud unique and special.
Yeah. And that brings us to Steve Corino. In fact, CM Punk and Steve Corino, because they wrestle along with Tracy Brooks and a couple of Steve Corino's students at their side. And I think a couple of Punk students too, maybe. A big entourage. This was a Cody Rhodes-sized entourage, Matt. Punk and Corino defeated Generation Next of Alex Shelley and Roderick Strong in 17 minutes, 32 seconds when Punk made Shelley tap out to the Anaconda Vice. Before the match starts, Corino has an insanely over-the-top long ring entrance with lights and all, where his theme song goes on for what feels like forever before he actually comes out. He comes to the ring with his own ring voice of his own and a new personal ring announcer because, of course, his previous personal ring announcer, Bobby Cruz, is now the Ring of Honor official ring announcer. So this time, this announcer introduces himself as Brian T. Regal, I believe. And he wishes everyone in Ring of Honor on the behalf of Team Corino a very Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, a Happy Boxing Day, and to the Rottweilers a very special Kwanzaa. Corino then whispers into Regal's ear, and Regal apologizes. I guess Corino telling Regal they're not black.
This would they things you wouldn't do in 2020 for $500, Alex.
Yeah, exactly. Regal goes on to say that Philly has been home to a lot of great wrestling superstars, and then he breaks out the classic note cards. We're getting another long Corino note reading list where it's a list of great stars of Philly wrestling stars, including Rockin' Rebel, which gets a pop, the Ghetto Blaster, Tom Brandi, Salvatore Sincere, the Fake Patriot. Yeah. For those who don't know, Tom Brandi wrestled as Salvatore Sincere and the Fake Patriot.
They never mentioned what was it? Johnny Gunn, was that his other name?
I think it was one other. He had one other identity they could have put in, which they don't. Don E. Allen, which gets a big pop, ECW country. J.T. Smith, another pop, again, ECW country. The recently released from prison, James Sandman Fullington is how they say it, which gets a laugh. Regal then goes to get a drink of water, but Bobby Cruz stops him and grabs the bottle of water and says, "That's my gimmick," and takes a drink from it. Regal then says, in the spirit of the holidays, Corino is giving CM Punk the gift that keeps on giving, not the clap, but the knowledge that without him, Punk would probably be working the opening match against one of his students. The announcer then
we both make a chlamydia joke tonight.
Yeah, exactly. This show is great if you love the clap. The announcer introduces Corino from the greatest wrestling city, Philadelphia, and gives his weight as 110 kilos before clarifying that's 242 pounds for the Virgin in the Green Lantern jersey, which, honest to God, might have gotten the biggest pop of the show so far.
Yes. I was going to say, it's either this or the end of the main event. One of those two is the biggest pop of the night.
Yeah. So, to the Philly crowd, shitting on Green Lantern fan is as big as Samoa Joe losing the world title, perhaps.
But calling him a virgin, didn't he propose to a real woman on Monday Night Raw?
Yeah, that's one of the things he was most famous for before, I think, this era of wrestling.
Many years before this.
Yeah. Before he became the Indies resident timekeeper, I think he was like the super fan that proposed on a Raw. But anyway, Corino's entrance ends with streamers thrown by his own students. Matt, that was the entrance, but we got a whole match afterwards. So this was Corino's in-ring return to Ring of Honor. Like you mentioned, he returned in an angle for Glory by Honor 3. Then his in-ring return got delayed from 0-1, had to have him as like an emergency call-in from some injuries. What do you think about this match? This is a return, and I guess I wasn't able, because the Wayback Machine problems, find the news wires from the era, but I'll just note part of this. I think Phil Schneider wrote in his live notes and I'll have more notes on him afterwards, that this was actually listed at the time as the final confrontation between Generation Next and the Second City Saints. So, what do you think about the match and that as a blow-off, actually, to that feud?
Well, I guess it sort of was, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Although it wasn't really the Second City Saints, right? Unless Corino is an honorary member.
Yeah, it's Punk with his girlfriend and his buddy, but not really his stable buddy. And
yeah. First of all, in the list in the entrance of Philadelphia legends, I have to say I feel ignorant here of local Philly wrestling, because there were a lot of names on that list I did not know.
Yeah, me too.
Did you know who Jimmy Janetti was, or
no,
Larry Minners? If I don't even know if I wrote the name right, or DC Drake, or Tony Hitman Stinson, because I didn't. But anyway, the match, it was entertaining. There was a part of me that feels like it didn't totally know what it wanted to be. because I feel like there was a part of it that was like this serious, like, intense match. And whenever Shelley and Strong were on offense, they looked really good. They did it normal stuff. But then there was also just a lot of goofiness with Carino and Punk, where they would there'd be a thing where Punk would be working on Shelley's arm. Then he would tag in Carino. No, Carino would be working on Shelley's arm, and Carino would tag in Punk. Like, he'd hold the arm, tag him in, and then Punk would put him in an arm wringer, come around and tag Carino right back in, and almost like he was trying to annoy him by not staying in the match by tagging him in. Yeah. So there was that stuff going on. There was Punk telling Carino to go to the top rope, and Carino says, "Are you kidding me?" and refuses. So then Punk just picks up Carino and uses him for extra weight as he drops his knee on Strong. So there was a whole comedy match aspect to it, which, I don't know, I couldn't totally understand what they were going for, but it was entertaining, I have to say. Carino actually does a babyface thumb to the eye on Alex Shelley, which, that's nice for a turn of pace, because usually that move means you're a heel in ROH, but he does the babyface version. But then Generation X, when they take over, they actually do the quick tags and actually try to win. At one point, there's a Shelley sequence, and Gabe says, "Russian leg sweep right into a pinning combination. No, a submission." So that was fun. So Generation X, they're working on Punk's neck. As Shelley has Punk in a hold, Strong walks in and just kicks Punk in the back of the neck. Carino comes in and does the same thing to Shelley, but Shelley holds onto the hold, and Strong comes in and just kicks the crap out of Punk's back. Meanwhile, Brooks is distracting the refs and Strong, so Carino comes in and kicks Shelley enough times to break the hold. So that was a fun sequence of trading kicks and holds and stuff. Shelley does a slingshot into a big boot by Strong on Punk, and then Strong hits a senton while Punk is over Shelley's knees. So, even a team that really never teams, like Shelley and Strong, they still do good tag team stuff together, which I think actually is good. It gets over, what a good unit Generation Next is. By the way, this is Shelley's first match back in, over 2 months. Yeah. And Shelley, just as he's walking in the ring, he just casually says, "I'm back." And that was pretty much the whole thing. But their offense is really fun, I think, even though they're not, a normal duo from this group. So they're working over Carino's back and neck, and Punk breaks it up. Shelley has this hold where he has his leg over Carino's head, and he just Punk breaks it up by kicking Shelley's leg, but he accidentally kicks Carino in the ear too, which is not good because Carino does not have a good ear. He was deaf in that ear from a homicide slap. So Shelley and Strong, they do a cool combo of moves on Carino, and Shelley goes for a frog splash. Carino moves, tags in Punk, who knocks Strong off the apron, hits a German suplex on Alex Shelley, goes for a rolling German suplex, but Shelley kicks him off into a big boot by Strong. They do a series of kicks, strikes, and Punk hits a not great Shining Wizard on Shelley, and all four guys are down. Punk, he goes for the Anaconda Vice at one point, but on Shelley, Strong breaks it up. Carino and Strong, they fight to the floor. Shelley hits the shell shock on Punk. Carino gets in time to break that up. Carino, he blocks a tornado DDT by Shelley and holds Shelley for a heart attack clothesline by Punk, which is a good spot. Like Shelley's spinning him around, but he just holds him. And Punk hits the clothesline, gets an Anaconda Vice on Shelley, and gets the first ever Anaconda Vice tap out, I think, in ROH. So that move now will officially be one of his finishers. I liked the match, but I think that the crowd heat suffered because I don't think the match really ever had a consistent identity. I think Punk and Carino really wanted it to be this goofy, silly thing, and I think that Generation X wanted it to just be a match. And I think in the end the match part won out, but I think that the goofiness kind of took away from the vibe. So I think the crowd almost didn't know what to make of it at times. But I enjoyed it. I would say 2 3/4, 3 stars maybe. 3-star match is probably where I would land on it.
So I thought this was outright good. This was my favorite match of the show so far. I would do 3 1/4 stars. It's not anything special, but I agree with you. This match doesn't really know what it wants to be, or maybe it does, but what it wants to be is still confusing because before I did my research, I just watched the match first, and I thought even then it was confusing, where it was like, Generation Next and the Saints are, or at least Punk, are supposed to be feuding, and the whole first part of this match is just, like you said, a bunch of comedy, and honestly, it's the best part of the match. It's the most fun part. It is genuinely funny wrestling comedy. The crowd loves it, but the problem is the rest of the match, after like the first third or whatever, I think they basically tone down the comedy, and it becomes a standard tag with Punk gets isolated for a while. There's a hot tag. Carino gets a hot tag, and then he gets beaten up a little bit, but then eventually they go to the finish, which everyone coming in, they even do the spot where all four are down at the same time to get some applause, blah, blah, blah. And I felt like that match was just solid, but the highlight was the best part, the most entertaining part of the match was actually the comedy part, which ironically is also the part that doesn't really make sense. And then when I did my research and found out that apparently this match was being built as the final confrontation, the end of this feud, it felt even weirder that they made it such a comedy intense match, because you feel no hate between like these two teams at all. Like, obviously they're wrestling and maybe there's a little bit of dislike at like, oh, you kicked me, you interfered or whatever. But it's like, you compare this to how Punk acted during his feud against Raven, or even the feud against the Prophecy, which had a big curveball thrown at it when Daniels had to be pulled off those shows. And like, those all felt like they had more hatred. Like, this feud felt like it had zero hatred, even though in storyline, the Second City Saints, the Generation Next took out Colt Cabana for months and injured his shoulder. I don't think there's ever been one match in this feud that really felt particularly like there was much anger between the sides. But most of this rating, and again, the crowd wasn't that into it in the second half. It felt like the comedy was the more appealing part, but the comedy was really enjoyable, and the action was fine in the second half too. But just looking at spots, first off, there's one spot, Matt, I don't know if you noticed this, but during Punk's walk to the ring with Punk's big long entrance, the lights keep strobing on and off, and there's a moment where he always does that big wind up where he like twirls around one arm like he's going to do It's Clobbering Time. And sometimes he says that and sometimes he doesn't. And you see him start to do the motion, and then you see the lights go out, and you can hear in the dark someone, I think Punk, say, I think I hurt my elbow doing that. And when the lights come on, he's rubbing his elbow. And
I did not notice that, no.
Go, fans, if you want to, go back and watch this entrance. I think Punk literally like hurts his elbow swinging and like admits it to like a fan at ringside. Like, I think I hurt my elbow doing that. And like you said, there was the funny part where, Carino keeps tagging out and Punk there's a lot of jokes in this match made at the expense of, even though Carino seemed to be in fairly good shape by modern Carino standards, there's a lot of jokes in this match basically being about Carino being fat or out of shape. Like you said, Punk keeps tagging back out as soon as he tags in, and Carino just keeps acting like, God damn it, I have to come back in. Like, what the hell? And, the part, like you said, where, Punk gets Carino on his shoulders and then drops the knee, and then Punk sells his back and it says something like, you're really fucking heavy. And, the crowd just, and, good on Carino, I guess, to be allowing people to poke fun of him that way. There's a moment where, Carino does something and he says right to the crowd, I'm a hell of a baby face, he says. And then later he says Steamboat before he does an arm drag. I think Punk does the same thing. And then later Shelley yells Steamboat, but then he just does a wrist lock, which is a funny little heel thing. There was one part I also didn't get where, so the part you talked about, Matt, where Tracy Brooks stands on the apron and she distracts Roderick Strong and the ref, and then Carino throws a bunch of kicks to Shelley's back. After that, Carino turns to a fan and he says, I couldn't do that a year ago. And I thought, you couldn't throw a bunch of kicks to a guy's back? I didn't quite, maybe there's some context, maybe the fan said something, but Carino literally says something to a fan. He goes, I couldn't do that a year ago, right after those kicks.
Maybe there was something wrong with it. Maybe there was something wrong with his foot a year ago. I don't know.
So yeah, that was that was basically it. It was fun, decent stuff, but a weird way to end the feud. And going back to let me see if I can just find Phil Schneider's quote from Live. He wrote, really weird way to end a feud. This was listed as the final confrontation between Generation Next and the Second City Saints, but the Gen Next team were pretty superfluous. I always forget how to pronounce that word. Superfluous. I think they spelled it wrong. To the match. The focus was on CM Punk and Carino interacting with each other, and their opponents were along for the ride. Punk and Carino had a lot of amusing shtick, but their opponents were basically Pez Whatley and Devon Storm on NWO Saturday Night, which is maybe the most DVD VR reference ever. I actually agree with a lot of that. I do think the match, it started to become more of a wrestling match in the second half, but I do agree in the first half of the match, it did feel more like the Carino and Punk comedy show and Strong and Shelley, even though, like you said, they did show themselves to be a good unit together, were kind of along for the ride in that first half, just basically being the backdrop for a bunch of funny comedy, but it was entertaining. After the match, we get a big angle. So the face team leaves. Austin Aries joins Shelley and Strong in the ring. Aries grabs the mic, and he says that 3 months ago in this very building, he and Shelley both looked into the camera and said, "Samoa Joe, we're coming for your title." Aries says that night Shelley looked into Aries' eyes and told him that no matter what happens, remember where your loyalties stand. Aries says that's funny because since Shelley said that, he's been absent, taking care of more important things, which of course immediately gets a big "fuck TNA" chant. Aries says tonight he gets his shot at Samoa Joe and that Ring of Honor world title, but before he takes the top spot in the company, there's one more spot he wants, and that's Shelley's spot as the leader of Generation Next. Aries says like Shelley has done to so many competitors, he's giving him an ultimatum. He has 5 seconds to either step down or get beat down, which is the line Shelley has used in the past. He hands Shelley the mic, and before Shelley can even say half a sentence, before 5 seconds has even elapsed, Aries just attacks him, punches him. Roderick Strong pulls Aries off, only to hit Shelley with a half Nelson backbreaker himself, so instantly we know where he's aligned. Aries says Shelley thinks he's got talent on loan from God. Well, Aries says, "I'm your personal Jesus," which becomes we see what the connection of that is very soon. He ends by saying tonight he ascends to the top of Ring of Honor and no one can stop him. So this was a big angle, and it's pretty crazy to think that they did this big angle just 2 matches away from like the biggest match of Aries' life. It's kind of a big 45 minutes for Austin Aries. What'd you think, Matt?
Yeah, I mean, I liked it. Like the other big turn on the show, which is the Walters one, it is very matter of fact. Aries comes in. There's not a lot of he's just like, "Hey, you left. I'm taking over. Boom, bye." And then it's funny because it seems like the crowd almost expected Aries to turn on Shelley because it didn't get a big pop. But actually what got the really big pop was Strong hitting the backbreaker on Shelley. That got actually a bigger pop than Aries attacking Shelley, which I thought was very interesting. Almost like one was expected and the other was a surprise. And it almost works to their advantage that Evans wasn't there because they get to sort of play up the which side is Evans on thing. So I don't know. I mean, it's, it was a big deal, which I think is much more solidified by the ending of the main event.
Like you said, this angle is another one of those Ring of Honor angles, which is not always the best thing, but I think sometimes like this, it's refreshing where they don't telegraph it. They do telegraph it. They don't make it a mystery because, like a few shows ago, this promo Austin Aries is referencing, they literally had a thing where Aries basically kind of insinuated right then that I want to be the top, and there's only going to be room for one of us in the top. And so it's no surprise when they get to this show. He literally references that promo. It's basically you told me to be loyal, and I said, we're on a race to the top, and I'm taking your spot. And
the one thing that I found surprising was Shelley always was the guy on the mic for months. He got a mic work on every single show. He was basically 2004 CM Punk in terms of getting live mic time. And on this show, he gets none to state his side, to do anything. He's almost he's a prop almost for the Aries to ascend.
It's interesting. The Death Valley Driver guys, forgive me, I forget which one because I didn't put this in the notes. Said they theorized is Gabe. They quoted. They said Bill Watson Alex Shelley for going to TNA because and there is a thought. I was one of these people. I was a big Alex Shelley fan, and I always wondered why he didn't get pushed hotter, especially even after this. I thought, Shelley's going to be a big babyface and get one over on Aries, and maybe he'll even be the next Ring of Honor champion after Aries, but he never gets a big push maybe at least what some people like me would think would go match up with his talent. But I do think, looking in hindsight and knowing all the strife between TNA and Ring of Honor, maybe a big part of it and part of this angle was the idea of, like, Shelley has a ceiling because we can't risk pushing him too high because he's TNA. And I think there was always that, when you look at the way Ring of Honor booked from the Feinstein scandal on, they would push guys that were in TNA, but in terms of giving them titles or stuff like that, or long-term stuff, I think they always had a certain hesitance afterwards, after they lost Styles and Daniels temporarily. So maybe that's part of not getting mic time even too. Maybe it's just sort of like, we're only giving you so much now.
The only thing that throws a monkey wrench into that theory is when they started giving Shelley the big push, he was already in TNA.
Yeah, that's the one thing. Although again, he did just miss 2 months. And in fact, I said this on another show. Is that really because of TNA? Because like TNA weren't they still running shows on like the middle of the week? I mean, I know they had their first Sunday pay-per-view during this time, but they weren't like running every weekend, and they weren't running on Saturdays as far as I know. Were they? Maybe they were. Maybe I'm just, but I remember looking up Cage Match and not seeing shows that Shelley was on the days that Ring of Honor ran shows most of the time. Yeah, I'm not sure either. One other question about this, Matt. Does this count as Austin Aries turning face? Because Generation Next has been a heel group, and the fans, like, they chant "fuck TNA" when Aries brings up that Shelley's been missing from the company, which is, that kind of makes Shelley look like the asshole, not Aries. And then the fans, I think, are happy to see, like you said, especially Strong attacking Shelley. So in a weird way, like on the surface, it feels like this is Shelley turning face because two guys are like kicking him out of a group and not even giving him a chance to give them an answer. But in a lot of ways, it does feel like it's Aries turning face, and especially with what comes later and how Aries reacts in the moment after winning the title, it does feel like he's starting to act more like a face.
Yes and no, because they're definitely still heels for the first few months of 2005. So
it's inconsistent.
Yeah. I'd say it's more back to like 2003 style, where it's just kind of like they're situationally faces or heels.
Yeah. And that brings us to the semi-main event. Bryan Danielson defeated Low-Ki by disqualification in 20 minutes, 57 seconds when they brawled into the crowd and Homicide and Smokes attacked Danielson. Okay.
Before you start, I know you get the first review, but I'm just going to say, if I was, a fan of ROH to the degree that I became at this point in 2004, because I was still up in college, but if I was back and like going, like really into it, I would have definitely driven to Philly, and this would have been the reason, this match right here. Like, just on paper, I'm talking about. Just because I love their first match so much, and I love both guys. This match, this on paper, which I think is good context, would be such a draw for a fan like me.
To add in some context, I would say, if someone had asked me, like maybe before Joe Punk 3, if someone had asked me, name the 3 matches of all the guys that Ring of Honor has access to, what are the matches that Ring of Honor could possibly book that you'd be most excited to see? My 2 that would be tied for first would have been Joe Punk 3 and Low-Ki Samoa Joe. And then my match right behind, like one tier behind them, would have been do Danielson Low-Ki again.
Right.
Like, of any match they could even conceivably make, just like, they hadn't wrestled in years. Like Danielson said. You want to see this match so bad, and that is why I am sorry to say this might be the most disappointing match we have ever covered on Through the Years. It is not the worst match. It is, I would say, I don't know. It's maybe 2 3/4 stars, maybe 3 if you're being generous. But
yeah, in some ways, it's like a good match by normal standards. But
yeah, I would say the gulf between what my expectations were and what was delivered, this is the most in the history of the podcast. Because with these guys, you expect their ceiling is 5 stars, best match of the year. You expect their floor might be 4 stars, great, and you don't get that. What you get is you get an opening third of the match that was very by the book. It's a lot of basic early stage of match offense sequences. You've seen these guys have in lots of matches before, but done well, but just kind of low key, no pun intended stuff. it feels like maybe the first 10 minutes of a slow building, like 40-minute classic. But then what happens is after those first 8, 9, I don't know how many minutes, it turns into Low-Ki just zeroes in on Danielson's arm, which is playing up the story of Danielson's arm got hurt by homicide in the last show. And, again, they're playing up they're building a lot on this show to this tap out match on the next show. And so, the arm work is fine. Danielson does a great job selling. My favorite point in the match actually is at one point, Danielson is just lying like on his back with his head propped up on the bottom turnbuckle, and Key's been hitting him, and Danielson starts pulling himself. He's knocked out, but then he grabs the ropes with one arm and he starts pulling himself up, and he eventually stands up and he just like starts looking around and he gets this creepy smile on his face. It's almost like, for modern wrestling fans, like when Kota Ibushi occasionally in New Japan has moments in huge matches where he gets really beaten up bad and he just almost like goes crazy, where he just kind of starts no-selling almost and looks to the crowd with a smile. Danielson does this in 2004, and I forgot he did this, and that got a big pop out of me, and it's a great comeback there. But then, there's a few big moves. Danielson does the superplex. He does a airplane spin and roll and tumbles out of the ring, and then they brawl in the crowd for a minute too, including there's a crowd spot, which I think, Matt, you point out to me. I'll let you describe this on your turn. Danielson does an airplane spin in the crowd. They keep brawling, and then Homicide and Smokes come out and they attack Danielson, the DQ, blah, blah, blah. And so the problem for me was I felt like the first 10 minutes were building to something, and then the build became some limb work, and then just as the match is starting to kick into a higher gear, it just goes to this weird brawl finish. And I kept trying to think that's the way I feel, but I didn't know I didn't feel like I was putting it in an elegant way. And then when I read the Death Valley Driver video review afterwards, sometimes you read something and someone puts exactly what you want to say in a way more elegant, thoughtful way. And so I thought this was the best part of their entire review of this show, this live event. This is Tom Kay. He was there with Phil Schneider. I've been mostly quoting Schneider, but this is his quote. I think, Matt, before I hand it to you, this will be my final word for now. This is his quote on it, and I think it sums up my thoughts in some ways. He writes, "This was a match with a schmoz finish. The secret to a schmoz finish is, try saying that 3 times fast, is to promise the perfect finish and then deny it to the fans. That means the entire match needs to build toward that, only to have it taken away. This match wasn't building towards anything, and so instead of the schmoz denying the fans a finish, it really felt like it denied the fans a match. A schmoz that steals the finish leaves the audience wanting to see a cage match or a no DQ match. A schmoz that steals the whole match just leaves the crowd feeling cheated." And Matt, honestly, that is kind of the way I felt about this match. I felt like instead of getting denied a finish, it kind of felt like I was expecting one match and they didn't really deliver the match at all.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's a really interesting way of putting it. It does seem like they didn't know what they were going for here. I don't know if you mentioned it and I just missed it, but one of the big spots of the match was the beginning, because Low-Ki comes out and he's wearing his gangsta pants and he takes them off and he's just wearing plain black trunks just like Danielson, and Punk is like, Loki's wearing his underwear, and it did look like he was just stripping down into his underwear. It was weird.
I know it's supposed to be the idea of and I didn't mention it, so great bringing it up. But so I guess kind of like the mirror match, they both have the same gear, red trunks, black trunks, black kick pads. But yeah, especially with Punk's teasing, it was more like Loki's wearing his underwear.
Yeah, it just set a weird tone, I would say. But even Punk says that Key and Danielson made him a fan of ROH. I'm sure a lot of people fall into that boat. And it's the beginning of their match in 2002 was this interesting MMA pro wrestling hybrid thing. And at the beginning of this, like you said, it's just really slow, feeling each other out wrestling, which is, not necessarily bad. They're great. They're both great wrestlers and they do it well. So it could be building to something. But, Low-Ki throws in some of his heel stuff. At one time, Danielson gets a face lock on Low-Ki, and Low-Ki bites Danielson's thumb to get out of the hold. You wouldn't have seen that in 2002.
Yeah.
But just in case you weren't sure they were going slow, at a couple points, Low-Ki puts on a nerve hold, which is always the indication like that this match is basic. um, but then like you said, they start doing the arm stuff. Danielson does like an interesting sell because Low-Ki puts his arm in a hammerlock position, and Danielson like can't get out of the position. So Punk is saying like his shoulder is dislocated. Like that kind of stuff is clever and fun, and I think it does elevate the match to a little bit better than than it could have been. Like I think it like in some ways this is a good match. Like there's good things about it.
There are moments,
yeah,
but they're just that they're moments.
Right. But also it's more like in relative to expectations and like potential, you know?
Yeah.
And like to build, it's like like you said, it feels like they're building to something that never gets there. Like that's the problem. It's like all of this stuff that they did in the early part of the match could have been part of a great match. You know, they could have had the exact same first 15 minutes and the match could have been great, but it would have required at least another 15, 20 minutes of really good stuff to make it a part of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like there's actually points here where I hear the beginnings of boring chants. And like, could you imagine ROH in 2004 boring chants for Bryan Danielson against Low-Ki? Like that's insane, right?
Yeah. Yeah, remembered watching this, that the reputation, even my reaction watching this years later, was it was disappointing. And I was still disappointed rewatching it, knowing I was probably going to be disappointed.
Well, but as far as like the fun stuff, like there is a point where Key is kicking Dragon's arm and Dragon like actually hulks up, like Hulk Hogan style, and yells, "That's all you got," and it's like no selling, and like Loki's actually backing off like a heel against Hulk Hogan and going for a handshake, but then kicking. But Dragon catches the leg and knees his thigh, does some leg twists. Could have been a more effective Hulk up, but I thought it was entertaining. And like I also enjoyed the surfboard where he stretches Loki's head all the way back into his crotch, and Punk says that he's teabagging Loki. But I think like I named all the good stuff. Like after that, like you said, they do the airplane spin and they fall outside, and they're fighting in the crowd. So like you mentioned, Danielson is doing an airplane spin in the crowd, but he's like walking around as he does the spin. And there's a guy who's watching, and this guy is backing up, and he falls over the leg of the lighting rig. And like it's very noticeable, and I feel very bad for him. And like I almost want to post the GIF, but I kind of don't because I don't want to embarrass the guy. But it's very noticeable. I'm glad it's not me.
Funny, like I also love, for those like you won't know this, Matt was so excited. Like Matt was watching the show before I was, and he was like, "How do you like cut a clip from a video file?" And I like told him, and this was the clip he got me. Like I love the just captured your imagination. And it is like you feel bad for the guy, but laugh at the same time. And it's especially funny in the context of the match because it's right near the end where things are supposed to be breaking down and getting wild, and then there's just this poor fan that trips over a lighting rig, like.
Yeah, poor guy. It's like it's a blooper. It's like one for the blooper reel, but it's also like one of the most memorable parts of the match to me. Like
it was.
Yeah.
Like, oh my god. Like you're right.
But like so this like the way the brawl goes at this point is Jay Lethal comes out, attacks Homicide, and then the students come out and they get beaten up by Julius Smokes. And Lethal and Homicide continue to brawl. So Lethal and Homicide is like they weren't really feuding at this point. Like this is sort of like their first big interaction, right?
Yeah.
So Lethal and Homicide continue to brawl. I guess Lethal is there because of
Low-Ki.
Yeah,
that
Low-Ki.
match they had maybe.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
They don't really make that connection. But Low-Ki, like, the thing is, Lethal and Homicide are brawling, and Gabe calls it a riot. And I'm like, Gabe, you like that word way too much, because that is not what a riot is. It's two guys fighting. Meanwhile, Danielson is just, like, help to the back. Like, it's almost like what they used to call a sports entertainment finish. Like, they don't actually have a finish. They actually announce the result of the match on commentary during the next match. Yeah. That's how they do this. But, that's when, Low-Ki gets back in the ring, and the cameraman, we actually follow the cameraman as he climbs over chairs to get back to the ring. And I guess you can say what happens next. But yeah, the match, I think maybe I liked it a little more than you, but like, still like, the most disappointing match, I would say it's up there.
And just to be clear, like, to give some context, this is not a match where like we're disappointed, but people loved it at the time. This is pretty much universally considered like a surprisingly disappointing match. Like Matt said, there was occasionally the beginnings of boring chants that got quickly shouted down by other fans, but the crowd was quiet for a bunch of this in not a great way, even though you could tell they were really excited at first, and then that slowly got drained out of them, and they would perk up occasionally for something. Like the DVD VR guy, like, that's always an acronym for me to say, but like, they were huge Danielson fans at this time and Key fans, and they were disappointed. And the live reports from the match said that it was disappointing. And in fact, we'll go to Dave Meltzer's thoughts weeks later when he got the tape of Final Battle. He wrote, Danielson and Low Ki wasn't good at all. It isn't as if their talent and athletic ability wasn't obvious, but what they were doing for the most part wasn't clicking, even with some cool spots thrown in. They lost the crowd about 9 minutes in. They lost me about 3 minutes later. They kind of got people back because Danielson did his Tapatia, aka Rito Romero special / Dragon Sleeper combination move, which is so cool looking it should be a finish. And I will say, like you mentioned that too, that is right. Like it is like he stretches Low Ki so severely, and it looks so cool. That is a moment where the crowd they were starting to lose the crowd, and for a time, like, that does get the crowd back into it. But the problem is they kind of don't take that anywhere.
Right. Well, that's kind of like the end of the match part of the match, because then they go outside. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and it goes back to what you said, which is they had another 15 minutes going in that direction. This could have been a great match. Yeah. But we don't get that. So, that is most of the notes for that. So going to what happened after the match, like I said, this match ends in a DQ with the Homicide and Smokes interference. Jay Lethal comes with some ROH students, and others brawl with the Rottweilers. As Gabe says, like Matt said, it's another riot, which at this point, Gabe must think that every fight that is not in a ring that is more than 3 people is a riot. Danielson's helped to the back, as Gabe says, this must have been the Rottweilers' plan all along, which seems like a weird plan. The Rottweilers return to the ring, and Key argues with the ref. Key grabs a mic and screams at the ref that he had no business ending the match. Danielson couldn't continue. Key keeps screaming over and over that he should be declared the winner as he throttles Ref Hansen before he eventually punches him in the face. Gabe screams that Key has crossed the line and broken the code of honor. Key starts to strangle Ref Hansen with a belt, and Gabe
Daniel Bryan, Justin Roberts style.
I was going to say, like, Daniel Bryan, what a weird twist. Gabe screams someone has to help him or that Ref Hansen is going to die. And in a funny little bit of timing, the second Gabe says that on commentary, Key releases the hold on his own volition. And that's that. So one note that did not make, I don't think, Matt, unless I missed it, that did not make tape. This comes from Dwayne K from a live report he sent into PW Insider. He wrote, Homicide then stole Danielson's cloak, which Danielson wears to the ring. Homicide wore it to the back, mocking Danielson.
Damn, I wish I'd seen that.
So I don't think that part made tape.
No, it didn't.
And Matt, this is also a funny point. So Dwayne K wrote in his live report, the non-finish was possibly due to Low Ki and Danielson working for rival promotions in Japan. For those who don't know, at this time, Ki was working for Noah and Danielson was still working for New Japan. And then Mike Johnson wrote this as a note on this guy's live report. He wrote, note from Mike Johnson, I believe it was done to bring the crowd down prior to the Ring of Honor title match. Matt, do you really think they intentionally fucked this, like had a boring match to bring the crowd down? I really doubt that for some reason. I guess it's not impossible.
It doesn't seem like Ring of Honor's MO to bring the crowd down with a disappointing match before. Like, that's not usually their philosophy. Their philosophy is generally like everybody tries to have a great match.
And by the way, if you wanted to bring the crowd down, they could have. There was other matches they could have put in the semi-main event to bring the crowd down.
Right.
Not do this match here.
Right. Yeah. That doesn't hold water for me at all.
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense. Even though I get that it is crazy that these guys had a disappointing match.
Sometimes it happens.
Yeah, even the best people in the world at something, script occasionally through the years. Sometimes I stumble over my words, even though really I'm
the best in the world.
Even I can't pretend to be confident.
The best podcaster in the world, Trevor Dane.
Oh God damn you! I guess one thing we should mention about this too, Matt, is I'll just read from the Pro Wrestling Torch. Ring of Honor posted a storyline declaration regarding Low Ki last week. Quote, Ring of Honor officials are going to make an example out of Low Ki for striking referee Sean Hansen on December 26th at Final Battle 2004. Breaking the code of honor like this will not be tolerated. Do not expect Ki back in Ring of Honor anytime soon, if ever. And in fact, I believe, Low Ki does not wrestle in Ring of Honor again till Manhattan Mayhem, which is like halfway through next year.
Yep. And, man, how many times are they like, Low Ki he's crossed the line. He's not coming back. Eventually it's permanent, but it takes a long time.
He really is their Sabu. I mean, people made that comparison before, but like, he's on the outs, but he's back, and he's like one of the guys that built the company, but obviously he doesn't get along with the guy who runs it.
But Sabu is like that. He's only gone really one short period.
Yeah. Low Ki
is like gone most of the time.
Although, to be fair, on the other end, Gabe Sapolsky never did a promo in the ring where he said, fuck Low Ki.
Just on commentary constantly.
yeah, just on commentary. You got to live out his dreams there. So we cut to a clip of AJ Styles wrestling Paul London from 2003 at, I believe, Night of the Grudges. Gabe in a voiceover tells us there's breaking news as AJ Styles has demanded to get to wrestle Jimmy Rave in a match in Ring of Honor, and Gabe tells us TNA has given him permission. Gabe says AJ Styles will return to Ring of Honor, possibly for this one night only. So, yeah, AJ Styles is coming back, and it will not be one night only, but initially I guess there was some thought maybe it could be, but we're getting that, and I like the way they sell it here. It's like breaking news that, oh my god, AJ Styles coming back. And that brings us finally, Matt, to, I almost feel like not really emotional, but like a tiny bit. The Ring of Honor World Title match. Austin Aries defeated Samoa Joe via pinfall in 1734 after hitting the 450 splash. Matt, like we've been covering a world where Samoa Joe was the world champion for so long. So much has happened in the real world, and we're finally at the end of it in our rewatch. Like, this is it. It's over,
Yeah, I mean, we've been just like covering this show, but really like it's building to this, which is one of the very biggest moments in the history of the company. I don't know if you want to say before now. Yeah, let's do this before we talk about the match. So what were you thinking when you heard this match was signed? I mean, I know you sort of talked about what you were expecting with Punk versus Joe. What were you expecting with Aries versus Joe?
I did not think that Aries was going to win because I still thought here's the thing. I still thought they were going to do Low Ki versus Joe while Joe was champion. I didn't know what was going to happen there, but I thought because they were still, you have to remember, they were teasing that occasionally. Like even on, after the last show, at the end of the last show, after Joe beats Punk in the third match of their trilogy, and he's on the mic, he says something to the effect of, I don't care who's next, like Nigel McGuinness, John Walters, and then he says, Low Ki, your time will come too. Like it still felt like that was coming. So I felt like there's no way Joe loses the title until he has a match with Ki. Whether or not he loses to Ki, I didn't know. And so the fact that all of a sudden, right after the Punk feud, he loses it, I was like, holy shit.
Yeah, I mean, it's and like I guess like Jeff Schwartz on an honorable mention sort of made it sound like a lot of people knew that Aries was winning. I wasn't following ROH closely enough just yet, so like when I heard the news, I was surprised. Like I did not see this coming at all. I really wasn't too familiar with Austin Aries at this point. It's crazy because Austin Aries was, if you were looking in December of 2003 and you were like, who's the next big guy? Austin Aries. I think a lot of people who were like independent wrestling fans in the country didn't know Austin Aries, right? It almost felt like he came out of nowhere, and I know he didn't. Like he was obviously in, other major promotions, Super 8. Yeah. But Super 8 in 04, right? Not in 03, right?
Yeah.
So
think about, he's not really in the company until, a few months into the year with Generation Next, that show, he had like a do or die match or something.
Well, so Roderick Strong, he had a tryout match on a pre-show in September of 2003. Aries' first appearance, even on like a dark match in ROH, was March of 2004. His main show debut was April of 2004. By December, he is the world champion, beating the greatest world champion in ROH history in a major moment. It's a really meteoric rise, and whatever people say about Austin Aries as a person, he should wear his masks, but he's was really freaking talented, and he really did make a great name for himself. And I think it's a remarkable story. It's a remarkable story that it worked as well as it did. Also, I guess we could save this. I'll get to the match. If that's okay.
We could talk about Joe's legacy and some of the other, and I got some notes on that, but yeah, might as well maybe it'd be cleaner if I mean, you were about to do it anyway, but yeah, let's review the match first, I guess.
All right. So, you want me to go first, right?
Yeah, I saved it for you.
Thank you. So first of all, it's a great match. Like, it really is. I don't think that it is top 5 of the year, since we're going to talk about that later, but it's a great match because it's different. Like, Joe had been building into these longer and longer matches, and this is a lot more like his previous style of match in that it is explosive, and it's, what'd you say, 16 minutes, 17 minutes, something like that?
I think it's 17 something.
Yeah, which is on the longer end of Joe's matches, like if you took 2003 style Joe, but it's very short compared to his recent great matches,
Yeah. The Punk matches, the Danielson match was in the 40s.
Right. So first of all, Aries comes out to Personal Jesus cover by Marilyn Manson, obviously the original by Depeche Mode. So like that's his new entrance, and like he has lighting as part of it. Like, he feels like a big star now. So like that clearly is, I don't know if that would indicate to the crowd something big was happening, but it showed that they were, definitely changing their presentation of Aries. And what I like about this match is that in some ways it's like a traditional Joe match in that he dominates for a lot of it. But what's different is that Aries, what allows Aries to overcome Joe's dominance is his resilience and his explosiveness. Like, he would just come back with these like big, hard hitting, like sudden moves. So Aries jumps Joe with the bell. Joe cuts him off pretty quickly, but Aries is able to escape, and they get back to a stalemate. Joe blocks headlock takeovers from Aries, which is, I think, a fun spot because, Joe got caught by the headlocks with Punk. So Punk gets to say that Joe, he scouted it. And so like when Aries tries to take him over, Joe actually just like blocks it. Like, he doesn't reverse it. He just blocks it. Like, no, you can't take me over. And then he does a bunch of headlocks of his own. They do a wacky crisscross spot, which Aries ends by drop kicking Joe in the knee and then going to work over the knee with the dragon screw leg whip. Gabe mentions that Aries was training in the past week at the New Japan dojo, and Punk says that's basically like being in Japan. They got a rice cooker there, which I enjoyed.
Matt, I basically live in Japan then.
Yeah. I mean, what do you mean basically? You only basically have a rice cooker?
It's on layaway.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, Aries goes for his shin breaker suplex combo. Joe blocks the suplex and cuts Aries off with an enziguri. Then he just does a bunch of, like, slaps and kicks to Aries' abdomen. Meanwhile, during this, Gabe announces that Danielson was ruled the winner of the last match by disqualification, which is, I don't know, that's just a weird way of approaching that, but okay. So now Joe starts to really dominate. He beats Aries up in the corner, and the crowd is actually kind of quiet during this part, where Joe is dominating Aries. Like, he's like almost toying with him. Aries tries to come back with strikes, go for a brain buster. Joe blocks it. But Joe does go for his tope. But Aries, what he does is, as Joe is going, Aries runs into the ring and goes for his own tope, but Joe cuts that off with a kick, and Aries is like dangling over the top rope. And I like that spot because, Aries, like, he's getting his advantages by being fast, but this time Joe he sees it coming. Joe does the ole ole kick. Then he throws all of the timekeepers, tables, chairs out of the way to do a second one. And at this point in the match, you would say like Joe's title doesn't feel in jeopardy at all. Aries is just being clobbered. So Joe actually goes for a third ole ole kick, but this time Aries moves, and Joe's leg goes over the guardrail, and Aries punches and elbows away at them, and he does an ole ole drop kick. And then he jumps into the ring into a corner elbow, but Joe just suddenly grabs the choke. But Aries just rolls out of it. And Gabe is like, not a lot of people escape that. And that's sort of like when you start to see like, oh, Aries is very resilient and like sudden. Joe gets Aries up for a power bomb, but Aries snaps it into a hard-hitting Rana for 2. Aries does a series of drop kicks to Joe's face in the corner. He goes for a third. Joe catches him and hits an island driver for 2. And that was a great spot because the crowd really bought that might be a finish. The kick out got a really big pop. So like, the crowd was quiet for a bit, but now they're like getting more and more into it. They get this dueling chants. And I think because of all of Aries' like reversals and just like how explosive they are, I think you start to see the crowd sort of like sensing something. Aries fights out of a muscle buster. He gets a ton of punches to try to knock Joe off the ropes as they fight on top. And he does knock Joe off, and he hits the 450, but Joe kicks out. So at this point, it's like they've both kicked out of big moves. Joe blocks the brain buster, sends Aries to the outside, and goes for the tope again. But Aries jumps up on the ropes, hits a big sunset flip for a great near fall, and then turns it into a Boston Crab for another great pop. And he blocks the lariat, grabs the fishhook stretch, breaks it on the referee's count. Then Joe blocks the brainbuster for a second time, and he puts him on the top rope and just slaps the crap out of him and hits a big kick to the head. Everyone's standing. Joe goes for another muscle buster, but Aries escapes and turns it into a crucifix bomb. And like, okay, so you ever play a video game where
yes, Matt, I have played.
No,
sorry,
no, but like you'll see what I'm going for here.
Yeah,
like so you're fighting this boss, this final boss, and like you can never beat this final boss. And like you keep plugging away at it, and then like maybe after trying for like 15 times, maybe it's like 5 days later, and you realize like you're starting to beat the boss, and like you realize like the boss is like shook and he's reacting differently, and maybe he's like flashing different colors, and you're like, oh man, like I'm actually like, I think I'm going to beat him this time. Do you ever have that happen?
Yeah, almost like you get to a new place in the game. Like I've never been this far before.
Yeah, and that's the way Joe is selling here. Like when Aries kicks him to the head, like he's like, wow, I don't remember Joe selling like this. And then when Aries hits the crucifix bomb, like Joe's like, whoa, like wobbly. And then Aries just comes back with these like running strikes, and Joe sells it like he's the final boss in a game, like about to be taken down. Like he's just like, like, you know, like you could just like hear the sound effects, like as he's like rocking into the turnbuckle. And Aries hits a low kick, then a kick to the head, then the brain buster. Then the crowd's just going insane because Aries runs up, hits the 450, 3 count, one of the biggest pops in ROH history. Roderick Strong is jumping up and down. Huge Aries chant. No one seems disappointed at all that this happened. Everyone's going crazy. I just like the way they just like built and built and built to that moment to where it's like, it was like a shock, but it was like they got you ready for it. It's like the way they sold the moves, the way they reacted to things, the way Joe was like moving. It's like you could just tell this was coming, and you were like, you doubted it, but also it's like they made it clear at the same time. And I thought it was the perfect combination. And really it's not like this was like the most intricately laid out match in history. It's not like Joe vs. Punk 3 where like everything had all this thought. It was just like, there was just a very simple story, but it wasn't the story they ever told before, which is Aries is he just has these combinations and this resilience and this explosiveness, and he's just able to put it all together and just take down Joe in a way that nobody else had. And of course, you also have the other element of Joe just finished the hardest 3 matches that he's ever had with somebody. He's had one difficult title defense after another. It's the end of the year. He's worn down. He's ripe for Aries' combination of skills, and Aries is able to catch him and beat him. And it's an incredible moment. And it's a fantastic match.
And that's a really great review. And now I'm going to have to try and say something good about it that fits your level of stuff there. I'm getting tongue tied, but maybe just because I keep imagining now, since your video game analogy, which was very good, by the way, now I keep thinking of like what video game boss would Joe be, like King Hippo in Mike Tyson's Punch-Out maybe?
I'm actually thinking more like Mike Tyson in Mike Tyson's Punch-Out.
yeah, in your persona, absolutely. So, yeah, I have pretty similar feelings to you. I think this is a great match, but like a great in the sense of like it's 4 4.25 stars, somewhere it's like a low grade, but like the emotion of it. I guess this is the way I would put it. this won't, just like you said, not to tip away too much, but this will not make my best 5 matches of the year. If we had an award for best 5 minute stretch of the year or best 1 minute stretch of the year, the final 5 or final 1 minutes of this match would be in contention and could possibly even win. Like, the final 5 minutes is just amazing, where I think it's right after Aries Rana's Joe, where Joe has him up for the power bomb and Aries Rana's him. But unlike just a lot of Ranas where you flip the guy and they kind of fly away from you, like Aries ends up sitting on top of Joe and Joe still has his arms locked around Aries' legs, like he's trying to power bomb, even though he's in a pinning predicament. And the crowd pops huge for that. And it's like at that moment, I feel like it's when the crowd starts to feel like, for some reason, that spot is just so cool. You can feel this energy building with every moment after that, all the way to the finish, where the crowd's like, this could happen. Like, and I know you said Jeff Schwartz said that a lot of people knew. I'm sure maybe some people knew, but it really did feel like watching this match back again, it felt like those final 5 minutes, it's like more and more people in that crowd are starting to realize, like, they weren't coming in. Like, they were excited to see the match, but all of a sudden, it's like especially that last minute, that last minute is one of my favorite minutes in Ring of Honor history, where like you described all the moves, where Aries is just hitting every big bomb and Joe is selling them incredibly. And it's like with every move, you can feel the electricity in the crowd. It's just getting bigger and bigger. And every move of the crowd, you can almost hear their thoughts and thinking, holy shit, this is going to happen. This is going to happen. And then when it does, like it's not one of those. It's funny because for people like you and me, we were really surprised that Aries won. But when the way this match has worked, like, didn't you say it was like they're almost like preparing the crowd, for Aries to win? Yeah, because when Aries wins, it's not a pop like it's not the Undertaker Brock Lesnar WrestleMania pop where it's like stunned silence and then, oh my God, what did we just see? It's like they're ready for it, You're exactly right about that. Like, they have gotten them right to the point where they're expecting it in that second, and then they get it, and they lose their fucking minds. It's one of the biggest pops in Ring of Honor history. This is, Matt, it's a just incredible level of Ring of Honor pop.
Yeah, probably the first pop since Just Incredible's debut that could compare. And
for those who have not listened to old shows, we are not being sarcastic. Up to this point, Just Incredible's surprise debut in Ring of Honor might have been the biggest pop, but this is.
I told Trevor he's got to repost that to Twitter because people will not believe us.
I'm going to dig up the file and cut it up again and do it. I will do that. But so the one thing I would say that hurts the quality of this match a bit is, and this is again something you really talked about, which was the first 10 minutes, it's not bad by any means, but it does feel like just another day in the office for Joe. Like, he's really dominating, and it doesn't feel like a special match. It feels like a middle-of-the-road Chode title defense. He doesn't feel like he's being really challenged much. And the way I almost felt like what this match felt like, it was a match where it was like 10 minutes of a beginning, 5 minutes of like the hottest end you could imagine, and then like 2 minutes of a middle, maybe. Like the sequence where they're on the outside and Joe does the Olay kicks and then Aries counters with the Olay drop kick of his own. That felt like maybe a kind of a transition point, but really it felt like mostly like one kind of match where it's like, oh, this is just kind of not the special thing I remember, and then a very short sequence, and then the final 5 minutes, you're like, oh, this is exactly what I remembered. Like, this is why I remember this match being great and being so exciting. And the other thing I really like, a couple of things I want to mention. First off, you already described a lot of it, like Joe selling as the final boss. But I think Joe, overall in this match, he really, and how he bumps, makes Aries look like $1 million. Like, he takes that crucifix bomb or drive or whatever you call it, like, amazingly well. His kind of out on his feet stumble cells that he's only done, I think, once or twice for Punk before this. Like, everything, the way he sells Aries' offense, and even like that kick at the end that Aries does, it's like right in Joe's face. Like, holy shit. I would be almost mad if I was Joe on that, but he just takes it. And the other thing I think why this match is great is it's kind of like the Punk matches. You need the context, but in modern wrestling, a lot of times when people talk about like, oh, these guys don't know how to tell a story, or these guys tell a story, a lot of times in matches I'll hear people say, oh, that match had a story. The story was these two guys were each trying to win and hitting, like throwing all their moves they could at the other guy. And I always feel like that's not a story. Like you're kind of covering, that's like the story of every match, especially these days. But I feel like in this match, that's what it kind of was, at least from the Aries end. But it worked because it's actually different in this reign. Because if you think about Joe's title reign, most of the times Joe has ever lost a match during his title reign, it's always about someone working it differently or finding some special weakness. So like you think about Joe lost in that 6-man tag where it was the group versus the Prophecy, and it was Dan Moff, and it got him because of like a roll-up. And then Colt Cabana won survival of the fittest because of roll-up, and we established, oh, that's a weakness of Joe. And Homicide did beat Joe in a non-title match, but it was a no DQ match, and he had to use a noose to choke him out. And Joe even said afterwards, like, you could only beat me no DQ. And then Punk doesn't beat Joe, but he gets 2 draws, but it's because he does headlocks. And in this match, in that final minute, it is literally like Aries. He does very briefly in this match early on try and work on Joe's leg, and they even bring up, oh, Bryan Danielson worked on the leg against Joe in their match and it didn't work. And Joe doesn't even sell the leg. Like, it's not even like he's selling it for a while and then ignoring it. It's like he immediately just gets up and like lets you know, like, no, you didn't hurt my leg that much. Like, fuck you. But then at the end of the match, those final 5 minutes, it's all about Aries he's not trying any special strategy. He is just the young gunslinger who is going to throw everything he has at this guy, and unlike everyone else, everything he has is enough. Like, he hits him with every big move he has in that final minute, like all his coolest stuff, all his biggest stuff. And in a lot of other wrestling companies, in a lot of other matches, you would just say, oh, that's like every match. He does all this stuff and he wins. But for some reason, it felt special to me because it was like the first, not only does Joe lose, you kind of thought the way Joe's title reign went, that he was going to lose from some special weakness. And instead it was just like, no, the young, hot prospect he's better. His moves are better. When he hits all his bombs, Joe can't take it. And do you agree kind of with that vibe? Or am I being crazy there? Like, it's just selling that end like that?
No, I mean, I mostly agree. I do think there is something to, like, Aries also had like a special kind of resilience and explosiveness that he was able to just like bounce back and hit these really high impact moves, without like being too beaten up by Joe's hard hitting offense. Like, I think that was another element as part of it. But I mostly think that what you said was totally correct.
No, and I agree about that too, because the other thing I should mention is you keep talking about Austin Aries' resilience, which, by the way, he should start a group with that name. But Aries. I said this in the low key match he had on the last show, and it really comes through here too. Aries has a special quality where I think it's both the nature of his offense and how much momentum and how he executes it, and also just that he usually in his matches he makes these little comebacks every once in a while, so he doesn't get dominated for too long. Where I feel like a lot of other wrestlers wrestling Joe in those first 10 minutes, they would have come off like they're 8 levels below Joe. And I feel like Aries has this ability to really take a beating, but you never feel like he's out of the fight or like he's completely like a level below. Like, he doesn't really feel like the underdog, even though I guess in this match everyone that faces Joe is the underdog. Like, whenever like you see him taking these huge beatings, you go, holy shit, he's getting the crap beat out of him. But every time he makes a comeback, you instantly are like, oh, but Aries could still win this. Like, it's not like a super duper Mikey Whipwreck type underdog thing. Even though I would say this is like the biggest Aries has sold so far in Ring of Honor, like you said, where he's dangling in the ropes like he's knocked unconscious, and there's a couple other moments where he is just selling like huge for Joe. Like, both these guys are selling really big for the other, but yet you never really feel like he has no chance. There's never a moment, at least to me. And I think that's another thing, a special thing Aries has, like you call it the resilience, like that I think really makes this match something extra. And yeah, it's just a great match. Not one of the best matches of the year, but one of the most memorable matches of the year, and still a great match. Matt, we should probably talk about the legacy. I think 2 things: the legacy of Joe's title reign, and also, basically, I think we talked about before. We were going to have a little talk about who else Joe could have lost to. But first, there's a bunch of notes about this match that I'm just going to try and get to quickly. So The Observer wrote, this was one of the rare story times up to this point in Ring of Honor history where a news story in Ring of Honor got like a first few page article on its own. So Dave wrote, the 21-month reign of Samoa Joe as Ring of Honor heavyweight champion ended surprisingly, so Dave didn't know, I guess, on December 26th in Philadelphia when Austin Aries gave him a brainbuster and finished him off with a 450 splash at the 1734 mark. Joe was the longest reigning major champion in U.S. wrestling, and aside from rarely defended titles in Mexico, which really don't mean a lot nowadays, had the longest major reign in the industry aside from Kenta Kobashi as GHC champion, who is still champion, winning it from Mitsuhara Misawa on March 1st, 2003. Joe won the title from Xavier on March 22nd, 2003 in Philadelphia. At the time, the belt meant nothing. Gabe Sapolsky's idea was his biggest name wrestlers, in particular Low Ki, AJ Styles, Christopher Daniels, Raven, and Bryan Danielson, were already over and didn't need the belt. The idea was the belt would make a mid-carder into a star, but instead it just meant few took the title seriously. And it was no big deal when Joe won the title. Joe, on the other hand, given a tough guy aura portrayal, kind of a weird choice of words there from Dave, and was a successful attempt, Dave's phrasing there bad, at attempting to put the all-time drama of the title match being for the title of truly the best gunslinger, as opposed to a prop to elevate someone. That sentence was just horrible by Dave. But anyway.
He has his moments.
Yes. Though his having many great matches capped off by the 3-match series with CM Punk, or through having those great matches, he put the belt on the map to the point that New Japan was willing to pay heavily to get it for Hiroshi Tanahashi. There was no hints of a title change, which made people think when it was over that it was a late decision because Joe would be leaving. In actuality, Booker Gabe Sapolsky decided, for a number of reasons, this was the perfect time for a title change. For one, Joe established himself with the lengthy reign. Sapolsky felt it was the best to take the title when the reign had peaked, and he felt that after the win over Danielson and the 3-match series with Punk, that the reign wasn't going to get any better. As Joe had beaten every contender people thought he had a chance to beat him, except Low Ki, and he could only book a draw finish between the two because Low Ki wouldn't agree to a clean job because of Japan. He felt by doing it now, Joe would be regarded in the future as having a legendary reign rather than risk him having a reign that dragged at the end. He felt Joe established the title enough to where Aries, by winning, becomes a bigger star. In addition, Mick Foley has agreed to work all the Northeastern shows for the next few months, and with his antagonist, Ricky Steamboat, finishing up on December 26th, they move to a Joe versus Foley feud. While it is questionable if they will ever get a match, well, I'll repeat, while it is questionable if they will ever get a match, Foley has agreed to do some physical confrontations, and it puts Joe in with the highest profile star he's ever worked with. The match, described as a 4.25-star bout, saw Aries get a lot of near falls, which got the crowd behind him, and the finishing pop was a huge 2-minute standing ovation. So, Matt, I'll say first, do you have any thoughts about that? So, I do think, like going to what I was saying before, I think the Torch does kind of hint at that there could be a match between Foley and Joe, but with Dave goes to stress that it's questionable, just that Foley is willing to take bumps.
I mean, as far as the Foley thing, it's just like, I don't know what to think. Like they build up matches with Steamboat that they can't have. They build up matches with Foley that they can't have. I don't like that, if that's true, like it just doesn't feel right to me. But, I think that's more for a later time. Yeah. As far as Joe's title reign, I mean, I think that Gabe was exactly right. I think everything that Gabe said was 100% right in terms of like the timing, the logic of when to do it, how it affects Aries. This is why I think that Gabe sometimes doesn't even get the credit he deserves. Like, he knew exactly when to take the title off of Joe, who to give it to, and I think that he just made it a fantastic decision. And I know that you have thoughts on this, but I don't think it was an easy decision, and I think that he should get credit for making it.
No, I don't think it was an easy decision. Actually, we can seek into even though I have other notes, to talking about who we think could have beaten Joe. But I'll just say first, I agree with you. I think this was the exact right time, and I'll say this, which will go into the conversation, the exact right guy to beat Joe, because I don't think there's literally anyone else Ring of Honor had access to that would have made sense, because I think of it this way. I'm using Gabe's own criteria, which is at this time, and this would change after Aries, but at this time, Gabe viewed the title as something you put not on an already top indie name, but on the guy you think could get to that next level. That's why he gave it to Xavier. That's why he gave it to Joe, and it worked with Joe. And that's why he gives it to Aries. And I think going by that logic, there is nobody else that he could have put it on because at this time, and like you said, and like Gabe said there, I do think for that logic Gabe said it in talking to Dave, this was the time. Joe had beaten every other top guy that you would buy except for Key, and if you can't have him beat Key, then what can you do? So I'll just say, going through the names, Nigel McGuinness is not ready yet. He's great. He deserves to be the world champion and will be. He's not ready at this point yet in his career. John Walters, never going to be ready. Pure champ. They were kind of teasing a feud. He's never going to be ready. Colt Cabana, great guy who can work all up and down the roster. I don't know if I would ever say he'd be a world title guy, and if so, it wouldn't be this time. Punk, you just did the feud already. Danielson, you just did the feud already. Although you could get a rematch out of that. But again, Danielson had Japan commitments. Alex Shelley, I thought maybe, but Alex Shelley is a TNA worker. So can you trust putting the title on Alex Shelley? Doug Williams, not a full-time guy. Like, Matt, who else? Homicide, they had just done an 8 billion match feud. It would have been a very anticlimactic finish. Who else could they possibly have given this belt to at this time?
Well, I think even if you take for granted everything you said, which I don't necessarily, I think that, you build up guys and they can get there. Was Austin Aries ready in 4 months before this? Probably not, right?
But even then you would have had to keep Joe going for another 4 or 5 months, which, look, I guess.
Yeah, but you could have. Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. No, I was just going to say that's a good question, because do you think this is the way I see it? In terms of matches, fresh matches you could put Joe in that people would pay to buy a DVD or see live. I think as a B show main event, he wrestles Nigel on the next show without the title. That would have worked for the title. Maybe you could have done a John Walters match. I wouldn't have been super excited about it, and you would have had to take the title off of him first. You could have done that. I think you could have gotten one more Bryan Danielson match because he only had the one match against Joe. You could have done the rematch. I think that's mostly it. I mean, I guess you could have done an Alex Shelley Joe match.
You definitely could have. I mean, listen, I think this was the right decision, as I said. But the idea that you couldn't have kept the title on Joe for another 6 months even, I don't agree with. I think, first of all, you had guys coming in. You had Brian Kendrick coming in. You had James Gibson coming in. This was you could have done another thing with Homicide. I don't think a full feud, but some other matches. And you could have done the match with Loki and done a draw with him. It's not like you can't have draws with Samoa Joe. Clearly, we've seen that you can. So
that would have been a bummer, though.
Maybe, but you could have done it. I'm just saying, if I was in charge of ROH, I'm not at the time. I'm not saying, I don't know that. I think that Gabe made a really smart decision. I don't know that it would have been so apparent to me that this was the only way to go.
No, and I don't mean to downplay Gabe's smarts, because I do think we'll get into it, I think, on the next 1 or 2 shows. Even guys like Dave were kind of doubting if Aries could be the guy. And I think even people that were pretty big Aries boosters were we're not sure this is going to work, until they saw it. And it's a heavy crown. I'm reminded of this. It's such a weird comparison, but I remember when Howard Stern went off the air on terrestrial radio and went to satellite radio. And I've used this comparison actually for an earlier title thing in the past, actually. I think I did when Joe won the title. But I remember people saying David Lee Roth took over Howard Stern on regular radio right after that. And people hated David Lee Roth, and his show was a huge failure. And I remember people saying, you don't want to be the guy that replaces Howard Stern. You want to be the guy that replaces the guy you want to be the guy that replaces the guy who replaced Howard Stern. And I think in the same sense, being the guy that directly follows Joe is a huge, it's a huge expectation, And I think even the fact that they got the crowd to accept this, because there's a world where if Aries isn't built up the right way, that the crowd doesn't accept this, but they accept it huge. And I think Gabe deserves full credit for that.
And the timing, this was the right place at the right time at the right guy.
Yeah. So going back to the notes, well, first off, I was going to ask you, do you think there's anyone else at this time that could have beaten Joe that you would have been a good choice?
Like at that exact moment, no.
But or do you think conceivably they could have built someone up because I guess that was your point, in like 4 or 5 months?
Yeah, Joe could have had the belt for a while longer. I think that's more what I'm thinking.
Because even then, I'm thinking like,
again, I'm not saying he should have. I'm just saying like it would have been conceivable.
Yes, I get it. I don't mean to like nitpick your thing. No, I get it. And actually, you kind of have changed my mind about. I was going into this thinking that Joe's title reign could have only lasted like another month or two before he exhausts the matches. But you bringing up like that you can build up guys and remind me that Spanky and Noble come in, like, no, yeah, they could. You're right. They could have stretched it more. So you definitely like have actually swayed me on that point, as you often do. But so some more notes from around this time. Pro Wrestling Torch wrote, there is talk of a Foley versus Joe match on a Ring of Honor show early in 2005. It's something Foley has yet to agree to, but participating in the angle is a positive sign that he may be strongly leaning toward it. So there you have the Torch saying talk of a match, but again, it doesn't quite sound like the Torch is like, that might be more of the Torch speculating. But again, that's why I told you earlier, like, it's kind of blurry if Foley ever agreed to a match, at least if you read the newsletters at this second. But so going to the Pro Wrestling Torch, they also wrote about the ring. When Joe won the title, many questioned whether he was worthy of the spot. Within a year, he was considered one of the top wrestlers in the country. During 2004, he had a number of Match of the Year candidates, most notably 2 stellar 60-minute draws with CM Punk. Joe and Ring of Honor Booker Gabe Sapolsky were telling people that the decision to change the title on December 26th was made more than a month ago. One Ring of Honor wrestler tells the Torch he thinks it's too early for Aries to be given the title. Quote, but Joe was in the same position when he got, the source said. The crowd went nuts for the title change, which sent a message to all Ring of Honor fans that Sapolsky's booking is anything but predictable. You wouldn't believe how hot the crowd was, says Torch contributor Derek Bergen about the final minute of the match. I don't know how to describe this match other than to say it was the most amazing moment of any show I have seen this year. A Torch reader at the event, J Music, which by the way, that's an awesome name, writes, best match I've ever seen live. I and everyone else was so into Aries winning that it was incredible. An incredible match. The most excited I've ever been about a pro wrestling match. So I got more notes again, but first I guess I would just say we've acted on a lot of recent shows. We've said like, we've wondered when did Gabe decide to make Aries the champion? And I guess it wasn't that long before. I think I guess Michael Laney, one of our great listeners who often has great notes for us, he said he read it in an interview that Gabe said it was at an airport, I think, with Aries, talking to Aries after the first like FIP shows he did. And I believe Jeff Schwartz and Shane Hagen from an honorable mention said basically the same thing. So that's when, and I believe the timeline when I looked at it, I forget when it was exactly. I think it was around the time of, what did I say, like Midnight Express reunion or something like that?
Yeah.
Like somewhere.
Yeah, it was like right before that. Yeah.
Yeah. So it is interesting that it wasn't like that long away. The Aries push had started before that, but the Aries title win wasn't in stone at that point. Just looking at the notes here. Then Dave eventually got the tape, and he gave his personal thoughts on the match. He wrote, Joe versus Aries was really well put together. I'd give it 4.25 stars, and I came close to 4.5. They got over constructing a great match storyline, but I wasn't blown away with the feeling that the match was off the charts like in the TNA big matches on the last 2 pay-per-views. But I like this more than Joe versus Punk 3 because of how great the last 3 minutes were.
Oh, God, you must be angry.
Oh, here we go. This was more of a match that would be better live than on tape just because of the atmosphere of seeing the title change that was so elusive, since they had a great Noah Budokan Hall caliber emotional crowd pop for the finish. At the beginning, because Joe is so ridiculously much bigger, it was almost silly to watch. But they built around that, with Aries unable to get Joe up for suplexes and playing off the size difference. The deal was that Joe got tired, and Aries responded with some great fast-paced offense to the point people believed that they might see a title change, but deep down didn't believe it was possible. First off, I don't know if Dave is a mind reader. Like, I don't know how Dave can feel confident saying that. But anyway, Dave writes, then they did believe. The last few minutes of this match in particular were just awesome. It was just a great job by both men the way they built the crowd and got them into the near falls with the 450 splash finisher. Okay, I got so many notes, but I was going to say Mike Johnson, but Matt Feuerstein. I was just going to say, what was I going to ask? God, I'm getting discombobulated here. Oh, okay, I was going to say.
You're overwhelmed with notes.
This is something we could say on, get into on future shows, but this is something Dave will go back to, which is his worry that he wasn't going to be able to take Aries seriously as champion because he was too small. And that was a thought some people had. Like, even in Ring of Honor, that Aries was too small, which I don't think it but that was not like, we'll get into in a future show.
Yeah, I just got nothing to say about that. I just can't put my head around it. It's just like, it's ROH. He's already over.
Like, even here, he says, like, at first I thought it was a little silly seeing Aries trying to wrestle Joe. Like, some people felt that way. But Mike Johnson wrote on PW Insider, as noted on Sunday night here on PWInsider.com, Austin Aries defeated Samoa Joe to become the 4th Ring of Honor champion. This had been the plan for several months, and based on the live reaction and the post-show discussion of the show, it was a good move for the company as they really tapped into the excitement of the moment, which then led to a ton of spirited debate online. According to several I spoke to in the company, Joe had no problem dropping the belt as long as it was done in a way that made the belt strong, which the company accomplished. Quite a few people told me that the title change was among the greatest moments that they had witnessed in the history of the company. One fan who has attended every major Ring of Honor event since 2002 said that the reaction live blew away the crowd reaction for the Great Muta and Jushin Liger. So, and I will say this was one of the biggest pops of all time, I think. And I would Ring of Honor up to this point.
Yeah, you got to keep in mind the size of the crowd, you know, like it couldn't be one of the biggest pops of all time because there just weren't enough people there compared to, like, you know, Goldberg winning the title in the Georgia Dome, you know what I mean? But like,
that was a slip of the tongue, but yeah.
Yeah. But even still, like, you know, for a crowd of that size, it is one of the biggest pops of all time to this day.
Yeah, and especially when you consider like that guy, like they were comparing it to the Muta and Liger pops. This pop sounded comparable to me, and this crowd was like less than a half to a third of the size of the crowds for those shows.
Also, a way bigger. I mean, I think yes, comparable in loudness, but like way more emotional. You know, like those were like, "Yay, we're seeing fun people." This is like, "Oh my God, I'm feeling things." You know, it's like a different kind of pop.
People talk, like, I know the Voices of Wrestling podcast on a recent episode did a thing about how they miss companies like Ring of Honor on the U.S. indies that are storyline based and with character development and stuff. And they talked about how most of the super indies these days, you know, with some exceptions, I know our friend Dr. Keith Lipinski at AAW is trying his best, but like, it's mostly just matches with no angles, no interviews, nothing. And fans are just there to see great matches. This was a match where the fans were there to see, I'm sure they wanted to see a great match, but all that cheering in the last 5 minutes isn't because it's a great match, even though it is. It's because they think they might be about to see history. Like, they care about who wins and what this means.
Right. Yeah, it's a totally different thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So finally, I think the last note on this match, Matt, thank God, but one of the best notes is from our friend Eric Eels. He is a big fan of the show, really, you know, and he used to work for Ring of Honor for a long time. And he emailed us a note today just in the nick of time. And it's a really nice, cute, I would say, dare say, Matt, adorable anecdote. Let me just read this off. I was sitting at the sound table that fateful after at Christmas night with my longtime friends and co-workers Wade and Mary. I, along with the crowd in Philly, was fully invested in cheering Aries on. And during the main event, Gabe came out to watch things play out. And at 2 hours, 55 minutes on the DVD, on the top right of the screen, during the hard camera shots, you see Gabe throwing both fists in the air, starting to move around, getting excited that his plans are coming to fruition. And to see a guy like Gabe, an infamously grumpy guy like Aries, who had to deal with the year with all the controversies, splitting up the company from RF Video and losing 2 friends, dealing with the TNA stuff, MLW, and the brief H2 attempting to move into their turf, it was a very nice moment to see. However, the hard cam did not catch the best part. As the 3 count hits, Gabe runs over to Allison Danger, also watching in the corner of the building, and he picks her up and literally spins her around. He is in such a happy mood. It's one of the best memories. It's one of the best memories I have of the 10 years I worked on and off of the crew. I may have not been there live for Joe versus Kobashi, but I was there live for Gabe's cathartic moment. And I went back after reading that, and it's something you really do have to look for. But in fact, if you look at, I won't give a timestamp, but when you see Aries stand on the top turnbuckle for the second and final 450, if you look on the hard camera shot in the back row on the right side, there is what appears to be Gabe Sapolsky raising both arms high in the air before the match is even over and starting to like march to the left side, possibly towards Alice in Danger, which I don't see. But like, it is definitely a moment, if that's Gabe, which I think it is, of him like, he is freaking out because he realizes this is going to work, like based on the crowd reaction. And it is a really cool, neat little Easter egg, which I am so thankful that we got that little moment in.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Eric.
Yeah, that's a great little anecdote there. So after the match, PW, actually, I do have a note. God damn it. PW Torch wrote, regarding his reign, Joe released a public statement. Yes, it's over. First off, allow me to thank the fans, not just of Ring of Honor, but in general, for all the kind words and bids of thanks I have received via email and on my message board. I honestly think that my contribution to the company that is Ring of Honor was small compared to the efforts and achievements of everyone involved, but it is really good to know that something I have enjoyed immensely has been enjoyed by people who have been there to watch it unfold. This week will be spent in honest reinvention. I have a bag that is 20 pounds lighter and a willingness to fill the void. I have been told that 2004 has been my best year to date. My only goal now is to ensure that 2005 is that much better. Thank you all. Thank you all. Happy New Year. I will see you all there. So very nice little gracious statement from Joe. After the match, immediately after the match, Aries seems overcome with emotion, possibly crying or at least trying to act like he's crying. I don't know if it's legit or not. The crowd chants Aries as Strong holds him up. Jay Lethal, who was at Joe's side during the match, checks on Joe, who holds on to the Ring of Honor title as the crowd then chants Joe's name. Crowd then chants Match of the Year, but mostly Thank You, Joe. Crowd goes back to chanting Aries loudly. Lots of chants at this point. Joe grabs the mic and says before he gives Aries the belt, before he hands him his blood, sweat, tears, heartache, and most of all, the biggest triumph of his career, he asks Aries to do one thing. To carry the belt like a champion, like he has self-respect, but most of all, carry it like he respects the fans who pay and love the belt just as much as he does. He reaches his hand out, and Aries accepts the handshake, which I should know is a nice little thing too, because Aries wouldn't shake Joe's hand at the start of the match, and so that's a nice little touch too, like he does shake it here. And again, another very babyface thing. Aries accepts the handshake. Joe wraps the title around Aries' waist as the crowd chants ROH. And then, as we've talked about, in a rare occurrence of Ring of Honor, no backstage promos. This is it. We end with like a minute or so of Aries celebrating and walking to the back, and that's the show. It's in a rare thing for Ring of Honor to not have promos to end the show. So, Matt, that's the show. Before we get into the show, I guess should we just say, I mean, is there anything we can say really to sum up Joe's title reign, except that it is not just probably the best title reign in Ring of Honor history, it is probably one of the best title reigns in all of wrestling in the past 20 years?
Or long. Yeah, I would say the entire time I've been watching wrestling, which goes back to, I would say, 30 years. So I mean, in American wrestling, at the very least, this was the thing that brought back the idea of the long title reign. WWE wasn't really doing them at that point, it's funny because Joe actually, his title reign was concurrent with Kenta Kobashi's long title reign. I don't remember exactly when Kobashi lost the title. Didn't he lose it to thank you, Bill. When Kobashi lost it to Riccio, thank you, Trevor gave me that name. I had forgotten it. A couple months after this, but they won the title the same month in March 2003. Obviously, Kobashi won in that very famous match against Misawa, and Joe won in a much less famous match, a much less memorable match against Xavier. When Kobashi won, it was a really big deal. When Joe won, it was just another indie title change, and it was like, oh, okay, Samoa Joe, that's the champion. And in that time, Kobashi put the GHC title, made it the most important belt in Japan, I would say, which is not that surprising. But Joe much more surprising, made ROH championship matches like the big thing in American wrestling. In terms of like, at least for a fan of a certain level that followed stuff that closely, you know what I mean? And in the early months of Joe's title reign, he, a lot of times his title matches were not the main event. Even throughout, he would have like even the first Joe versus Punk 60-minute draw was not the main event. Throughout his title reign, he didn't always get the main event spot, but his matches just got bigger and bigger and bigger. But I would say it wasn't really until 2004 that his title reign really felt super special. Like, I would say the Briscoe match and then the Homicide feud and the Punk matches were what made his title reign feel as epic as they were. So it's really like it was a very slow building title to where it really felt like a big deal. But by the end of it, Joe was considered one of the best wrestlers in the world, one of the hottest prospects in the world, one of the guys that could be a big star. He developed his personality, his character. He felt like a superstar. And it really took every moment of that title reign to get him to the level that he became. If it had ended a little bit sooner, maybe even if it had ended a little bit later, his legacy wouldn't be the same. The title's legacy wouldn't be the same. But considering he made the title super meaningful, he put ROH on the map in terms of like getting attention for the quality of matches. He had a really great variety of opponents. He had a lot of different styles of matches, and he just had like really great matches. I think that it was a pleasure to watch this whole thing from beginning to end. Knowing where it went, I just thought every step of it, turned out beautifully.
One of the things that strikes me is, I don't know this for sure, but I'm like 99% sure, and from things I've read and quotes from the guys, like no one, even Gabe and Joe, knew when this title reign started that it would become what it did or last as long as it did. And I think it's a testament to just running with something. That momentum can build, and you don't always, I think you should always have a plan, but you should be prepared to deviate from it. But in stuff like this, sometimes the best things in wrestling oftentimes happen completely organically, like kind of under your nose, where it just sneaks up to you, and all of a sudden you realize, hey, like the Undertaker's streak was like that. They didn't start having him win all the time to be a streak. They just woke up one day and said, "Oh, Undertaker hasn't lost yet." And it's sort of like the Joe World Title reigns like that, where it's like, it feels like people just started to wake up one day and were like, oh, Joe's held this for a long time. Joe's pretty fucking awesome. Like, this is something, isn't it? And it just kept building. And people sometimes say, oh, like, Joe made the Ring of Honor title, or even occasionally, like, being the champ was important for Joe. I always say, and I've said this before on the podcast, both things helped each other out. The title was worth very little at the time Joe got it, but Joe definitely became a bigger star getting to play the role as champion and getting the focus on him. And it was one of the times, it doesn't happen too often, where the title and the wrestler made each other simultaneously. Oftentimes you see in wrestling, the title is really well established and it puts over the young guy, or the superstar takes the new title and gives it a lot of credibility. This was both the title and Joe needed each other, I think. Maybe the title needed Joe a little bit more, because Joe would have been fine, I think, probably without it. But I do think the title reign itself, apart from even the matches, gave a boost to Joe's career. And it was, I honestly have to admit, I feel a little melancholy, because this was one of my favorite parts of being a wrestling fan at the time. And, I'm sure I might revisit one of these, some of the highlight matches from Joe at some point in the future of my life. But in terms of revisiting it all like this is probably the last time in my life for me. I'm probably not going to go through it all again, Matt. And it was really fun to do that with you. And this is not the end of the podcast, but it is the end of kind of a chapter of the podcast and a chapter of our wrestling fandom, I guess.
So all the listeners, here's what we got to do for Trevor. We got to help him, therapize with him to get him to be willing to listen back to his own voice on a podcast, so he can relive these. The matches that way if he's not going to watch them all again.
No. And we still got some stuff to get to. So how about screw the therapy, as I frequently say. No, actually, therapy's good, folks. But Matt, what did you think about Final Battle 2004 as a show? Because it was a show. It's a different kind of show, I'll say, but I should let you go first.
Yeah, really, the only thing that anyone needs to watch is the main event. it's not like it was a bad show. It was spotty. It was hit and miss, but it was, I would say, up until the main event, pretty below par for recent months of ROH. And given how much the main event matters, like, just watch that. Like, no, I didn't think it was a great show. It was so-so, but I think that the ending was so spectacular that it makes it a really special show altogether.
I think this was shaping up to be one of the worst shows of like the Reborn post-Feinstein era until the final match. I mean, the final match is, again, like, it's a one match show, but it's a special match. It's a great match. It's not one of the 5 best of the year in our opinion, but it's a great match. It's a moment in time. It's one of those things where even if you don't even care about match quality, if you just want to see like really special momentous moments in Ring of Honor history, you have to see Aries Joe. It is a very, very important match in the history of this company. And the one other thing I will say about this show is overall the quality wasn't great except for the main event. But what I did like is it did feel kind of like a WrestleMania in the sense of so many things happened. Like, it felt like this was the end of a huge story with Joe losing. I guess technically the Saints Generation Next feud ended. You wouldn't know from just watching the DVD. John Walters, a champion, joins a heel stable. Aries kicks Shelley out of Generation Next and assumes leadership. Trent Acid quits the company. Like, there's a lot of stuff that happens on the show.
Yeah, I would argue that more, like, other than the main event, it actually feels more like the Raw the night after WrestleMania than a WrestleMania itself.
Yeah, there's a lot of even how almost like the key Danielson match almost gets sacrificed, to build for this homicide feud. Like, everything, there's a lot of things being put up here to pay off in the future.
Yep.
And then they got the one big match at the end. But yeah, so one match show, that's Final Battle. So Matt, now it's time to put on our tuxes. It's time for the year-end 2004 extravaganza. So first off, how about we just go into, how do we sum up, what do we think rewatching it 2004? Because I'll go first on this, I guess. The way I look at Ring of Honor up to this point, I kind of separate into chunks. Like, I would say almost all of 2002 is the figuring it out year. It's Gabe and company throwing a lot of stuff at the wall. We've talked about the first few shows had a lot more segments and different things, and the announcers were changing all the time. And it feels like by the end of 2002, Gabe's kind of figured out what he wants Ring of Honor to be. 2003 from the start of it till near the end feels like kind of just the year where the undercard got more depth. It stopped being just the Danielson, Key, and Daniel show, and the undercards got more depth, and it just kind of started humming along in a good clip. And I would say 2004, I separate into two chunks. I would say the last section of 2003 and the first part of 2004 up till Reborn Stage 1 is like the first time in Ring of Honor history where the company starts feeling stagnant for the first time. Like, there's not still good stuff there, or that's painful, but it feels like some of the first crop of stars has graduated and it's time for a new crop. And like stuff like the Field of Honor tournament and stuff, there's just so many guys that he's trying to push. Matt Stryker, John Walters, BJ Whitmer and Moff, even initially for a little while looked like they could be in the singles. And it's just none of the guys are good enough to fill the shoes of the guys they're replacing, even though they're not necessarily bad themselves. And then I feel like as soon as Reborn Stage 1 starts, once Feinstein leaves, it really does feel like a different company. Like, Gabe's booking feels better and fresh. I think AJ Styles and Daniels leaving, even though they were great and significant contributors to the company, it forced them to – it opened up slots and forced them to push young guys even harder than they probably would have before. And I just feel like it's almost like a tale of 2 years, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's not uncontroversial to say that, like, a lot of things changed after the big split with RF Video and Rob Feinstein. And, Reborn is an apt name. If I take the year as a whole, I think you're right. The way that they started the year really needing a shot in the arm, some changes. But then when those changes finally came, like they really came, like you really felt a jolt of energy when Generation Next came, right? And you really felt the quality of the main event style matches improving as Joe came into his own with his title reign. You even got some great tag team title matches because I think the Briscoes, even though they left, before the end of the year, I think they were really coming on strong those last few months. Like their matches with Punk and Cabana, some of the singles matches, this cage match with Joe, obviously, and, just some of the matches with the Rottweilers. I think, I also just think besides the really great matches, which there were a ton of, the consistency became incredible.
Yes.
One of my big complaints about 2003 was the heel face dynamics just made no sense a lot of the time. And I think one of the things that Gabe really focused on after the Reborn era was really making faces and heels, and making them clear. And I think that helped a lot. You had Generation Next as a big heels up until I guess this show where now it's like, are they heels? Are they faces? But up until this, they were pretty clear heels. CM Punk and Colt Cabana made really clear face turns. The Rottweilers were heels, and it just made the storylines make a lot more sense. It made the shows just really flow, and you had these really consistent shows where it's just like, there were a lot of shows where you're like, oh, I mean, this wasn't a memorable show, but man, it was good all the way through, like a show like, I don't know, Scramble Madness, Scramble Cage Melee, excuse me, which is
that
like
was the one I was going to use. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, you never even think of that show, but it's like, oh, it was like a lot of good stuff on the show.
I remember us going like, if this is the worst of the year, the worst is still pretty good. Like,
yeah,
it's
exactly.
not great, but still, if this is the worst, holy cow.
Right. Glory by Honor 3, a show that I really haven't thought about in years. And it's like, oh, wow, well, how entertaining was this? I mean, we'll get to it in the awards, but like, it was hard for me to think of the best shows of the year. The one thing I will say is they still didn't get to the point where they have these spectacular, epic top to the bottom cards with like lots of great matches. That would come. But they were still at the level of where they had lots of really good matches and one really great one. Like that's sort of much more like what ROH at their best was at this point, which is still great. I'll take it, but it's just I expect things to get better from here even, and this was really good.
I feel like at the end of 2004, they're kind of in a similar place as they were at the end of 2003, but like a better version of that where like, or maybe the end of, I forget when, because I feel like the undercards took a jump in 2003, but they went from like, oh, these are kind of crappy undercards, at least in hindsight, to, oh, everything's at least like average and watchable. And this year, I feel like the undercards took another jump where it's like, oh, there's a lot of slightly above average and good on the undercard, but usually not that many great matches other than the one or two highlight matches. And I feel like we've gotten to the same point in late 2004 as we got in late 2003. We were like, we're kind of ready for that next jump in overall quality and consistency. Like, I feel like the last few shows we've been on maybe a little bit harder on the undercards just because we're like, okay, we've gotten used to how good this undercard can be. We know it can be better again, like bump it up again. And we'll get that, I think, in the future.
That's true. And also like, but also I don't know if we'll ever get another era where with like the main events of this quality as consistently, like Joe's title reign is pretty special for top level main events. The one critique you could have is that the great matches were very Joe centric in the second half of 2004.
Yeah.
And maybe you want to see a little bit more different people having these top level matches. But like I said, I think we will.
So before we get into our awards, I just have one quick little nerdy thing I did the last couple of years. I compiled the Ring of Honor attendance statistics, and all I do is I go back to all the observers. And again, I always make clear with this, I'm not saying the observer is necessarily the most accurate source, but it's a consistent source. So I'm not cherry picking like a high attendance from one site and then for a different show, a different one. It's consistent at least against itself. And I thought it'd just be interesting to do a little comparison again, just very quick. 2002, they ran 12 shows in Ring of Honor. They sold 5,250 tickets overall for a total of 437 fans per show. 2003, they bumped it up. Instead of 12 shows, they ran 20. They drew 11,900 fans, which is an average of 595 fans a show. So they raised it by over like 150 fans per show, which by that standard of the first year was really good. This year, 2004, they ran 23 main shows. I'm not counting like Do or Die. So only three extra shows. They drew 14,975 fans, and they averaged 650 fans. So they ran three more shows this year and averaged an extra 55 people per show. So not as big of a jump as year one to year two, but still good. Their biggest attendance was At Our Best, drew 1,800, which was a record for them, and we've talked about that was the first time ever they really were able to piggyback on WrestleMania week and reap the benefits as pretty much every wrestling company would in the future. And Weekend of Thunder Night 2 drew 1,200, and so that was their second biggest. Those were, in fact, the only two shows that drew over 1,000, although Glory by Honor 3 did draw 950 with Mick Foley. The lowest attendance of the year was Survival of the Fittest with 300 people. That was the show where after the Feinstein scandal, they lost their access to a Maryland promoter's license and had to run in a Ramada Inn greeting room or Holiday Inn, one of the hotels. And if you disqualify that, saying that's not fair, the lowest would actually be 375 for Death Before Dishonor 2 Part 1, which was their one and only show in Wisconsin, which I guess that was a one-show experiment. So that's just some little stats from the last year. And finally, Matt, do you have any thoughts?
No, I was actually going to ask you, because you always told me that you remember 2004 ROH as your favorite year, the best year in ROH history. So make a prediction. Do you think that, in your opinion, this year will be topped by the upcoming years that we are going to cover?
I think it will. I think this year has the most nostalgia for me because 2004 is the year I became like a buy every DVD fan of Ring of Honor. I think if you just made you said this earlier about this year might not be top for like just the number of top and great matches. I feel like if you just made a compilation, like here's my 5-hour compilation of every year, 2004 might be the best year in Ring of Honor history. But if we're just talking about depth of everything, I think 2005 and 6 will top it.
It'll be interesting to see if there are any years that can match 2004 for great matches too. But I think we're gonna get our chance to see pretty soon.
And that brings us to the awards. So we will do our awards, and then we'll run down a couple other sites awards, and then we'll do a little preview of 2005, and then I will finally treat myself to a frozen cold beverage for my throat. Matt, awards are always a fun thing. In the first year we did 5 awards. One of them was Best Surprise. We got rid of that in 2003 because just weren't that many surprises. We're going to stick with those same 4 awards that we did in 2003. So our awards, we do a top 3 for the 4 awards, and we also have the freedom to say, we also had honorable mentions. If we did, we don't have to. And on top of that, our match of the year is 5 because there's more to choose from with that award, and it's more interesting. So we're going to start as we always start, Matt. Worst thing of the year. Worst thing of the year can be anything. It can be a match. It can be an angle. It can be a storyline. It can be a trend. It can be anything. In 2002, we both had the same worst thing of the year, and that was the opening in-ring segment of Era of Honor Begins, Rampant Homophobia. That's kind of one of the things we initially were famous for on this podcast. People kept saying, holy crap, that rant. And 2003, my top 3 were, third was the second and third Ring of Honor riots, then the lack of clear faces and heels, and my worst was the man-on-woman violence streak. Matt, in 2003, your third worst was unfocused booking. Number 2 was the SAT's washing machine, which for people that don't know was an incredibly dangerous move that the SAT kept using despite the fact that they nearly killed people with it. And then number 1 was the misogyny and violence against women. So basically, both the last 2 years, we've had the same number 1. Will we a third year? Let's see. Matt, my number 3 is the horrible production, because the production's always been somewhat of a problem for Ring of Honor, but this was a year where it seemed like for a span of shows, every show there was a different production problem. Like, it was always video, but it was like some episodes the glare on certain camera angles would be too bad. Some shows the color balance, the white balance would be off, where the color tint of everything would be different from the the handheld cam
handheld
versus
camera.
the hard cam. One show, I swear to God, I think the hard camera might have been slightly crooked. And of course, there was the famous show where backstage, at least some of the segments were so dark you could not see facial expressions or who was talking. Matt, the company deserved better. I mean, that's the one thing that bugs me about being so many great matches in 2004 is that for people that aren't prepared for the production, like there are some great matches that truly deserved better production.
Yes, and that was also my third for this category too. The exact same thing. Just like there were entire shows where like they were just like unwatchable because like parts of it would just feel like pitch black. Or just like weirdly off colored. Everyone looked like green or like sick. Like Midnight Express Reunion, everyone looked orange. And then this show in the same building looked completely different. It was just like incredible inconsistency on top of the just really bad production problems. And they didn't feel like all these problems would be so difficult to solve either.
This was a company, I realized they split from Feinstein and Gentry partway through the year, but this Ring of Honor has its roots as a company that was RF Video, which was all about selling footage, but also shooting footage. I mean, dating back to the ECW fan cams that Gabe and company shot. And I'm not saying that those were great production, but you would think going in that like the one thing these guys are starting a wrestling company. Well, maybe they won't know how to book and handle talent, but they're definitely going to have production down. And it's the opposite. It's like the content is very good, and the production from this company that's built around filming wrestling shows is not good, and it's continues to be crazy 3 years in.
I will say at the end of the year, there seemed to be some light at the end of the tunnel. The last few shows of the year, it's not like the production was great, but like there were no obvious like, oh, this is terrible, this looks terrible situations.
Yes. I will go now to my second, which was almost my number one, the overrating of the Rottweilers. And people who have listened to last shows have been hear me losing my patience with them. So I want to say this. The wording of that is very specific. The Rottweilers are not the worst wrestlers in Ring of Honor. They're not horrible wrestlers. Most of their matches are at least average.
And you're talking about the Havana Pitbulls in particular, yes?
I mean the Havana Pitbulls. Sorry, thank God for clarifying. Homicide, low key, great. The Havana Pitbulls, because Rocky Romero, Ricky Reyes. Everywhere I've been looking
as we've talked about in the past, that should be the name of their tag team.
Everywhere I've been looking at, in research, we'll see in a second with some of the other sites awards, Havana Pitbulls, people keep saying, oh, they're one of the best tag teams in the world. Samoa Joe in his 2000 shoot interview said they're one of the best tag teams in the world. I remember people on like message boards like Death Valley Driver said they're one of the best tag teams in the world. Matt, I talked about earlier how in Ring of Honor, a lot of guys in their first match don't get a great job to shine. In Ring of Honor, Gabe rolled out the red carpet for these guys. Their first match in Ring of Honor was a high-profile non-title match against the champs, the Briscoes. It was okay. They early on they got to join the Rottweilers, which gave them a bunch of really charismatic, super over top names in the company and a mouthpiece in Julia Smokes. They got to a main event, Death Before Dishonor completion in a half-an-hour match, them and Homicide against the Briscoes and Joe. Again, just okay. They got to win the titles pretty quickly against a good tag team, Cabana and Punk, in a long match. Again, not that good. And they've had some good matches, but I would say this, they haven't had one match this year in Ring of Honor that is 4 stars. And on top of that, every match that they have been good in, like every good match they've had, I would usually say the other team was the better part of the match. And I thought this was something I was desperately hoping on this rewatch that my memories that I would have matured and I would have seen something watching these guys that I missed the first time. And I'm just completely disappointed with them. Like they are as disappointing as I remember, and I can't wait for them to lose the titles. And that's no reflection on what they've done in other companies or what Rocky Romero in particular has become. But man, oh man, they are fucking disappointing, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I don't feel as strongly as you about it, but I do agree with you like that they have not lived up to the hype. I do think part of it is probably can be chalked up to just like, again, like the era, like what they did back then was more impressive then than it is now. But of course you do also can judge by crowd reactions, and their matches never get great reactions. I actually think my favorite Pitbull's tag team match was the one where they defended the titles against Special K at Scramble Cage Melee.
I knew you were going to say that. For me, it's either that or the Strong Evans one.
Yeah, the Strong Evans one was good, although, it's hard to compare. It's hard to say because when Romero and Homicide wrestled Strong and Evans, that match was so much better.
Yeah. So in a way, their finest hour was probably that first Special K match so far.
Yeah, weird.
So, what is your second worst thing of the year, Matt, in Ring of Honor?
My second worst thing is the continued, constant misogyny that permeates the wrestling culture of 2004, and Ring of Honor being no exception. Clearly, there was less man-on-woman violence in 2004 than there was in the previous 2 years, being that in the previous 2 years they were on like every show. But there was still plenty of it, not the least of which being Alice in Danger taking a cop killer and it getting a gigantic babyface reaction. And then Gabe, like right after that, being like, what the Rottweilers did was so disgusting. Spitting on the belt, basically forgetting about them being violent against a woman. A lot, just a constant berating of Alice in Danger, either to her face or on commentary by CM Punk or Mark Nolte. You had Mark Nolte's ridiculous rants about how the women in WCW were two big pains in the asses, so that's why they got rid of the women's division. And, being like, rate Lacey. The only thing Lacey knows about wrestling is that she can't do it, even though clearly she's a wrestler and a good one. Gabe continuing with his she's hot" comments, but Gabe actually being the voice of reason on multiple occasions in terms of telling Mark Nolte that he's being too misogynistic and using that word. When Gabe is telling you you're being too misogynistic in 2004, you're being too misogynistic. Just a continuation of the creepy vibes. I can't wait, and it's coming soon. Dave Prazak on commentary. I feel like we're close to the end of this.
And there's at least a show, maybe more. I mean, no, there are multiple ones where Dave Prazak and Gabe commentate together. So I wonder if we'll see anything funny there. But,
yeah, that'll be interesting. It's weird because I know we'll see, but when Dave Prazak and Lenny Leonard take over commentary, I feel like that ends the period where we will be quoting the commentators on our reviews because they do their best to just blend into the background.
Yeah, that'll be bittersweet for sure. And going to you, I did not include the misogyny this year. I won for both of us. That was our winner last year for this award. I feel kind of guilty for not including it, but quite frankly, I've gone numb to it in a way. When I was a kid, trying to talk my mom into letting me watch violent movies and play violent video games, I was always like, "Mom, desensitization isn't a real thing. It won't make me numb to this." Mom, I'm sorry. Desensitization is a real thing because I think if you listen to Matt and I on this podcast, it is like a 55 episode experiment in showing how outraged and how much time we talked about on the first episode to now where it's just kind of yeah, it happened.
I mean,
they wore us down, Matt.
It's their version of the presidency of Donald Trump, right? Where each thing, it's just okay. I mean, yeah, of course that happened. Whatever.
One murder is a tragedy, 100 is a statistic. They made the number of horrible aspects of misogyny it's too high now. It's a statistic, unfortunately. But I'm glad, Matt, you still are not numb to it I sadly am. So finally, our number one, Matt, I'm just going to say it. I think yours is the same. I first wasn't going to have this my number one, but then I realized, because I didn't want to acknowledge it, but I realized it's kind of crazy to have this not be the number one. And that is the entire Rob Feinstein scandal. Is that your number one too?
Yeah, yes. And I'll phrase it this way. Owner of the company gets involved in a alleged underage sex sting, and it leads to massive changes in the company, a sale of ownership, a power struggle, wrestlers pulling out. Yeah, so that entire scandal is the worst thing that happened to ROH in 2004.
Yeah, I'll just say, to cover our asses, we can't. I mean, and look, there's no proof, there's no like video evidence. We can't say of what Rob was accused of, whether that happened or not. But I would say even if you just took that away and just like how both sides handled it afterwards, where everyone swore Rob was away, but then it became pretty obvious that Rob had just basically handed the company to his friend and former roommate Doug Gentry and was just waiting for things to cool down until it reached a point where he kind of realized that they probably would never cool down enough for him to come back, and how it cost him the TNA relationship, and it was just an ugly mess. And quite frankly, it's something that if it happened today, I don't think the company would have survived it. But in a weird way, Matt, the company came out of it stronger. Like, I think Kerry Silkin being the full owner was better for the company. I think the product is better by the end of the year. I think it's more popular and getting better publicity, at least in the newsletters, by the end of the year. Like, in a weird way, it's a scandal that almost killed the company, that probably would have killed it today, but they come out of it better. It's weird.
Yeah, I don't want to say that it's like the best thing that ever happened to it, while at the same time being the worst. But like, they certainly made lemon out of this. Excuse me. They certainly made lemonade out of this extremely sour lemon.
Like, when it happened, we were a few months into this year, and people in the newsletters were like, even Gabe was giving quotes like, I don't know if Ring of Honor will survive, but we'll give it our best try. And by the end, like, no one's even thinking about Rob Feinstein anymore. And it's been like, what, 8 months or something? 9 months?
Right.
It changed a lot. So my only honorable mention for that category was the Carnage Crew Moth and Whitmer feud slash the Foley Steamboat feud mixed into it. We've already talked about it a lot. Not great. I will say the Carnage Crew, everyone makes fun of the who shit in our bag storyline. That was more entertaining and gives me more of a chuckle than that feud that I just said in the honorable mention. So
I agree. I'll also throw in the Trent Acid thing, because I was like, what the hell was that all about?
Absolutely. And so that brings us next to Show of the Year. In 2002, my winner was Honor Invades Boston. Matt, your winner in 2002 was All-Star Extravaganza. In 2003, my top three were Final Battle 2003, Death Before Dishonor, and then my winner was the 1 year anniversary show. Matt, in 2003, your top three were the 1 year anniversary show, Do or Die, and then Death Before Dishonor was your winner. Going into this, Matt, I'll just say this was one of the toughest categories for me to get a top three for. Toughest
category of all the 3 years we've ever had, in my opinion. Yeah.
What's your number three?
Yeah, so I'll just say, like, I thought this year had a lot of good shows, but no really standout, spectacular, great ones, which was what made this so hard. So my number three, I vacillated between lots of shows. I ended up picking Midnight Express Reunion. Just because I enjoyed a bunch of matches on the undercard. I enjoyed Low Key against Jay Lethal. I really liked Homicide against Nigel McGuinness. I enjoyed the Midnight Express Reunion part of it, and I just, the main event was great. Which was Danielson against Joe. It was a great 40-minute match. It had, it was unique. It was exciting. And I really liked the post match, which set up a bunch of things for the rest of the year, with CM Punk asking for a rematch, the dream partner match with Liger and Low Key and Danielson. I just thought it was a really smartly booked match with a show with a bunch of good matches. They didn't overstay their welcome. It was like a 6-match show, something like that, 7 matches maybe. And it was just solid from top to bottom, and the main event was one of the best matches of the year. And like I said, it's not that it was like a spectacularly great show, but just there were so many shows of similar quality that it was like, that's just the one that stood out to me.
I may or may not be able to talk about that show later, but my number three was Death Before Dishonor 2 Part 2. This could have been one for me. I mean, all three of these shows, honestly, on a different day, I might put them in a different order, but I think these were my three best. But Death Before Dishonor 2 Part 2, it's a show where it's probably the most consistent show of the year, where a lot of shows this year in Ring of Honor, like you were saying, like, there's great matches on top, and some undercards are better than others, but usually there's a mix of good matches and just average or a little bit above average matches. This was a show where I felt like almost every match on the card was good. Like by good, I mean like 3 to 3.5 stars, maybe even 3 3/4. But the one caveat to that is I felt like some of those matches that were good, you were expecting to be great. Like Key versus Mark Briscoe was a little disappointing, but still good. Homicide versus Jay Briscoe, a little disappointing, but still good. Even well, I'm not even sure, but like even okay, Chad Collier and Rocky Romero, people remember that. Like Gabe keeps saying all this year, the Ring of Honor message board says that's a dark horse for match of the year, and I remember people hyping it like that. On hindsight, it's not as good as people remember it, but it's still a good match. But that said, everything on the undercard pretty much is good, and then the main event is a great match. And that hardcore tag team main event, Ace Steel and Punk versus Moth and Whitmer, I think it's one of the best versions of that Ring of Honor like tag team garbage brawl. I think it's probably the best version of that. And so you got consistently good undercard, great main event. That's good enough for number 3 for me. Your number 2, Matt.
My number 2 was Reborn Stage 2 from April of 2004. It was the debut of ROH in Chicago. It's really kind of a coming out party for a lot of guys. You know, it had a really great 4-way match that involved Austin Aries and Rocky Romero and Nigel McGuinness. It had a tag team scramble that with Jack Evans and Matt Sydal looking spectacular. It had a not very good world title match with Matt Stryker, but it had a great match between Homicide and Bryan Danielson that people still talk about. You know, just great technical stuff. And on top of that, it had a really great tag team main event with CM Punk, and like he was still a heel, but Punk and Cabana were baby faces here against the Briscoes. One of the best tag matches in ROH up till this point, I would say. And just a really good feel-good ending with them winning the titles. It felt like a really big show. It felt like it was right after the turnover in the power balance of the company, and it really felt like things were going to be okay. Like they had this really good direction. Things felt much fresher than they had in months. The crowd was super hot for the show. They were showcasing a bunch of new talent. They were doing it well. It was just really good vibes all around, and I thought it was a great show, or at least as close to a great show as we got this year.
I think that's a really good pick. That one just barely missed my list. My number 2 is All-Star Extravaganza 2, and this one, it was hard for me to kind of evaluate because I feel like there is a 2-hour plus version of the show if you just take the best stuff. If you take the Punk Joe 3 main event, if you take the Heenan Cornette, promo and tag match, if you take Key Aries and you take Homicide Danielson, that's like a 2+ hour show. That's my show of the year and fantastic. But the show's over 4 hours, and then there's a lot of just average to decent on the rest of it. So I will say no show this year felt like more of a major big-time event than All-Star Extravaganza 2, which also kind of went a ways with me. It felt major between the Heenan Cornette stuff and especially the main event. So I was kind of like, well, how do I put a show where the highs are so high and the whole vibe is great, but the lows are kind of meh? And for me, that's number 2 of the year. I can't say it's the best show of the year, but it's good. It's really good. And Matt, what is your show of the year?
My show of the year is All-Star Extravaganza 2. I agree with most of what you said, except I think I enjoyed the undercard more than you did. I really liked the first John Walters versus Jimmy Rave match. I really enjoyed the Aries against Low-Key match. I don't hear people talk much about the Danielson versus Homicide match on that show, but I thought it was really, really good. All the stuff with Heenan and Cornette, the match and the promos were super fun. And then, of course, the main event was just one of the best matches, you'll see. So, in so many ways. So I agree with you about the bloat of the show, but I think that did take it down a bit, but I just did not see a show that was better, even though I wouldn't say the show totally overcame the fact that it was much too long and bloated, I think that it was good enough that it was still better from top to bottom than any other show of the year. And I'm a sucker for a show that feels like a big deal. And this show felt like a big deal in a lot of different ways.
Me too, about that sucker part, but not sucker in general, sucker for Big Show. Well, I am a sucker in general too. But anyway, Matt, your number one was my number two. Well, my number one is your number three because my show of the year is Midnight Express Reunion. I feel like this show kind of splits the difference between my 3 and 2. It feels like a bigger event than Death Before Dishonor 2 Part 2 because you got the big Danielson Joe match, you got Key Lethal, and you got, which is a really memorable match, and you've got the Midnight Express reunion, which was really well done. It felt like a neat little thing. And it has the great match on top with Danielson Joe. But it's kind of like, it doesn't feel as big of an event as All-Star Extravaganza 2, and maybe it's not quite as consistent as Death Before Dishonor 2 Part 2, or it's close, but I feel like it kind of splits the difference. It's a show that's very good top to bottom, plus it feels kind of special, even if it doesn't feel quite as special as All-Star Extravaganza 2. So I'm kind of trading a little bit of top match quality and a little bit of specialness for something that still has both of those things, but is more consistent and compact.
I think the one thing that separates us on that show is that you like that elimination tag team match a lot more than I did. I think if I liked that match as much as you, I would have had it higher also. That
was one of our bigger gulfs in opinion this year, and that does make a big difference. If I thought of it going vice versa, if I thought of it what you thought of it, it would probably be my number 2 or 3.
Yeah.
So, and that brings us to Match of the Year. Now we're in the big boys. Match of the Year and Wrestler of the Year. Match of the Year. In 2002, I had American Dragon versus Low Key versus Christopher Daniels. You, from Era of Honor Begins, you had American Dragon versus Low Key from Round Robin Challenge. In 2003, we expanded to top 5, and we had almost the exact same list. So at number 5, we both had AJ Styles versus Low Key versus Paul London from the 1-year anniversary show. At 4, we both had Paul London versus AJ Styles from Night of the Grudges. At 3, I had Bryan Danielson versus Paul London, 2 out of 3 falls. And at 2, I had Homicide versus Samoa Joe from Do or Die. You had them flip-flopped. You had 3 Homicide versus Samoa Joe from Do or Die, and Danielson versus London at 2. At 1, we had the same Match of the Year, Steve Corino versus Homicide from Bitter Friends, Stiffer Enemies. So, Matt, we had the 5 same matches and only 2 matches slightly out of order. Will we be simpatico this year? Probably not. Let's find out. My number 5 is Samoa Joe versus Bryan Danielson from Midnight Express Reunion. This is a great match. It is a match where, even though there were other matches this year with the Punk matches were all about Joe being frustrated and being on the ropes, I don't think there's any match this year or during Joe's entire title reign, other than his losing to Aries, where he's quite on the ropes like this. Danielson takes a lot of this match, and Joe at the very end, it just like he gets desperate with those desperation knee strikes, and it's a different feeling Joe match than any other match he's had in the reign before the Punk. Other than the Punk matches, it's the longest match he's had in his title reign. And I think it's a match where Joe and Danielson are my 2 favorite Ring of Honor wrestlers ever. And I would say in terms of just their Ring of Honor careers, Joe's my fave. I think if you take their whole wrestling careers, Danielson's my favorite. But on this night, I thought Danielson out-wrestled Samoa Joe, which is pretty amazing, and a nice feather in his cap. Matt, how about you for number 5?
All right, so my number 5, and I was struggling with number 5. It was between 2 matches. One of them obviously didn't get to make the list, but the one that did was CM Punk and Ace Steel against Dan Moff and BJ Whitmer from Death Before Dishonor 2, Night 2. Just like you said, like probably the best tag team brawl in the history of Ring of Honor, like as far as just like 2-on-2 tag team. They just did everything, and the match built and built and built, and the crowd was up for it. And the vibe was just great, and it actually did feel intense and hate-filled, and, just, the right amount of blood, the right amount of weapons. The weapons spots, they didn't feel overly set up or slow. It was the first match I ever saw where the crowd threw the chairs in the ring and they actually wrestled on top of the chairs. Just so many big spots, like the fact that they had barbed wire boards and, they actually felt like seamlessly woven into the match instead of super contrived. just a lot of great, ring generalship by Punk and Moff, honestly, who'd had a great match himself there. Ace Steel, got to shine a bit. I just thought this was a super exciting, entertaining brawl that holds up really well 16 years later.
Matt, we were so close yet so far because I can tell you that was the last match I cut off my top 5 list. It was between that and Joe Danielson. So I completely agree with you. It's one of the best weapons brawls Ring of Honor's ever had, one of the more violent matches they've had up to this point, and just that they find the perfect sweet spot between like having really inventive, cool weapons moments without feeling like everything is just staged around them and it's kind of an artificial match. It's great, and I kind of wish I wish we had so we could both have the same 5 and keep the trend going, but I'm not going to change now. It was my number 6.
I'm sure we will have other differences too.
My number 4 is Samoa Joe versus CM Punk from the World Title Classic. That's the first of their trilogy. It's a really good match. It has the problem of it has to set up what's coming next on the next 2 matches. It has, a 1 or 2 maybe brief little lulls. It's not as great as the other matches, but it's great. And I feel like it's kind of like the redheaded stepchild of the World Title Classic. I mean of the Punk Joe matches, because people, I think, underrate it just because those other matches were great. I feel like this match deserves a little more attention than it's getting. And if this was their only match this year, I think people would be hyping it up a bit more. But it wasn't their only match of this year. Matt, how about you for 4?
Well, I'll just say that was the match I cut. That was the one that could have been number 5 for me. It was tough to cut it. I really had to decide which of those 2. And I just felt like the Death Before Dishonor tag team match was like the best version of something. And this match, Joe vs. Punk 1 was so great. And, I really don't have much negative to say about it, but there were just so many great matches this year that I just couldn't get it in there.
Yeah, it's tough. This is such a tough category.
Yeah. My number 4 was Joe against Danielson from Midnight Express Reunion. I mentioned on that show, like, in my memory, this match was like as good as any of the Joe versus Punk matches, and on rewatch, it wasn't. So on that level, it was a disappointment to me, but it was such a great match. Just Danielson, like you said, just having one of the great performances that he had this year, really roping Joe in and getting advantage of him on the mat. And then Joe just having to basically just struggle out of the holds and just pound the crap out of him to get the win. Just a great vibe, a great atmosphere. Such a good match. It was great to go back and watch. I recommend everyone go back and watch that match.
Yeah, and 3 for me is Samoa Joe versus Jay Briscoe from At Our Best in a steel cage. This is, in some ways, it's completely different from all other Joe matches because it's an incredibly brutal steel cage match. But on the other hand, in some ways, it's kind of like one of the best summaries of Samoa Joe's title reign, because I feel like one of the things that makes Samoa Joe special is a lot of wrestlers, they can wrestle matches where they look 50-50, where they look like they just are barely better than the other guy. And a lot of wrestlers can work matches where they squash a guy and look like miles better than the other guy. I think Samoa Joe is one of the rare wrestlers who has the special skill where at the end of his matches, he clearly looks like the best wrestler, but the other guy doesn't feel like a jobber. Like you go, that guy is great. Samoa Joe's just amazing, though. And in this match, Jay Briscoe takes a hell of a beating. It's a spectacle. We've talked about the crazy amounts of blood, the spurting on the camera, the coagulation you can see forming on his head. It's a complete spectacle, and Jay does take an absolute beating, but it never quite feels like a squash. And I think that's a testament to both these guys, but especially Samoa Joe. And when you were talking, you made a great point that kind of made me wince about the Death Before Dishonor hardcore tag match about being the best example of something. I mean, I don't know if this is the best example of a cage match or the best example of what makes Joe's title reign special, but it is something that sticks out of the year and of the reign. It's not just another great match. It's something a little different. It's something that's a little special in a way, and so that's why it's my number 3.
Sounds like we're going to have the same top three in some order or another, because this is my number three also. I've loved this match for years, and you said everything about Joe. I'm going to talk about Jay Briscoe. This was an incredible performance by, what was he, 19, 20 years old at this point? Jay Briscoe. Just like the comebacks, the moments, the blood, he one of the most incredible blade jobs, good and bad, that you'll ever see in your life, right? We talked on our review about all the different elements of this blade job. But it was not just that. It's like all the different moments, like in some ways this was a squash match, but then Jay's big hope spots were just so spectacular once they start throwing the big moves. And like that one spot where the cage breaks and Jay and Mark both realize, oh my God, we can get out of the cage here. That was such an incredible spot. Just the pacing of the match, the crowd reactions. This was a spectacular match. Just so good. And short enough that I feel like anybody could watch this match. It's a breezy watch if you're okay with blood, and you'll just have a great time.
And I think we can do our top two, because I think we both kind of know how it's going to go out, where my number 2 is Samoa Joe versus CM Punk from Joe versus Punk 2. My number 1 is Samoa Joe versus CM Punk from All-Star Extravaganza 2. That's their third and final match. Matt, what were your top two?
Yeah, my number 2 is Joe versus Punk 3 from All-Star Extravaganza 2, and my number 1 is Joe versus Punk 2 from Joe versus Punk 2.
So, yeah, we kind of went into a lot of this on our last episode, where we kind of covered the whole trilogy on the All-Star Extravaganza 2 shows. So, but just to recap, Matt, I'll just say, for me, these top 5, I felt like my bottom 3, I could have shuffled them into different orders. That was hard. I felt like my top 2 were a very clear top 2. We've talked about why we each like the other one a bit better. But in my opinion, would you agree that these two matches are kind of like one level in a great year for Ring of Honor top end matches? I feel like these two matches, whatever order you put them in, are kind of at a level above everything else.
Yeah, the only match that I really could say that I've seen in the other 2 years that compare to these is the Low-Ki versus Danielson match from the second ROH show. But what puts these two matches at a different level is, that they're part of a greater arc, a great feud that's building and a rivalry, and two characters that have been established for years. Whereas those two guys just had a match. So I am very interested to see if in 2005, 2006, 2007, if there is a single match that can top these two matches, for everything that they offer as a regular watcher of ROH. And I have a hard time believing that they can.
One thing that's interesting is when we look at our 2002 match of the years, I had the 3-way from Era of Honor Begins, you just had Key, Danielson. Those matches don't really have storylines. And our match of the year for 2003, that was built around a very heated, angry feud, Carino and Homicide. And this year, Joe versus Punk was built around a very intricate storyline that really built off their history and the history of Joe's place in the company. And when you look at the matches, if we talk about, Joe versus Punk 2 was the first match in Ring of Honor to get 5 stars from the Observer. If we look at those signpost matches that get 5 stars in the Observer in 05 and 06, Joe versus Kobashi and the Dragon Gate 6-man in 2006, those matches are completely context-free. There's no story to them. And I wonder if we're going to miss that. I'm sure – I'm going to go out on a limb and say we're probably going to like those matches, but I wonder if we're going to miss – the match that isn't just great, but great because it has history behind it.
Yeah, I think it's something to see. I really don't know. I think it's they're just a different kind of great match.
Something I think is interesting too is the matches we both left out. These were the ones on my cutting room floor. Danielson versus Aries, best out of 2 out of 3 falls from Testing the Limit, just a little too long. Survival of the Fittest final. Just the Aries Danielson part is great. The rest is good, but not great. And Aries, Joe, we just watched, great moment. But I feel Aries is Mr. Honorable Mention in this category for me, I guess. Yeah.
Some other matches that I feel are worth mentioning honorably is, the Generation Next tag team match, which is, Evan, Strong, Aries, and Shelley against Walters, the Briscoes, and who's the last guy? Jimmy Jacobs, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Was that him? No, it was.
Was it Matt Stryker or?
See, this is why we couldn't actually put it on the list. We don't remember exactly who was in it.
You can't be an award.
Yeah. But I don't actually think it was Matt Stryker. I think it was Jimmy Rave, actually. But it was, no, that was a really damn good match. But yeah, the Survival of the Fittest match and Joe versus Punk 1 were the two biggest matches that didn't quite make my list. I also really, really liked Joe versus Homicide from Depth Before Dishonor Night 1. I thought that was a really good match. But yeah, I think the matches that we picked, I feel pretty comfortable with.
And finally, we get to the main event of our awards, the Wrestler of the Year. In 2002, I had Low Key. You had American Dragon. In 2003, we had the same three, but again, slightly different order. I had Paul London, then Samoa Joe, then Homicide at 1. You had Samoa Joe, then Paul London, then Homicide at 1. I have a feeling, I don't think it's a stretch to say, we're probably going to have the same Wrestler of the Year again this year.
Not
the same.
Jack Evans.
Jack Evans. But, Matt, who was your number 3 for Wrestler of the Year in 2004?
This would be the American Dragon, Bryan Danielson. He maybe could have had a shot at number 2 if he was around more, but even the times that he was around, great matches, 2 great matches with Homicide, the 2 spectacular matches with Austin Aries, especially that Survival of the Fittest match. But even being able to have a really good 75-minute match is impressive. One of Joe's best matches ever. Yeah, and also he just, good match with Liger, 2 good matches with Liger, some other pretty good stuff, good match with Alex Shelley, but also he was gone a lot of the year too, that can't be taken away. But he also was able to expand his personality a little bit with the short haircut, acting kind of wacky, playing to the crowd more, doing more promos. I think he had a really, really good year.
Bryan Danielson would have been my number 4. He was my last cut. I love the guy, but he wasn't there the whole year, which I don't think hurts him very much because he had such a good output when he was there. But I also think there was a bunch of matches this year where I was expecting great and I just got very good. Like the second Homicide match, the Alex Shelley match was just good. And quite frankly, the Low Key match we just watched kind of pushed him down to 4 because there was a number of matches, but his top end matches are really, really great. And, it pains me to put him at 4, but I had to go number 3, Homicide, our winner from last year, because Homicide was one of the rocks of this company this year. There was 3 guys that were just consistently, they carried the company in a year of flux where guys bounced in and, bounced out and new guys started to come in halfway through. Homicide was one of those guys where he does not have the top end matches of last year. He does not have a match as great as Do or Die against Joe, as great as, versus Carino. He doesn't have even as great or as much of a spectacle as the Trent Acid matches, but he has a lot of very good. And Homicide's one of those guys where even if he has a match that's just good, like I never leave a Homicide match without feeling like he worked his ass off to try to make that match great. And on top of that, he was the center of the big heel stable of the year. The Homicide Joe feud carried a lot of the year, and this company desperately needed some top guys to give them some consistency. Homicide was one of those guys. He's my number 3. Matt, who's your number 2?
Yeah, well, just want to mention as far as Homicide, I loved Homicide. I guess just for me, ROH is a promotion all about matches, and I just couldn't think of the top match of the year candidates for Homicide. So that's why he didn't quite make my top 3. My number 2 is CM Punk. I feel like that should be pretty obvious. Besides the Joe matches, and the match that he had with, in Chicago with the street fight with Moff and Whitmer, he also just had, good matches with the Briscoes. He had lots of really good promos. His stuff with Steamboat was very memorable. He was pretty good on commentary a lot of the year, honestly, a lot better than he was last year, except for some of the, upsettingly misogynistic moments that he had. But he had him and Homicide, like that's actually both of their best matches this year. That opener that you just I just totally had forgotten about until I watched it. Couple good matches with AJ Styles. CM Punk really came into his own in the ring this year and continued to be really good as a character.
CM Punk is also my number 2. No one was called on by Ring of Honor to do more this year. He was one of the top stars. At one point, he was the top heel. Later, he was the top babyface. He was the trainer at their school. He was the part-time color commentator. Anytime they needed to do a big in-ring promo against a legend, Punk was one of the shortlist guys, with Steamboat doing that storyline, then later doing that impromptu promo with Foley. He was just like Mr. Everything for the company. And, he had he even had stretched a bit where, he had the Great Joe trilogy, and he had other really good, the matches you mentioned in the ring, like straight up wrestling matches. But then he had the great hardcore tag brawl that you don't expect from a guy like Punk. So my number 2 as well. And Matt, you tell the people who are second for the second straight year who are, and I just want to make note, we do not tell each other our awards before, but I know for a fact, Matt, who is our Wrestler of the Year for 2004?
That would be Jack.
Yes.
I am surprised. I'm surprised he didn't make your top 3, though. I know how much you love Jack Evans in 2004. No. I mean, what else can you say about Samoa Joe? I feel like we've talked about him so much. One of the legendary years in American wrestling for any wrestler in our lifetime. Turning that belt into something special, turning the company into something special, carrying himself like the man. I feel like I've said all I can say about Samoa Joe. He's the wrestler of 2004 for ROH.
Yeah, for me, I would just say all 5 of, if you might have noticed, all 5 of my matches of the year for this year were Samoa Joe matches. And, but more than that, he's just, his presence, his title reign, just the uniqueness of of him being that kind of playing that role, how rare it was at this point in wrestling history. And even after the Feinstein scandal, we talked about on the At Our Best episode, one of the things I remember mentioning is Kerry Silkin did no PR. Rob Feinstein, for understandable reasons, did no PR. Doug Gentry said almost no thing to the public. It was almost all Gabe. But it was Joe, too. Joe made very strong public statements. Joe did an entire multiple-part torch talk. It was just him and Gabe who did the torch talks for Ring of Honor, kind of addressing this. Joe kind of took the reins of the company, both in the ring and out of the ring, and was like, I'm not going to let this die. And in fact, I don't know if Ring of Honor would have died if any one wrestler left, but if there was one wrestler whose absence might have killed the company in the wake of that scandal, it might have been Joe. I don't think there's anyone else where you can even I think even Punk or Homicide or Danielson, they would have survived without. With Joe, I have to say, I'm not sure. They might have died without Samoa Joe after this. And,
it's tough to say, but he definitely would have been the one. He was the beating heart of the company. Him and Punk, but especially him.
Yeah, he's the only guy where, for me, it's even a thing I can debate with myself and go, well, maybe he was the one holding it up. But my honorable mentions, other than Danielson, would just be Austin Aries and Jack Evans. They both had half the year. Jack Evans didn't have one great match, but Jack Evans, it did pay me to leave him off the list, Matt. It drove me nuts because he's just fun in every single performance. There's not a Jack Evans performance in a match this year that I haven't enjoyed. Even if he's only just doing 2 or 3 spots in a tag match, every time he entertains me. He just hasn't been in a great match, and he wasn't around all year. But it is what it is. C'est la vie. Next up. So that ends our awards. I'm going to go to normally I would do just the Observer Awards. This year I thought I was going to do the Torch Awards, but quite frankly, the Torch Awards aren't that interesting, and this is already a Herculeanly, just an incredibly long episode. So I'll just say the Torch Awards are not fan votes. They're just the votes of the 5 or 6 columnists. Joe finished 3rd for Wrestler of the Year behind Benoit and Triple H. And
remember, the Torch just covered American wrestling.
Yes. Chris Benoit, if you're talking about things that make you feel uncomfortable, Chris Benoit won a lot of awards this year, Matt. Best
I mean, I voted for him a lot of awards that year, so.
How dare you? Benoit won in-ring Wrestler of the Year. Eddie Guerrero won 2nd. Joe got 3rd. Just doing a quick. I'll have Pat McNeil of the Torch gave Doug Williams 5 for best in-ring wrestler. So a little love to Doug Williams. Let me just see here quickly. I'm just gonna skip by these. Okay, Matt, this is what bugged me. I gotta say this before we move on to the Observer. So the Torch has best TV series and best pay-per-view, and or best DVD or something like that, and they included Ring of Honor as a best TV show. So instead of Ring of Honor them voting for any individual show, they just said the Ring of Honor tape series was the 3rd best TV series of the year.
Yeah, that's goofy. Definitely.
In fact, Bruce Mitchell gave the Ring of Honor tapes as his number 1 TV series of the year. He writes, "Don't tell me they're not a TV series. I played them in a series on my TV set." Matt, he really said that.
Bruce Mitchell is so funny.
Yeah. Their match of the year, they had Triple H versus Shawn Michaels versus Benoit from WrestleMania 20. Their runners-up, Samoa Joe versus CM Punk from Joe versus Punk 2 finished 2nd. And I think that's enough for that. We can go finally to the Observer Awards. The Observer Awards always interesting to me because they were voted on by anyone that reads the Observer could vote. It wasn't a panel of experts. It wasn't Dave. And this is always really interesting. And just
a bunch of damn idiots like me.
Yeah, and generally people that would vote for Chris Benoit, those heartless. No. And generally they were also, more worldly, although they still, I've found, had certain biases to certain major promotions in certain countries, but more worldly. So Wrestler of the Year. For these awards, I'm generally, unless you ask Matt for some clarification, I'm going to do what I've done in other years, which is just read the winner and anyone that was in Ring of Honor that got placed, and then whatever comments Dave may or may not have had. So the Lou Thesz Ric Flair Award for Wrestler of the Year. You have to remember, this is an award where that's not just best in the ring, that's best in the ring plus drawing ability. Kenta Kobashi won. Benoit finished 2nd. Samoa Joe finished 3rd, and Dave had a bone to pick with that. Dave wrote, Samoa Joe, 25, is certainly an unlikely contender for the award. He held the Ring of Honor title during the entire year period covered by the award and had many great matches. Still, he's a virtual unknown to most wrestling fans, even in his native country, headlining for a company that doesn't even have one television outlet. It's probably not popular in a lot of circles, but I can't see how Joe could be ranked ahead of Triple H. And he was. Triple H finished 7th.
I guess it's just how much people valued each different element of that. Like, people valued the performance more than the drawing, I guess. I don't know.
Next, we got to Most Outstanding Wrestler, and this is just in-ring. Chris Benoit won. Kenta Kobashi finished 2nd. Bryan Danielson finished 3rd above Samoa Joe. Samoa Joe finished 5th. CM Punk finished 9th, above Kurt Angle. So, some heavy Ring of Honor representation there. Feud of the year. Triple H versus Shawn Michaels versus Chris Benoit was the feud of the year. Then Randy Orton versus Mick Foley. And then Joe versus Punk finished 3rd. Joe versus Homicide finished 4th. And CM Punk versus Ricky Steamboat finished 9th. So for a company that, people said, oh, they don't do storylines and all that stuff, it had 3 of the top 9 feuds of the year. Moving on. Tag Team of the Year. Matt, blood's going to boil. Kenta and Naomichi Marufuji won. America's Most Wanted finished 2nd. Ricky Reyes and Rocky Romero were the 3rd best tag team of the year, according to the readers of The Observer, above Ultimo Guerrero and Rey Bucanero, above Christopher Daniels and Elix Skipper, above Masao and Ogawa, above Colt Cabana and CM Punk, which finished 7th, and above the Briscoes, which finished 9th.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, that's maybe one of the reasons why I got stirred up. Maybe stuff like that. Most Improved, Randy Orton won. Samoa Joe finished 5th. Austin Aries finished 8th. I guess Joe had a better 2004 than 2003, but he was pretty great in 2003. And I feel like Austin Aries got this award because to a lot of people, knowing about Austin Aries was an improvement over not knowing who he was. Like, I feel like that's sometimes what this award is like, oh, I didn't know who this guy was till this year.
Exactly. I'm sure that's true about Joe for a lot of people also.
CM Punk was number 11. He was the first honorable mention for that award, by the way. Best on Interviews. Mick Foley won. CM Punk finished 5th. Jim Cornette finished 10th. So I guess they kind of count as Ring of Honor. Most Charismatic. No one from Ring of Honor hit the top 10. Punk finished 11th. Mick Foley finished 19th. Colt Cabana finished 20th. Colt Cabana. getting into the mix there. Good for him.
I feel like Punk probably should have been in the top 10.
Probably, definitely. Like, let's see who finished above him. Randy Orton, Naoya Ogawa, Shawn Michaels, Chris Jericho, Ric Flair, John Cena, The Rock. I don't know.
I mean, those are charismatic guys, I have to admit.
Bob Sapp, Kenta Kobashi, like, it's a pretty tough category at this point.
Yeah.
Best technical wrestler, Chris Benoit won, Danielson finished second, Doug Williams got sixth, and Nigel McGuinness got ninth. So good for Nigel. Bruiser Brody Memorial Award for Best Brawler. Benoit won, Joe finished second, Homicide got seventh, CM Punk got 11th for Best Brawler. So maybe just that hardcore tag match went a long way, because I don't know if he did that many brawls, but he finished 11th in the award.
Just a bunch of people seeing the Raven matches a year late.
He was considered a better brawler than Mick Foley because he finished 12th. Best flying wrestler, Rey Mysterio won, AJ Styles finished second, Jack Evans finished third. Dave wrote on this category, this is an interesting category. If the category was best wrestler who sometimes flies, Mysterio should get it. But I don't think when it comes to innovative flying moves and doing them in great matches that Styles can finish behind Mysterio. There is the power of the reputation here, as this is Mysterio's sixth win, breaking Liger's all-time record he shared with him at 5. Evans is actually the best flyer of them all, but he's nowhere close to the level of all-around wrestler as those in the top 10. 6 of this year's top 10 were repeaters from last year. Dropping out of the list, and Matt, I love this is I wish Dave was still this funny. So Dave wrote, dropping out of the list were Teddy Hart, and he writes in brackets, lack of visibility due to insanity. Juventud Guerrera, he writes in brackets, lack of visibility due to a more mild case of insanity. Dragon Kid and Amazing Red never came back fully from knee problems. So I like 2 people missed out because of insanity. Next up, most underrated. Bryan Danielson finished 12th. Paul London won that award. Poor Paul London. Promotion of the year, Ring of Honor finished second behind only Pro Wrestling Noah. Very high praise. Dave wrote on this one, it was a 3-promotion race this year. Of the 3, Pride was by far the most commercially successful and also put on the consistently hot big shows. Ring of Honor is a cult thing. Ring of Honor is a great independent, and I don't feel insulted watching it, but I'm not sure I see it at this level. And I don't know. I mean, I look at the rest of this list. Is it better than WWE? Yeah. Is it better than CMLL? I can't really speak on that. Would I put it better than Ohio Valley Wrestling? Yes. Would I put it better than TNA? Yes. 2004 New Japan? Probably. IWA Mid-South? Yes. I mean, I don't know. But worked match of the year. Kenta Kobashi versus Jun Akiyama from July 10th at the Tokyo Dome 1. Then Triple H versus Shawn Michaels versus Chris Benoit from WrestleMania 20. Then Punk versus Joe from Joe versus Punk 2. Then Joe versus Punk. And then in 7th was the first Joe versus Punk match. The third match did not qualify from the schedule because Dave Meltzer's crazy. And he has weird rules. Rookie of the year was Petey Williams. Austin Aries finished 5th. Here's who finished above Austin Aries in Rookie of the Year. Petey Williams, Tetsuhiko Nakajima, Ken Doane, and Chad Toland. So
people definitely saw good things for Ken Doane back then.
He was considered like a huge prospect. Best non-wrestler, Paul Heyman. Cornette was 3rd. Steamboat 6th. Foley 7th. Julius Smokes finished 9th, Matt. Good for Julius Smokes. And Prince Donna finished 12th. So Ring of Honor had quite a lot of the non-wrestlers. Best television announcer. This is where it gets funny, Matt. Mike Tenay was the best television announcer. Mark Nolte got 6th. CM Punk got 8th. Jimmy Bauer got 10th. And now here's the crazy thing, Matt. Worst television announcer, Jimmy Bauer got 6th. He was simultaneously, according to obviously because different people vote for different things, the 10th best TV announcer and the 6th worst. I'm going to go as far as to say this. If people listen long enough, they know my opinions. I'm going to say that they were wrong on both lists. He was not one of the 10 best. He was not one of the 10 worst.
Yeah, I agree.
Best major wrestling show was the Tokyo Dome Pro Wrestling Noah show. Number 10 was At Our Best from Ring of Honor, the highest charting Ring of Honor show of the year for them. And then the only other Ring of Honor show that charted was Death Before Dishonor 2, the Chicago night, so that's part 2, finished 14th. At Our Best didn't even make our list, so I don't know.
I considered it, but no, it didn't make it.
Yeah. This one's funny, Matt. We're getting through this. Most disgusting promotional tactic. Number one, what a innocent time we lived in when the worst thing that happened in wrestling was the Kane Lita pregnancy, wedding, miscarriage angle. What a world where, there's going to be 10 things this year that are far more disgusting than that in a real world setting. But Matt, this is what I love. Number 8 was a tie between Ring of Honor lying about Feinstein being out of the company and TNA using Lex Luger. Those got the same number of votes.
What?
Well, at first I had the same reaction to you, but then I had to realize this was after, not that long after Elizabeth was found dead of a drug overdose in Luger's house. And a lot of people kind of blamed Luger for that.
But he wasn't charged with any crime or anything, right?
No, he wasn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I did laugh, whatever, because they're literally on top of each other, tied for 8th, and it just says TNA using Lex Luger, and then tie Ring of Honor lying about Feinstein being out of the company. Wow, that's one hell of a tie. Also, Matt, this is full. I'm just going to read a few others because this is always a fun category. So, number 2 was the WWE Raw Diva Search. Number 3 was WWE exploiting 9/11. The Diva Search was worse.
I feel like that's vague. What do you mean exploiting 9/11?
Well, actually, their full thing was WWE exploiting 9/11 in Hassan Angle.
Oh, okay.
Number 4 was
I don't know. I know we're like 5 hours in and I shouldn't be ranting, but it annoys me that the thing that they said was offensive about that was that they were exploiting 9/11 and not that they were racist.
Number 4 was JBL goose stepping to WWE title. Number 5 was Cena and Carlito Angle playing off Brody stabbing. Number 6 was Triple H pushed all year. So, I love that award. Anyway, Best Booker was Gabe Sapolsky won the award. Promoter of the Year was Nobuyuki Sakihabara from Pride and Dream Stage Entertainment. Then Misawa. Then I love this. So most promoters of the year are just like the name of the promoter, right? This year, I feel like the voters didn't know who ran Ring of Honor after the fault of after the fault of the Feinstein scandal. So this is how they finished third. This is how it is written in the Observer. Kerry Silken / Gabe Sapolsky / ROH. That's what won third for promoter of the year. Basically, I don't know, whoever runs Ring of Honor. And finally, best gimmick, CM Punk JBL won. CM Punk finished 5th. Generation Next finished 10th. Carlito finished 2nd. Eugene finished 3rd. That history was not kind to 2nd and 3rd. But
no,
Matt, that brings us finally to the end of this insane show. Thank you for sticking with us, people. Thank you, Matt. I guess
man, you're a trooper.
We can my voice is going, but we can preview just briefly 2005. I'll just say 2002 had 12 shows. 2003 had 20 shows. 2004 had 23 shows. Matt, 2005 has 34 shows. We're going to be doing this year for goddamn ever, which is good because it's going to be that long to recover from this year-end episode.
Yeah. But
holy crap, there's a lot that happens in 2005.
Including me beginning to go to ROH shows on a regular basis. Let's not bury the lead here.
Yeah, I'm legit looking forward to your live takes, although also we'll probably get jealous. I mean, the summer of Punk leaving, Joe versus Kobashi getting 5 stars.
Kenta, Marufuji, Manhattan Mayhem.
Danielson becoming the champion, Jamie Noble becoming the champion.
The entire James Gibson run from start to finish.
Yeah, Nigel McGuinness becoming starting his pure championship run.
Claudio Castagnoli debuts in ROH. The Embassy Generation Next feud happens. It's a lot.
It's insane. The Best of the American Super Junior Tournament fiasco. And by the end of the year, we have a completely different announce team that will actually be the first truly solid, no one complaining about it, stable announce team Ring of Honor has had in its history. It's crazy. And it all starts, Matt, next episode with a show. It all begins, Matt, with It All Begins, because that's the name of the next show. We're going to have Joe versus Nigel McGuinness. We're going to have Bryan Danielson versus Homicide in a tap-out match, the first of their series. We're going to have Austin Aries' first title defense, main eventing against Colt Cabana. And I guess plugs. Through the Years ThROH@gmail.com is our email, THROH, @TrevorDame and @MayorMGF for our Twitter handles. We have a thread on the Pro Wrestling Only Plugs board. And Matt, do you have anything else to say? Because, oh my God, we have done a lot tonight.
Nope, it's 1 a.m.
Matt, I am so sorry.
No.
Good night, everybody. I hope you goddamn appreciate what we do for you on a Sunday night.
Thank you, Trevor Dame.
Thank you, Matt Feuerstein. Until next time, have a good time. Have a great time. Good night.